Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the MC of GLOBSEC, Kim Dozier.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of GLOBSEC 2024 here on the Albright Stage. I'm Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs Analyst, just walking you through what we've heard so far and the day ahead. So last night we had an award ceremony where we honored Ursula von der Leyen, Mette Frederiksen, and Martin Povéschel in memoriam. Today we continue on 3 main stages here at the Albright, downstairs at the Havel, and the Schwarzenberg stage. We have many side events also that you will have gotten invites to, and we have the GLOBSEC app, so please fire up your app. It's not only a way to answer Slido questions, but you can also put in questions as the event is going on if you're too shy to raise your hands. And today we've got prime ministers, ministers, representatives from international organizations, experts, and private sector representatives. On the Albright stage here, we're going to have panels on the future of EU defense and the EU's digital agenda, and also the reality on the ground in Ukraine. We'll be discussing that. On the Havel stage, we're going to have individual chats with the President of Finland, Slovenia, and the Prime Minister of Denmark. I'm doing my hair in honor of her. I noticed that she always puts it up, and I thought, that's a very smart woman, not wasting time. Panels on how to counter Russia's hybrid threats and flashpoints in East Asia, plus further panels dedicated to the support of Ukraine. On Schwarzenberg, we have the future of EU-China relations, priorities for the new European leadership, and looking into the EU's enlargement process. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to colleague in journalism, Sylvie Kauffmann from Le Monde. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for joining this first session on this Saturday. So it's the second day of this great conference. Yesterday was really very lively and interesting, and we'll keep going this way today. So we'll talk here this morning about EU defense strategy and how to set its priorities in light of the threats that Europe is facing. My name is Sylvie Kauffmann. I'm a foreign affairs columnist and editorial director of Le Monde. And it's my privilege to welcome our panelists this morning. So Minister Nikos Dendias. Mr. Dendias is Minister of National Defense of Greece. Welcome. We have another European defense minister, Guido Crosetto from Italy. Welcome. And we have a former Minister of Defense for Slovakia, Martin Sklenár. Yeah. And then we have Scherf, who is the co-founder and CEO of Helsing, a defense deep tech company. Mm. And finally, Anna Wieslander, whom you all know here. She's the director for Northern Europe at the Atlantic Council. So please have a seat. So I guess you all listened to the President of the Commission yesterday, of the European Commission. She made quite a forceful speech in defense of European defense. She said we must build a continent-wide European defense output. So this was quite, I think, a strong statement. We'll see how we can transform this into action. Of course, this was not what the EU was created for, defense, right, originally. But new challenges and the evolving geopolitical situation. And of course, the war in Ukraine has forced the EU to shape a defense agenda. So this has, of course, a lot of implications, political, financial, and industrial and technological. So this is what we are going to explore with you. So we'll engage in a conversation between us. I will ask a few questions, and then I'll, of course, open the session to questions from you. You can do this either, as usual, by raising your hand or by giving your questions online on the Slido app, and we will get them here. So, Minister Crosetto, I will start with you, maybe. I guess you heard that speech, and Ursula von der Leyen also announced that she would appoint a defense commissioner. So what do you think? What is your reaction? Do you think this is the right way to go? And how do you see this change being implemented?
Thank you. Sorry, but I prefer to speak in Italian, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Allora, if you want, then...
Posso capire.
Thank you.
Io penso che la scelta di Ursula von der Leyen sia giustissima. L'Europa non si è mai occupata di difesa. Non esiste nemmeno una commissione difesa all'Unione Europea. C'è una sottocommissione che si occupa di difesa, che non ha neanche il rango della Commissione. Non è mai esistito un commissario europeo. Non c'è mai stato un G7 sulla difesa. Ci sarà per la prima volta quest'anno in Italia, perché io ho voluto fortemente che ci fosse un G7 che si occupasse di difesa, perché trovavo assurdo che il G7 si occupasse di turismo, si occupasse di temi importanti ma marginali e non si fosse mai occupato di difesa. La scelta di Ursula von der Leyen indica una strada nuova per l'Europa, che è iniziata il giorno dopo l'invasione russa in Ucraina.
When we realized that war was not something we had erased from Europe. The defense and the defense of freedom and democracy requires investments, requires sacrifice, requires hard work. We thought it was enough to be friends of the United States, and this would guarantee in the future our security, and that we could live safely, calmly, at no cost. We have found out that this is not the truth. We have found out that we have to invest in security, and that our armed forces, and this is true for all European countries, were not ready to sustain a war. Because we had built them just maybe for some international missions. We have sent thousands of soldiers in Afghanistan. Italy has 1,000 soldiers in Lebanon, in Kosovo. We have taken part in peacekeeping missions, but none of us over the last 40 years ever thought that we should build armed forces to fight to defend liberty, freedom, and democracy. We have discovered this now. We are late, and we must now run to build the European pillar of NATO, because there is no defense and deterrence policy for the Western countries outside NATO, because maybe Europe can build effective armed forces over the next 10 to 15 years. We can build an effective defense industry, because right now our industry is not able to produce what we need, but we cannot build a deterrence capability that only NATO can guarantee us. So the decision to have a new European Commissioner which will deal with building all of this is fundamental, and then it will be up to the nations to take part in all this, because the future European armed forces cannot be guaranteed by recruitment at the European level. It will mean that interoperability between our forces, the Italian forces, the Slovak forces, the German forces, will work together. Maybe Italian soldiers will go out with Greek soldiers on their ships. We must use the systems that NATO taught us to use, and these systems must speak among themselves. They must train together, and they must act by using the same modality and possibly the same equipment. And we must do all this as speedily as possible, very fast. Also going beyond the European borders. Right now we have 3 Italian ships in Japan, a carrier, 14 aircraft, Italian F-35 vertical takeoff, and other ships in support. And today I received a wonderful picture with an Italian carrier, a Japanese carrier, accompanied by a Spanish, a French, a US, a UK ship. And all together they are now training there. So that is the future of the European defense. But we must speed up the process, and all the European countries are ready to speed up this process. Also at the cost of losing some national privileges, because we have realized that we are too small to defend ourselves as single states, and for the first time over the last 50 years we are fighting against a system that is countering us in a violent way. There is a clash between autocrats and democracies, and unfortunately, autocrats have an advantage. They are faster. They don't have an internal discussion. Yesterday, I said during the European meeting that I am disputing with Italian companies because I have to deliver to Ukraine a SAMT system, and the Italian company that must deliver it was closed for holidays. In August, they don't work on Saturdays and Sunday. They don't work at night. The Russian and Chinese companies, they work 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this is what we have to counter. Putin decides, and an automotive company the day after starts producing weapons. We cannot even change by speeding up the process of producing weapons or whatever we need. So we must change. And Europe must really take note of this. The ministers have taken note of this, and I hope we can do this as fast as possible, because we really need to be fast. We don't have the time.
That was the message, I guess, yeah, from everybody. And Mr. Dendias, you also attended this meeting this week with your European counterparts. And what do you think these a European Commissioner for Defense would change, or what do you want him or her to change as a priority?
First of all, I would like to say that I couldn't agree with Guido more. What he says is the absolute truth. We have lost.
About the working schedule of the European...
Not just that. I don't want to get into problems with the Greek unions upon my return, but the truth is we have to change our economies in the way that could sustain a potential defense effort in the future. We have to do that. We have to appreciate, first of all, that this is absolutely necessary. I mean, you said before that was not the purpose of the European Union. True. Defending per se was not the purpose of the European Union, but what was the purpose? The purpose of the European Union is to create a place where democracy, human rights exist, freedom of speech exists. Now, it goes without saying that for this place on earth to exist, we have to be able to defend it. Because it's not given that all countries around the world and all leaders around the world love to hear things coming out of free speech, love democracy, love human rights. So we have to be able to defend it. Now, the answer would be yes, we have NATO for this. Fine, we do have NATO, and luckily we do have NATO, but we have to do the job ourselves, and that's a job complementary to NATO's. And I totally agree with Ursula's position on trying to coordinate the defense industries and expand the defense capacities of the European Union. But if I may be allowed to say something, on that particular issue, the European Union per se is contradictory. Why am I saying that? European Union counts the defense expenses on the debt and the deficit. If we are saying that we have to make a huge effort and catch up, and we don't have time in front of us, that cannot be so. I mean, I'm struggling every day with the fiscal necessities of my ministry, trying to transform the Greek armed forces on what we call Agenda 2030 to a level of the 21st century. So exactly because of the challenges. Yeah. And I have the European Union on the back of me because of the deficits and the debt. And I cannot do this, I cannot do that. I have to reprogram for after 10 or 15 years.
I agree, I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, come on, yes, we are going to have a defense commissioner, great, fine. What can the defense commissioner do if I cannot sign a check to cover
So what is the solution?
So please change the fiscal rules on defense. That would be the main thing that the European Union needs for the future.
But do you see a political will to do this, a possibility?
I see the ultimate rule, the rule of necessity to survive behind this. Now, if the fiscal rules are fine in the European Union and the European Union does not survive, that would be great. We'll have the rules there enshrined as Moses' tablets, and we will be destroyed by authoritarian powers around the world. I mean, come on. This is, it obviously goes too far. I totally understand the need for fiscal responsibilities. But this is a time that calls for extra measures.
Very good. Thank you for this very clear statement. Anna Wieslander, I will turn to you. This talk about the European pillar is not new, of course. So, you know, it's apparently getting much more urgency and we're giving it more priority, but how do you see it as realistic, or what shape, what avenues do you see to really get this European pillar? And is there such a will also on the other side of the Atlantic?
Thank you, yeah, and thanks for the invitation. Lovely to be back at GLOBSEC, but in Prague. This works well as well. It's an interesting question because this concept of European pillar has been with us since the 1960s, actually. And I've been following it for quite some time, and now it's on everybody's lips. So this is really something that I think has gotten to the minds of many. How can we really solve this? Because we have started to look at the defense of Europe in a very practical way, and then you land in a pillar of NATO. That is the preference, I think you can say safely, of almost all European states, to preserve NATO, but to strengthen the European, more Europe in NATO, so to say. So how do you do this? I think if you start from the EU side, what we have seen from the EU is starting to move to become an enabler, a facilitator for a European pillar in NATO. But you have to remember that most countries, they prefer more Europe in NATO, but they also prefer to keep quite a lot of things regarding European defense in the capitals with the member states. If it had been the opposite, we would have had grand defense funds with the Commission. We don't. So that is a reality for any defense commissioner, I think. What I would like to see is perhaps a retake on the strategic compass to kind of build in this, because the strategic compass, I think, was a good endeavor in getting a common threat perception, a feeling of joint destiny for Europe. But we did that before the full-scale invasion of Russia, and before the sense of urgency that we heard the ministers now expressing. Now, we need also to work very closely with NATO in this. So we could have, for instance, as set goals that in 2030, 50% of the capabilities provided in the defense planning process for NATO would be European. It's a high target, but it could be possible. You could pair it with a new defense pledge. We're talking about having a new, increasing the defense pledge for NATO from 2% moving up, perhaps. EU and NATO could do that similarly, having an ambition. That would also be very elegant, I think. Providing kind of a roadmap for increasing the capabilities. And with the capabilities, this is my last point, comes responsibility. So when you have the capabilities in NATO, you can talk to the US. You asked how do they perceive this across the Atlantic. Usually, the US has been a bit schizophrenic when you talk about European responsibility. Like on one hand, they want us to pay more, but they still want to lead and have everything, controlled. Now they talk about the European pillar in NATO as well. And I think they have also realized we need this balance shift. But you can not only talk about responsibility, you have to pair it with the capabilities. Show us the money, they say, across the Atlantic. And I think that's also a little bit, we need to do both.
Mm-hmm. It's the money and it's the industry also, but we'll talk about this in a minute. But I would like to go to you, Mr. Sklenár, now. This European pillar, of course, we'll have to assemble various sensitivities within Europe. And we have seen with the war in Ukraine that there were indeed different sensitivities. This part of Europe now is reckoned with a lot of kind of also gratitude or we're being grateful now. We're thanking Central Europe for its lucidity and its clear-sighted view of what was going on in Russia and what was the aims of Russia. Do you see these differences of sensitivities in Europe and of priorities also? The frontline states, also Northern Europe is having different priorities now or different sense of urgency. Do you see it as a problem or do you see it as a strength?
In the discussion in the EU.
Yes, and in the effort to build the to strengthen the European pillar.
Thank you. And I strongly believe the discussion is what needs to be had. I mean, I was very encouraged by the strong words of President von der Leyen yesterday, and the clear commitment, to have the defense commissioner. But there needs to be a discussion. What is it actually that the EU wants to do between the CSDP as it is set up right now and the collective defense that we hear that this is not the ambition for the EU. Let's take it realistically. As the threat perception goes, for deterrence and defense in Europe, you need the United States. The combined power of the European forces is simply not enough to provide the level of deterrence without the US, without the UK, right? And very strong nuclear power armed countries. You need the power of those to be able to protect Europe, and it needs to be done through NATO. This is what we have been building for 75 years, and this is what works. Deterrence in NATO works. So what can the EU do? The ministers actually should be, from my point of view, in the lead. And I'm glad they had a meeting yesterday, and I hope they will have many more, where they will actually dive deep into what it means to building the European Defence Union. What is it? How do we use it as a framework to complement what we do in NATO, to increase the strength? How do we build more deterrence using European capabilities, the resolve, the ambition, the interest of Europeans to do more? And when we speak about the EU-NATO relationship, which will be crucial to define in this next phase, we usually speak about there shouldn't be any unnecessary duplications between EU and NATO, which has been working well for a long time. Now I believe it is time to define the necessary duplications, right? So let's not define this negatively as what is unnecessary, we don't need to build it, but what is necessary that the Europeans do, and how can they do it best using the EU framework to support NATO's deterrence and defense, increase European capabilities, and yes, arrive to levels which are more balanced, also in the whole NATO balance sheet of power, if I may say it, if I may call it so. And how do we best use what is already available, right? The Europeans, they have the resolve, they have the money, I would say. The Europeans have increased money significantly. I agree with the ministers. I mean, defense spending outside that limitations would actually probably motivate countries to spend even more than the 2%, which might, work best for everybody. So the money is there, the resolve is there. The capability needs to come. There needs to be a vision, a plan how to do this, and not to do this in the EU separately and then come to NATO as a pillar. I'm sorry, I still are working on the pillar thing a little bit, which for me it's not something that should be very separate in NATO. It should stay as it is. NATO as a club of countries talking to each other individually and collectively. But what is it that we can do, and let's find ways to bring into the European effort as a whole into also the NATO structure through the NATO defense planning process. Voluntary national targets. You can imagine many vehicles how to do this. But it's going to be the ministers, the defense commissioner, the HRVP, and obviously the president of the commission to make sure that we have a clear vision how to do this in the next 5 years, because it's going to be let's call it midterm, but probably a long-term endeavor to move from what Minister Crosetto is saying. We don't have the bureaucratic, the administrative structures for defense. I mean, we have some military committees, we have a political military group, we have the PSC in the EU, but we need to put them on steroids a little bit and make them more military, make them think militarily, think deterrence and think defense, not just crisis management.
Do you have very good? Do you have a suggestion for who could be this EU Commissioner for Defense? No? Okay.
Not my work.
Nice try.
It depends what the commissioner actually will supposed to be doing. What will be the portfolio, right? I mean, if we...
The nation.
Well, the nation, but also the work. Because if you take the commissioner who would be who would take the work that the Commission currently does, it would be basically a defense industry commissioner, right? So it would be somebody basically wing-tailing it with Thierry Breton. So
this is supposed to be different. It's not only industry this time. Yeah. So it will be very political also.
Breton.
He's definitely a candidate, but okay. So there is a very important industrial component to this strategy, of course, and I will turn to you, Goodback Scherf. What is the biggest challenge you see? Of course, you're involved in deep technology, in AI. Is Europe up to the task, you think, or is it on the right path to meet this challenge?
Yeah, I think those are, I would separate actually the question that you just phrased. I think we're up to the task. I don't think we're yet on the right path, but I think we can certainly do it. I mean, the panel is entitled Tomorrow's Threats, Today's Priorities. I would say the answer cannot be yesterday's technology only. And so first of all, I'm very encouraged as well by the sense of urgency that the two ministers express and that I think echo President von der Leyen's statement. I and we certainly share that sense of urgency. We've built, a company, a pan-European company in 3.5 years, hundreds of technologists from all over Europe coming together to organize defense. And I can assure the minister they were not on holiday in August and also working this weekend. I hope I don't get into trouble with labor law now, but that's because we iterate technologies in Ukraine, with Ukraine, but also for Europe at a much higher pace than I think we have been used to. And I think my first point would be, you can't meet the challenge of collective deterrence only by arming for a war of sort of attrition. I think you need to actually have an asymmetric technology advantage. I think that is the lesson from Ukraine. And that, I think, to me, means we need to think a lot harder and a lot more about how can we first observe and learn from that and bring that much more quickly back to Europe. I'll just give you a few examples from Ukraine, and I think anybody who had a chance to listen to Minister Fedorov here will have heard this quite impressive story. But what Ukraine has done is, yes, they've used, of course, Western technologies, also legacy systems, but they paired it with modern technology, right? And sort of we've been humbly supporting that. You see, all of a sudden you realize, there's artillery, yes, but it works with drones and software. We've actually been able to make previously non-interoperable artillery systems from Europe that never could work together in Ukraine and have a smart targeting system. We've seen a country that has no sovereign satellites have full real-time situational awareness using software AI. We've seen, when artillery ran short, that strike drones became a scaled, equivalent. When the president announced 1 million drones, people thought it was impossible, and it actually is possible. And I think we've also seen, vice versa, that platforms that we send that are not protected against drones are essentially very vulnerable. And so there's all of those lessons. And every time we talk about Ukraine, I think most people agree that this is happening by now. When we go back to Europe, I don't see that discussion. I actually see us prolonging the procurement of platforms from the past too much. And I fully understand we need both. We need mass, we need platforms, but we also need smart mass. And so my second point would be that I think one role Europe could play, and actually the pandemic was a great example. In the pandemic, Europe didn't actually end up buying masks or ventilators. It actually played the key role in ending the pandemic through the vaccine. And I would say the vaccine for this is first Ukraine winning, but also Europe being incredibly deterring. And that, I think, has a lot to do with focusing on technologies and modernizing armies. And I think a lot of the challenges we have with legacy, sort of incumbency, strong national interest are not so strong when you go to modern technologies, because it just doesn't exist. So I think the Commission could play a huge role in learning the lessons. And just to make it very concrete, my third point would be, I think we should have a program that does essentially builds a new resiliency production system. We have a sort of reasonably strong industrial base that has now also been strengthened through a lot of contracts, but it's essentially at capacity and everything takes longer. The minister sort of pointed that out. I think we need to see what Ukraine has been able to do, what also Western companies supporting Ukraine have been able to do, is to build production systems that are much faster, highly scaled, use modern technologies, and are much more affordable. The systems, you use a strike drone, if you look at the impact that it has with smart, intelligent, software, it beats any missile system just by cost and scalability. It also doesn't take years, but it takes months to produce. And I think, and also you can build it in a distributed way. You can build it across Europe in multiple ways, because you don't need billion-euro investments to build that. So I think we need, next to the sort of legacy production system, which we do need, I'm not saying we don't, we need a new system. And I think that could be a job of a commission to spur that and essentially move us forward. So I think the path is quite clear. I think we just need to be...
So this war has changed the way we look at technology.
In a big way, and not in a small way. It's not just, we use a few drones, but otherwise it's the same. If you go to the front line, because of the availability of drones on both sides, right, Russia is also using them, satellites, the battlefield is fully transparent. Anything that moves in the front line in 20 kilometers is spotted and quickly taken out. So that's why we are seeing, long-range precision being important. But then there's electronic warfare. So with electronic warfare, nothing that is remote controlled works very long. So we need a lot more intelligence, connectivity, software. And I think that debate, it needs to be much more prominent. And that could be a very good impulse for the commissioner, depending, of course, on the exact profile, to give that impulse and create new programs. The artillery procurement program was, I think, a good thing. we now need to do something similar in modern.
Yeah, and there's another dimension of this war. I mean, not only this war, but of the current challenges for security challenges, which is being pointed out in one of the questions on Slido, is the hybrid warfare. So how has Russia's hybrid warfare in Europe changed with the start of the full-scale war in Ukraine? That's a question from Martin Fortnusek. Does any of you would any of you like to address this issue of the challenge of the hybrid warfare?
La sfida, se posso, vi lascio il tempo per la cuffia.
Just take the time to take off my headset. Hybrid war, Russia's hybrid war, is not only fought by Russia. There is China with Russia, there is Iran with Russia, there is Korea with Russia. Let's stop talking only about Russia, because if Russia had been alone, it would not have been capable to really cope with the challenge in Ukraine. Russia is able to challenge Ukraine, not only because they have a very good production capability, but because Iran, China, and Korea are providing weapons. So the hybrid challenge that I'm most concerned about is that we're not fighting in the way we should as regards the Russian and Chinese capability to influence public opinion, to try to poison democracies, because it is impossible to poison the autarchies, countries that are not democratic, but it is very easy to poison democracies. And this is what they are doing now, for example, in Africa, both China and Russia. They are building an anti-Western environment. It's what the BRICS, that they are doing with the BRICS by countering NATO and the BRICS. And there is one thing which is at the basis of industry: raw materials. There is an everyday war on raw materials. 99% of rare earths, of critical minerals come from China. 88% of rare earth come from China. 70% of lithium that Europe is using comes from China. Reserves of this material are Chinese reserves. So why are they so interested in China and Russia, are so interested in Africa? Because they want to give wealth to the African people? No, because they are the source of this precious, valuable material. And the same can be said about the seabed, because there is a war beyond the one that we are testifying, that is being fought for a long time. And we, as NATO and the EU, we must fight this war, because even if it seems very far from us, it is part of the war, because it reflects upon supply chains, upon industrial production. If you don't have superconductors, you don't have the future. So the hybrid war that they are fighting is also on this plan. There is war in the field, violence in Ukraine, and their attempt in Israel, for example, to create havoc. But there is a war in the medium to long term on raw materials, natural resources, on water, on earth, on information, on the capability to penetrate, and on disinformation, on cyber. We have so many scenarios before us. And I'm saying this to Europe, not to the United States. There is no single European nation, and I'm including also the UK. None of us can fight this fight alone, by itself. We can fight with Europe joined in this fight, and Europe should join NATO, and we are still very small, even in this way, if we compare ourselves to China and India. And the thing I was more concerned about last week was the dialogue between Modi and Xi, because if we have 3 billion people against us, we must be concerned. There is a hybrid war that is being fought also in the interaction between nations and with nations, and going beyond weapons and war. We must have a future strategy.
Add to what the minister said, I think the I think the hybrid warfare is a nice way of saying, you know, Russia's trying to get us used to transgressions, right? And so that I think includes, you know, and it exploits simply that we have a very large eastern flank. So if we take with the accession, you know, of new countries to NATO, you know, the eastern flank is twice what it was in the Cold War. And it's not a Cold War, it's a hot war. And we have a third of the assets that we used to have. And I think if this comes back to my point on like how do we respond to this with technology, if we now try to equip this with human people and helicopters, we will take 10, 15, 20 years and we will not have enough. If we, however, think about this as a problem of, you know, using drones, monitoring the Baltic Sea, you know, one of the sort of vast oceans to monitor our critical infrastructure underwater, et cetera, we can find quicker responses. So I think I think it's quite clear what Russia's doing. I think I'm more interested in how can we more quickly, the sense of urgency that was expressed, fix that within, you know, 2 years, not 10.
Thank you. Anna, and then I will open the floor if, okay, we'll have one question here. Just quickly, Anna, this issue has been addressed in other panels yesterday, the US election. This dynamic that the panelists are describing and which is very visible today in Europe, can it be completely changed or overturned by the result of the election in November, or do you think it has its own strength and it has to materialize somehow?
Yeah, I think on the whole, the direction for Europe will be the same. So we will have to take more responsibility for our security. We will have to build the resources. We have to speed up. We have to take this seriously and not stand on the balcony and watch Europe as a battlefield evolving. And hybrid is a very important part of this. I just want to underline that it did not start in 2022. Russia's systematic hybrid warfare against Europe has been continuing for at least a decade. And if we doubt their military capability sometimes in Ukraine, they are very efficient on the hybrid. We are not deterring Russia in the hybrid sphere yet. We need to be much better. But on the US, I think the direction of more Europe in NATO is still there. Although, will we have a new Trump presidency? I have not met anyone that can completely disclose the fact that there might happen something with NATO and the US during this factor. Probably not, but there might be a risk. And if it does, this will be a whole new ballgame for us. I mean, that's so profound, I think, that we will have to start anew. It's like a war coming over us. So something very transformative for us in that case. But as for now, I say that this direction of more Europe in NATO is a pretty safe road ahead, I would say.
Thank you very much. So we have a question here. Is there any other? Okay, we'll take these two. This gentleman here and Eleonor Kawa, the lady here. And okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here today. The announcement of the President of the European Commission for a new defense commissioner was lauded across Europe, but is it mostly a symbolic move? My point is this going to be a fancy procurement manager with a really interesting title? Because from a financial perspective, the EU Defence Fund allocates 8 billion, I think, between 2021 and 2027, and all of you know this is a funny number when it comes to comparison with the US budget for 2024, which is 840 billion. And at the same time, a lot of the responsibilities that the new EU Defence Commissioner might have overlap with the Internal Market Commissioner, with the High Representative for Foreign Policy. So the question is, are we creating a portfolio with no financial backing on the one hand and no actual responsibilities, or is there going to be an intra-commission restructuring when it comes to responsibilities? And at the same time, the EU Commissioner on Defence might have to take certain decisions that edge on the national sovereignty and kind of expand the constitutional limits when it comes to the European Union. So are we willing to have that discussion so early on? Thank you.
Is your question directed to any of the panelists in particular?
I mean, the Atlantic Council came out with that very interesting article a couple of days ago when it comes to the fancy title of the procurement manager, but I'd love to hear the opinions of the ministers as well on that.
Okay, so why don't you go if you want? Yeah. And
thank you. Well, yes, it looks like, and I mentioned it, it might be a defense industry commissioner in charge of a small pot of money. But I mean, from my point of view, this is certainly not the case. The important thing is not even that the commissioner will be appointed, but that Ursula von der Leyen feels so strongly about him, because this gives you the sense of urgency that there will be in the Commission, and by extension also in the Council and the European Council, which you need also to define the ambition and to move actually and to reallocate the money that was there at one point during the last fiscal period, but then it got killed because of various other priorities, especially on mobility and others. And now we are scraping it back to the EDF and ASAP and other funds to bring it together. But the Commission has so much more to offer in defense. First of all, if defense is one of the main topics, then the Commission can do a lot of stuff actually in terms of legislative initiative. If they come up with initiatives to overcome the bottlenecks and the legislative hurdles that we have in military mobility, or they can propose ambitious projects like introducing a single market for defense goods. I think the industry would really love to have a situation where once you import into the European Union, you can then move freely the defense goods, which is not the case, and doesn't really help you with spare parts even after procurement of the technology and equipment that you have done for your armies, or by then importing equipment from Ukraine for maintenance. Incredibly difficult bureaucratic process right now because of the limitations. I mean, we have experience with it with our maintenance hub in Slovakia, but also work on the willingness of financial institutions to provide money for the industry, which is still a problem given the ethical rules and the taxonomy that is there for defense companies to get their hands on money. So the Commission has a broad portfolio, and it only depends on how big they want to play this. And with Ursula von der Leyen, I think it's going to go big.
Mm-hmm. And there's a complementary question here from Giuseppe Spatafora, maybe for you. What impact would this portfolio have on the HRVP's portfolio?
Sorry,
on the High Representative for Foreign Policy?
Well, it is clear that these two persons have to work very closely together. It cannot be a separate job. And of course, as everything new, this new Defense Commissioner will have problems in establishing the role, in creating an understanding of the role first of all, within the European Union, but also in the member states, in the capitals. Because up to now, it was totally a national prerogative that we know. But I would prefer to take the optimistic side. It's a step. It's a very important step. And as always, big things start with small steps. So let's encourage this effort and see where we go from there.
Very good. Okay, we have 5 minutes left, and we have a question here in the front. Please, can we have a mic? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we'll take the two. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Cecilia Bonefeld from Digital Europe, Director General, and also heavily involved in both Ukraine and in NATO tech strategy. So I think if we look at Ukraine, 3 major learnings. Interaction between private sector and the ministry and the public sector, absolutely key to have the skills, to have the techies inside of the government, and to have a close relation to private sector. Second, drone beats hardware, AI beats hardware. I mean, when you have intelligent systems, you can destroy for billions of advanced gear in seconds. Third, platforms of actually having transparency even as a warning systems and being able to handle data beats, again, any kind of hardware that you can actually invest in that will be finished in 20 years. So my question is, the biggest problems for companies and tech companies in Europe is that we're not scalable. Everything is anchored on national level. And what tech companies need is to scale fast, across country. So we need the ministry to work really as a team to address these challenges, because tech will solve some of the problems that we will only solve in 20 years, if not that. So my question is, how do we break down those barriers? How can we get the defense minister to discuss investment in advanced technologies? And should we actually invest maybe 25% of the future defense spending in the EU on advanced technologies?
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take... It's coming. No, it's coming. Don't worry. Thank you. The last question, and please quick answers.
Sure, I'll be really fast. Thank you very much for your very clear presentations this morning. I heard you, especially the ministers, mentioning how important it is to keep the NATO framework and how we are in need of that framework as Europeans. But we saw this year at some point that we were almost left alone with the U.S. struggle in terms of military aid to Ukraine, and that could happen again, of course, with the elections. And you mentioned it, what would happen in a new Trump scenario. So I don't want to reopen the Pandora box or the perhaps differences in view that we had in March. We ultimately agreed to give the additional facility to Ukraine, and we managed to get there. But what do you think we need to do to harmonize our strategies? And perhaps that goes back to also public investment. What would be the priorities to ensure our autonomy? And is that autonomy even possible and something that you see as coming in the near future? Thank you.
Okay, so I think the two ministers will have the last word on this, and in 1 minute each.
Allora, io nella vita mi sono occupato.
In my life, I have been dealing with defense, but for 10 years I've been the chairman of the Association of the Italian Defense Industry, so I think it is easier. It would be easier for the new commissioner to build future European armed forces, talking about interoperability, build the rules for the single market. It would be much easier to do this than to have all the European industry join up. I don't think it is the time for a European procurement, because I don't think that nations will give up their national industries. Why? Because industries mean job, and I'm looking at our moderator, and can you imagine Thales, Dassault, Airbus renouncing their sovereignty? Can I renounce on behalf of Leonardo Fincantieri to our sovereignty? This is the biggest problem at the industrial level, also because we are talking about private companies. Rheinmetall and so on. The public industries are maybe in Italy and France. The others are private companies. You cannot order them to join up. This is a very difficult problem.
Bisogna ragionare probabilmente sulle tecnologie.
We have to reason about technologies, the speed of technologies, how to open up to technology, how to just break down all the bureaucratic obstacles. It is so difficult. We need 20 days for MBDA to intervene on the SAMP-T. We need 15 days to take the SAMP-T battery to Ukraine for the bureaucracy. And this is a system that will be used to defend Ukrainian children, but we have to pass through other European countries, and it needs such a long time. Is it tolerable? I don't think so. We have so many aspects we have to deal with. For me, the most difficult one is to create a single European market. We can find a way to have them operate together, and the only thing that can push the merger of these industries is incentives, is fiscal advantages. This if you're talking about a European level. Otherwise, everything will remain the same, unfortunately.
To say a word. First of all, I finding myself totally agreeing with Guido here today. It is clear that incentives have to be produced by the new European Commission in order to help create a common market, the common space of the European defense industries. And that is needed. And that is not needed just as an antagonism towards the United States. But let us be honest and clear between us, and there was a question posed before on this. I'm not predicting the next US elections, and I'm not entitled to do that. Who am I to speak about the choice of the American people? But there's one element we Europeans have to appreciate. There is a growing isolationist element in the United States. A part of the United States society, for their own reasons, see that the United States can live safely between the two oceans and does not necessarily have to involve itself in Europe or anywhere else. And even the not isolationist part of the United States looks more towards China and less towards Europe. It was the invasion in Ukraine that changed that, but changed it up to a point. So Europe has to be able to sustain itself. And to be able to sustain itself, it has to have a defense industry of itself, not as an antagonist, but as something that can help us defend ourselves, and in the end of the day, realize the main purpose of the Union, which is this unique space of human rights, of democracy, of free speech.
So the message is clear. Thank you very much. We have exceeded our time. Thank you, and join me in applause. Thank you.
GLOBSEC, Kim Dozier.
Hello, thank you. Welcome to the next session here on the Albright Stage as the rather rowdy last session leaves the room. We are about to discuss the EU digital agenda, so please get your GLOBSEC apps ready. There will be a couple of Slido polls. But first I'd like to introduce you to a couple of women who are a part of GLOBSEC's See Her initiative. This is an initiative to amplify women's voices from Central and Eastern Europe, the Western Balkans, and the Eastern neighborhood. So with that, I'd like to say please welcome to Vladislava Gubalova and Alexandra Hordon.
All right. Good morning to everyone. I think we had a very intense and dynamic discussion just now, but we would like to prepare you for another urgent topic, and that is Europe's digital agenda. As Kim already mentioned, my name is Vladislava Gubalova, and I'm a senior fellow here at GLOBSEC.
And my name is Alexandra Hordon, and I'm a project coordinator here at GLOBSEC. In today's world, driven by technology and innovation, besides new challenges, new opportunities emerge as well. Just as in other areas of life, the digital space can also benefit from gender equality and diversity. So I would like to ask you a question. What do you think? Do all genders benefit from digitalization equally? I invite you to answer the question in Slido. And we will see your answers popping up here.
All right. We are somewhat equal on the answers. Indeed, while there has been some progress, and it is visible through either policy, structural mechanisms, or changes in perception, definitely when we are thinking about drafting the strategic vision for Europe's digital agenda, we will have to be very careful in including in the transformation process that this is inclusive and this is beneficial.
Here at GLOBSEC, we address this pressing issue and other diversity topics through our key initiative titled See Her, and with the full support of our newly formed Women's Leaders Council. Our mission is to amplify the voices of women and make sure that women's perspective is included in the discussion about Europe's future and the place in the world. And at See Her and with the Women Leaders Council, we're not just talking about inclusion, we are making it happen.
All right. And so maybe we can go back to the initial topic of digital and our Slido. And there is one more question for you. Can you guess right now in the European Union, what is the percentage of women that are represented in the ICT sector? All right. We are definitely having a knowledgeable audience or an audience that have already read our report. But in our latest report, indeed, we have discovered that at the moment, we're standing at 19% here in the European Union. And if we looked at Central Europe, you would see that actually it drops further to 15%. Of course, when women would like to join the digital space, either as users or as creators, they are faced with several and different of sorts challenges. We can talk here, of course, about the gender-based cyber violence that is being experienced, biased algorithms, lack of advanced digital skills, not basic, but advanced digital skills, gender stereotypes. Did you know that in the European Union right now, if there are 1% of school girls that are actually interested in digital career compared to 10% of school boys, for example. Women in academia that also work on the topic are still struggling in visibility and authorship as well.
Among other challenges that women face are, of course, missing role models and leaders, lack of work-life balance, and finally, gender pay gap. Now, I have another question for you. Can you guess which country has the widest gender pay gap here in Central Europe? You can answer in Slido. Okay, some answers still coming. All right, so it looks like Slovakia is leading for now. Poland, Czechia, Austria, the lowest. Well, here's your answer. Actually, Czechia, with the gender pay gap of 30%, shows the lowest score among the countries which we examined, among the 4 countries. Austria is faring somewhat better with 20%, but still shows a pretty significant disproportion.
And this is as currently here in Europe alone, we have more than 700,000 openings in the digital sectors, which means that women have the opportunity to access, they have the opportunity to do it on their own terms. So that window is present. The question, of course, is how they can take that advantage and how we can support for them to enter and to sustain and to succeed. in the digital fields. And so in a non-exhaustive list, in our report, we have proposed several recommendations. Some of them include protecting women as digital users, either through policies, monitoring campaigns, digital literacy, of course, fostering digital education, increasing the visibility and number of role models, establishing and supporting well-coordinated hubs for monitoring and professional growth, support mothers to enter or re-enter the different sectors, and of course, when we talk about AI solutions, consult with women from various backgrounds.
So the report includes these and many other insights which we believe can benefit the EU's digital agenda.
Please take a copy if you pass by one. We'll be happy also to talk to you on the site. And I think now it's time to welcome a group of extremely esteemed and well-knowledgeable experts who will bring to us indeed how we can move on towards a sustainable as well as human-centered digital transition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator, Chris Burns.
Hello, everybody. I hope my microphone is on. I think I hear myself. Yes, I'm Chris Burns, and you know, despite this California accent, I'm not just a surfer dude from California, but je suis un citoyen européen. I've lived in Europe half my life. I've been in Brussels for a decade and a half, so I know very much what these EU digital agenda issues are. And with me will be Ivan Bartoš, a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Digitalization of the Czech Republic. Please. Also, Aoife Houlihan, Vice President, Government Engagement, Visa. Welcome. Nana Louise Linde, Vice President of European Government Affairs, Microsoft. Please. And Peter Balik, Senior Advisor and former Minister of Investments, Regional Development and Informatization of the Slovak Republic. So let's have a seat, why not? And let me give you some tech tips, because not only are we speaking, but you will. We want you to. We'll have a roving mic and a couple of other tech tips. You can raise your hand either, or through the GLOBSEC app, you can put in a question. If you're a bit bashful, you can put it in there, and I'll get them on my iPad here. Hashtag GLOBSEC 2024. Keep that in mind. If you hear a good soundbite, please cast it wider. It's very important to get it out of this room. Beyond that, of course, we're streaming, and we're recorded, so you can see that for playback later. We're looking at three key issues. We're looking at skills jobs, we're looking at the market, we're looking at competition, the single market in Europe. How well is it working? How do we make it work? And third is security and safety. So before we get to those issues, I want to tap your brains with three quick questions. Can we go to that? First of all, the Slido queue. Can we go up on that? You can see the slido.com, or you can go through the GLOBSEC app. That is preferable to the organizers, since you connect. And that is the same hashtag as sending it out. Hashtag GLOBSEC 2024 is the hashtag to send out on the social networks, and that was the one to log on. First one. How far has your company or organization made the transition to digital? How far along are you? So are you getting started? Is it a work in progress? Oh, is it cutting edge? Yeah. All right. And be honest. Okay. And I think people are brutally honest. Half of you say it is a work in progress. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's move on to the second question. In what ways, I hope that's the next question. Yeah, in what ways is the skills gap holding your company organization back from the digital transition? In what ways? So this is a word cloud. You can put in anything you want. I'd like to see that. What's holding you back? Because we'd like to kind of discuss that over the next 45 minutes with you. What do you think? Maybe it's a little early to think. But yeah, it's a question of money too. Yes, that's right. Investment, right? Uncertainty. Yeah. Do we have the budget for it? And there's, of course, bureaucracy. It's winning hearts and minds too, isn't it? Within the organization. Yeah, lack of will, that's the thing, right? No time. No time. How do you make the time? And the mentality, resources, yep. Laziness, mentality. But if you know that if you don't get with the program, get on the train, you're going to lose out to the others, to the competition. Okay, let's go to the third, mentality and budget. Yeah, it's those two. Very interesting. Okay, question 3. How worried are you about cybersecurity and online safety? That's what we're going to attack as well. So, panic button. Somewhat concerned. Okay. Nobody's not worried yet. That's interesting too. Yeah, very good. Somewhat concerned. But 1/3 are really worried. How do we soothe their concerns? Maybe we can come up with some solutions. Maybe you can. So let's get it started then with skills, because it's all about skills. It's all about jobs, right? How many jobs are going to have to evolve? We want it to be win-win. We don't want people to lose. We want people to advance. How do you do that so that we don't have winners and losers, right? A couple stats I can throw out. 2021 Digital Economy and Social Society Index shows that 1/3 of Europe's workforce lack basic digital skills. Uh-oh. Now, maybe it's better in the last 3 years, but, and maybe COVID sort of kind of sped it up, hopefully. And then the other one is more than 3/4 of companies in an EU report, in the EU report difficulties to find workers with the appropriate skill set. 3/4? Wow. So let's get started. Let me first then go to Ivan. And I might mention that you were tech minister 2 years ago when Czech had the presidency, rotating presidency of the EU. One headline I saw from Politico, a pirate, because you were the Pirate Party, a pirate in Brussels, Czech tech minister to shake up the EU on laws to regulate artificial intelligence, data, and digital identity. Now, since then, we have the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and before that, we have the GDPR. Those are the data protection, right? So we have things in place. We have the regulations in place. Did you get what you want? Did you shake things up?
Let me address this.
Let's talk about skills too.
Yeah, let me address this topic. My mom kind of like it, right?
Yeah.
So she's got a printout of that topic. The thing was, especially when Russia attacked Ukraine, right? There was a huge will and power, and it's there in place in Europe to cooperate on the important things. So even the presidency was in the hard time. All the states were willing to cooperate. So we closed so many files, finding an agreement of 27 member countries of something that we never thought before. So in one hand, there was a lot of on stock to do, CHIPS Act, DSA, DMA, AI Act, but there was a huge will, and von der Leyen addresses that, guys, don't give up on our goals. We have to tackle the issue of Russian aggression in Ukraine, solve the energy crisis, but do not give up on them goals we set it up, because the time won't wait. Right. Digitalization won't wait. So this was a driver. So it was a success, but not of Ivan, but all of them countries trying to find agreement on what is common, what would move us forward. So this was a particular particular motion that I felt during our presidency. That's why we succeed, for example, on finding agreement on AI Act. So thanks to everyone who did cooperate, less red lines, and then we can move. The thing is, and it's more important part now, that we need to implement, and that's a tricky thing.
Put it into action.
Yeah, so we address the Commission and many states and many ministers, please guys, do little regulation this time in the future Commission. Right. Let us to implement correctly European-wide, because how the Europe can fail if we implement in a different way, and we then lose the benefit of a single market, right, which means same regulation and the same situation in all the states.
Okay, so that's the big picture. What about skills and jobs? We'll hit that first. How do we address that?
Okay. As you said, it was one of them topics that we also raised. We do have a lack European-wide of a digital educated people. We are doing pretty good.
Even though last year I think was
we are doing pretty good in upskilling people to using digital services because they are using internet banking, they are shopping on eBay, on local markets and stuff. So Czech Republic, for example, is raising up to 80% of know how to use the internet, know how to find an information, create the content, use the state services.
So that's higher than the European average.
Yeah, but it's of a user. You are a power user. You can use the technology. Still, you are not resistant against disinformation or being cheated, your data being stolen. So that's another issue. But European-wide, we do have a lack of education, not even on an ICT field, but also in STEAM, engineering. Okay. And it could be a race between the European states, or it could be a cooperation to adjust expectation and the maturity of a company and education system to, from very childhood, address that.
So you'd like to see more done on a European level. What are you doing on the Czech level? I see you're active.
Okay. Here. Digitalization itself is boring because no one understands what it is, right? So what we did, we say, hey, let's do it as a festival. So we created this trademark, pretty known, with hundreds of cooperation institutions, from the governments to the universities, and say, it's going to be a Czech Digital Week. Each year, there's going to be a festival of what we achieved, of a networking, and let's inform the community of a progress from one year to another. It's a third session this year. So if you like a music festival, I don't know what's your preference.
Absolutely, I play guitar.
You're each year, all year, you are following what's next, what band's going to play in there. Oh, there is a message to community. So we try to make it more popular, less boring, which attracts people. If I take a look to the STEM, for example, there is this commercial parts called the Makers Fair, right? It's a show up of technology. A few months ago, there was one in Prague, thousands of visitors, and those are kids, parents, obviously like it even more than the kids. And you can touch things, robots, build up a house on the place. So this is a continuous way how to attract the talents from very childhood, go to those skills. And one of them things we have to learn from advanced, and you represent their advanced business players. Each company, even the biggest one, IBM, still do have people who were on the very beginning working on the first IBM tools, and then they don't want to fire those people. They don't want to have those legacy employees being left behind. So they do upskill their people through the work, and it's very hard thing, and it was written in there, and that's my last issue. Work-life balance. You cannot work hard in industrial field and expecting those people to go in the evening and upskill in anything. They don't want to go home, be there with them families, right? So it has to be a combination of state provides tools, companies provide space and expertise.
Right, so
it couldn't be done by the state.
Has to be both, right?
Yes.
Right. And talk about kids. I have skin in the game. I have 2 European teens, and they have to figure out their future, and digital has to be a part of it. What, Aoife over at Visa, what about this European tech hub in Warsaw? Can you talk about that, building skills?
So we announced this last year, so we're already, I think, halfway through our kind of target of hiring 1,500 people in Warsaw. This is very much specialist focused on cyber defense, security, some product development and this. But we chose Warsaw and we chose this region because of access to talent. Also, at the post-Ukraine, and well, we don't say post, but when there was a large influx of very skilled workers coming from Ukraine, we also saw this as an opportunity. We now have over 20 nationalities, with close to 800 people now newly employed in the last year. So the talent is there. We're attracting talent into Europe, but we still see a gap in the skills and that pool. We also see this as the minister said, a part of upskilling, and how we transform the visa workforce is incredibly important. But very interestingly, and this is not a secret, I met the Czech Central Bank yesterday. They said we're upskilling our own staff in the payments unit to be, and they said our profile of how we hire has enormously shifted to be much more technical, much more specialist. This is both from a product point of view, but a security point of view. Yeah. So I think we're all on this together, and the will is there, but I think we do need to be quite conscious about the investment and the change of mindset that's involved. Because I think we were speaking about this earlier, this will start from university, but it'll start much earlier than that. It will start from a school point of view of, an understanding that these jobs exist and how do you get there, and that it's open to everybody.
Yeah. There's also a Cyber Skills Academy, Anna Louise, at Microsoft. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me. And we were talking about skills, and I saw your question before. Yeah. It's very saying that 70% of European companies feel they need people, they're lacking people with digital skills. Yeah, it's very... and of course, as a big tech company, we feel we have a big responsibility to help fill that gap. And of course, in the world that we live in, cybersecurity skills is a very, like you also alluded to, a very important part of the skills that we need. So the Commission actually launched this academy, Cyber Skills Academy, and asked companies to make a pledge to contribute to filling this gap and upskilling the population. And Microsoft made a pledge. So we agreed to train 100 people, 100,000 people over 2 years. And this was in April 23. And this summer, we're already on 129,000. So we're continuing, of course. But
you've exceeded.
So this is one example of what we do. We do more broadly than cyber skills, and it's also in the different investments that we're doing in the AI infrastructure, in cloud infrastructure in Europe. We're always combining it with a commitment to upskill the population in that country.
Yeah. Let me go over to Peter, former minister in the Slovak Republic, also regional development and information. The GLOBSEC report, how does that, what's a concrete example of how it's proposing to improve skills, upskill Europeans?
Yes, thank you very much as well for having me. As you mentioned, I was for a short time Minister of Caretaker Government in Slovakia last year, responsible for a wide agenda, similar to Ivan's agenda, EU funds, regional development, and digitalization. So I had the chance to taste what a minister for digitalization needs to do in a Central European state. And afterwards, I started to get engaged also with GLOBSEC and other international institutions on providing recommendations for digital transformation and innovation economy. And there is a report which you can actually find outside, created with GLOBSEC and with a group of experts on digitalization from Meta, Amazon, public servants from Estonia, and other experts from the CE. And what my conclusion of this report is that we really don't need to start discovering, or it's not really a rocket science what needs to be done. We really know what needs to be done. Europe knows what needs to be done. We are all talking about the same topics, but we finally need to do it. Yeah. We are talking for ages about the digital single market, and a lot has been done on that, but still, I mean, there are gaps remaining. We are talking ages about the capital markets union, but there is still a huge diversity in terms of the single market for capital. We know that the backbone of our economy are SMEs, but the support is still lacking, and we know that we need to further develop digital skills. We need to somehow fight against brain drain in the CEE countries.
Yeah, indeed, or keep the brains we got.
Exactly. Yeah. So these are topics that we all know that need to be done, and it was also mentioned in yesterday's keynote by Ursula von der Leyen that we need to increase competitiveness, we need to support innovation, and we know that. But how do we need to do that?
And yeah, you wanted to add something, Ionan.
I may add to that, thank you. I may add to that maybe two more things. Okay. When we talk about education, and we still in our heads imagine IT class, right? When you learn how to program whatever language, when you learn how to use whatever tool. But of my experience, even in the high school, but also the primary school, is that there is a horizontal thing. It's a combination of you are learning biology using whatever tool which brings you to computers, right? So this is one approach. And one of them thing, which is similar and it's based on the business experience, I had a chance, and there is one in Prague, which I'm very happy, and you start with French because it's probably originally a French product. It's a 42 network. We have one in Prague, right? It's an education center. It's not a university. It's run by the private companies. It's called the 42 Prague. It's 42 probably in other states of Europe. There are many of those. And it has what the people need. It's got a gamification of education process. It's open 24/7. So if you've got a kid in care, if you are a parent, if you are working hard in your company, but you have a Saturday morning bad weather or 33 degrees, it's nice climatization in there, you can go there and work on your upskill in driven courses, having a shared knowledge, mentoring by those who are on a higher level. And as I'm seeing demands from the companies, having a certification from this Network 42 or 42 Prague, it's being understood this man or woman knows this particular technology on a certain level. So all that upskill thing has to be like really fit to the needs of the people who wants to upskill. Because the other hand, the only way how we can do that, it's a threat, people, because of the expectation, and it's an EU report, if we won't do things, in Czech Republic, 500,000 people would be in 10 years, wouldn't get a job because their basic skills would not fit the need of the industry.
Yeah, we got to move faster.
And so, but you won't believe it until it would touches you. I never learned anything that I didn't need for my career work when I need it. So it's not a good way to like scare people of losing a job, but it's unstuck. It will happen. If you cannot work with the computer, even of a current, let's say, basic depot operator, you won't do the job, right? That's scary.
I'd like to move on to the, because we're actually, in principle, only have like 12 minutes left. I don't know how we're going to do that, because I want to get your questions. We have a lot of great questions. Aoife, very quickly, about this idea on single market and competition, that regulation is too slow to encourage that single market competition. That, for instance, the thing about the €50 limit on swiping, that it takes too long to update the law.
Yes, and obviously payments has evolved, digital payments has evolved very, very quickly, a huge acceleration through COVID as well. And, we have a big piece of legislation. We don't want to go into all the details, but it said, yes, you can now use contactless on your card up to €50, and this was implemented in 2017. It became very critical during COVID because people did not want to touch terminals, etc. It also has a very wide adoption across demographics, ages, and very low fraud. And then we have a new proposal from the European Union, which happened last year. It keeps the total at €50. So that will go through now a legislative process until about 2026. It'll be implemented, it'll be in place for 7 years, and then it'll be reviewed. And it's still €50. And your basket is getting quite light in the supermarket with inflation already. And I think it's just an illustrative example of we need to be a little bit more agile, maybe thinking a bit more about the outcomes here rather than the prescriptiveness. Because fundamentally, we're always going to be behind on regulation. And that, you know, that's a reality of Brussels.
Right.
But
so there has to be flexibility there. And also there's self-regulation as well. I want to go to Nana Louise because you have this tech accords, right?
Yes.
You want to talk about that, where that is, it is an industry initiative. I saw the website for it. Lots and lots of companies, including yours, have signed on to that. Can you tell us about that for cybersecurity? I want to move to cybersecurity.
I was just, my brain was going on the AI opportunity for Europe, but this is also a very good topic. Okay. No, one of the biggest threats that we are worried about is, of course, cyber attacks on governments and companies, but very much also the disinformation and misinformation, especially related to elections. We talked about that out there before we went in. And in order to do something about that, we teamed up with other tech companies and made this pledge tech accord for elections, where we, together with other tech companies, signed up to things that we will do, to do more to avoid deepfakes, to use AI in bad ways.
Yep. I hear from the Parliament side, because I spend a lot of time at the European Parliament, there's the other side that says self-regulation is not enough. We need to have rules that they abide by, that the industry abides by. Otherwise, you know, without binding, forget about it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe that might surprise people, but I'm very much pro-regulation. I think there has been a lot of important regulation done already.
Okay. So we have
actually
DMA.
Just launched in the US a white paper on what kind of regulation and self-regulation we think is needed more to protect the public from deceptive use of AI online.
Protect authenticity, take action, raise awareness.
Yes, and you know, remove quickly. I think one important piece of it is also really to make the public more aware. Yeah. We did a lot of deepfake trainings with parties up to the elections in the EU. We do that also around in the national elections, training candidates on how they can avoid having deepfakes done on their own account, how they can remove them, what do they do if they get it. So training, awareness, there's elections, very important elections coming up in Moldova and in Czech, where we are very worried that they will be inflected by misinformation, deepfakes and others. So I think one way to address this is to make the public aware how they can discover it. But there's an obligation on tech companies also to remove them fast and avoid that their technology is not illegal to make a deepfake.
Yeah.
But
very quickly, Ivan, on the coming elections in Czech. I mean, how?
Okay, so using whatever techniques during the campaign, it's there from the very history, right? One of them things that it's tricky about AI and let's say fake videos generations and publishing in them is that you've got certain level of a cognitive functioning of your brain when you say this must be true because everything leads to the point it's true. For some of them, people having my picture with the bubble saying something that I never said, it's sufficient proof that, I don't want to swear, that I said that and not vote for whatever politician, right? I expect to have more proof that something is real. When I saw the Pope first being AI generated in this winter jacket, You know, and Pope is kind of cool guy. It's like, why not? He's got this, you know, winter jacket. It's kind of cool. It doesn't harm anyone, right? When you believe Pope wears that jacket. So you say, okay, it's not a dangerous misuse of AI.
But when it's impersonating a politician, that's something else.
But then even, and if you see a video, voice that fits to that, and it somehow put it in the context of what you believe, even I could be misleaded, you know, for a while or forever. So this is a tricky thing, that even we think of us as of those who do understand, investigate, being information educated, we can be tricked when it reaches certain level of, okay, I believe this is true.
I got 5 minutes left. I'm so sorry. I need to get to the questions quickly, unless they give me more time. We have a hand raised over there, and while they're getting the mic to him, hang on a second. I have a question here. Why, in your opinion, is Ukraine more successful in digitalization despite the war than EU countries? Somebody want to take that? Anybody have an opinion? Very briefly, because we got like 5 minutes.
I don't know if I'm the right one to answer this, but definitely during those 2 years of the war, they have needed to be very digital, both in order to defend themselves more efficiently and in order to keep communication going. But I think, you know, Zelensky was very, very ambitious on digitalization when he took office, and I think that's one part of the answer.
It takes leadership at the top to do.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next question.
May
yes.
I react to that?
Okay, briefly, Ivan.
I had a chance to talk to people like Fedorov.
And we have 12,
they are very dedicated to the goals. So they work hard on them goals. And one of them thinks, and it's not just because there is a war, but in the crisis, you don't really care about, you know, public procurement, and Ukraine doesn't follow the European public procurement legislation, so you can do direct partnership. Because there is a war, you're dealing with crisis, and it's allowed.
So they can act fast.
Yeah, so you can act fast, and in many cases, and I'm pirate, I was always, let's do public procurement on everything. It doesn't make, in a global world, in many cases, it just doesn't make a sense. You want to do government-to-government partnership project. You want to depict the one who is the best in particular technology, and Microsoft in them cases migrate all the data and clouds to the Poland, right? And they went cloud, entire government, like in a month. It's unbelievable. In any country in Europe, you can't do that. You just cannot do that.
They changed the law in 1 week in order to allow their data that was on servers in Ukraine to migrate to data centers, to keep them safe.
I don't know if in Poland, but it was a good path. I'm not criticizing that, but combination of those make it happen.
Okay, question over here, please.
Hello, Pavel Havlicek from Association for International Affairs.
Welcome.
I have a question to primarily Ivan Bartoš, but also other colleagues on the panel, because one of the issues that we are seeing actually in relation to regulation that we spent a lot of time discussing is that there's a huge gap between what the Brussels sort of machine is putting forward and then how the member states are actually able to process that and implement it on the national level. You, I think, Mr. Bartoš, you admitted yourself. And one of the examples that is actually striking in this country, in the Czech Republic, is that we still don't have the National Implementation Act on Digital Services Act. And we are still struggling to do that and pass our own law on the digital economy. So I just wanted to ask you how far we are. I know that the government gave that a green light, but then the whole legislative process will be happening. So how to overcome this and how maybe the EU can help member states to sort of in the future to avoid similar situations.
Yeah, let's not get stuck in the weeds quickly, please.
Yeah. And it's a legislative thing, right? So it's not about IT. You also need lawyers who understand the consequences of the national implementation. And basically, and I have to admit that, on the level of the government and expertise, you've got limited amount of people and limited time. So the best way is to implement almost with no changes based on someone who provides you the leadership. For example, European wallet, referential solution from Denmark. Why should we, all the countries, think differently if someone goes and show us the way? So yeah, and of course, it's a structure of the ministries. Some of them countries are very dynamic. We get to those ministries, put them together for 4 years to achieve this goal, then we just turn them apart, make a different structure. We are very rigid in Czech Republic of changing the structure. So sometimes 3 ministries are responsible for one particular delivery, which is tricky to coordinate.
Okay, another question out there? Yes, hand over there. As the mic goes over there, I have a question here. How do we ensure digitalization does not widen the gap between privileged and underprivileged communities in a way that later becomes harder to bridge? How do we prevent that gap from happening? Who would like to hit that? I mean, that could be a whole day conference, actually.
Yeah. I'm happy just to say one short comment. I think it's such a good question, and it's so important.
It's
so
political,
I think we have to
because the people who fall between the cracks, who lose their jobs, they're going to vote for populist
parties. I mean, for
parties.
our development of the technology and putting on the market, we put down, and you talked about self-regulation before, 6 really principles for everything that we do. And inclusivity and fairness are 2 of these principles that we include in everything that we do.
So how do you make it inclusive? I mean, it's a broad word. I mean,
it is.
Okay, maybe.
Well, I think just from we see a diminishment of cash at the moment, and we would always advocate, because of course in our business we want to digitize everything, but there must be a choice for consumer, and that must be available. And something does not always have to come at the cost of something else. It is, you know, if a consumer chooses to pay in a certain way in a certain context, once they're informed and they have a choice, I think it's very important. Yeah. We need to bring people on this journey rather than it always feeling very forced.
Absolutely, yeah. Ivan, quickly or no?
There has to be, even in the future, for today's 20 years old kid, there has to be I would say a paper way to do things, right? But not to charge them fortune to use a paper way. There will be certain amount of people who won't use them services, and we need to keep them involved. And it wouldn't cost us many people to do that, because more and more people will go. And one of them thinks of a liberalization to access to technology is this. Whatever is the trademark, I'm not showing any particular, like people do have a cell phone, so if we allow people to access of a specific price of a terrorist data in the box, if you take a look on states, Albania and the others, right? They skipped this desktop digital government thing. They went directly to the cell phone, because you can charge it even from local solar thing, and if you can get access to the internet and access to the data, that it's one of them part of not to be left behind in the future.
Then, of course, skilling and reskilling will need to be an important part of it. I mean, history has shown every time you have a new technology, there are jobs that go away. There's a lot of new jobs coming. You know, so how do we reskill people to become part of that development?
Well, on that, and please hold that question over there. There's one over here that is relevant to that. Is the Student Training Center part of Microsoft's promise to raise 100,000 people? Is it possible to create something similar for older people across Europe? I mean, for instance, I have a Polish mother-in-law who lost her job and votes for a populist party because she's angry with how the system left her behind.
Yeah.
How do you address that?
First of all, I actually don't know. So the person who posed this question can follow up with me, and we'll see if they're part of our program. Otherwise, they should definitely be. For the elderly people, it's something that we have focus on, and that will be part of this white paper for Europe that I just mentioned before.
Okay, good. Read the white paper. Peter.
We actually have lessons learned on that in Slovakia. We launched a program 2 years ago on training with digital skills elderly people. So we actually created a curricula which are focused on explaining what is a hardware, what is a software, how to use it, how to actually not trust all the information that is out there.
Right.
And actually these trainings are happening right now. It's being covered from the recovery and the resilience plan. It's a bit controversial measure in Slovakia, because at the end of the trainings, and that's actually the cherry on the top of the cake, the elderly people actually get a hardware. They get a tablet as a reward for participating in the digital skills trainings. But they really need to participate, and it's actually 40 hours of trainings that they get from the state.
Excellent. Ivan.
2 things happening in Czech Republic. One, I'm very proud of, it's not my goal. I didn't make it, I didn't create it. We've got NGOs of a huge volunteer network who are helping elder people to do things through the internet, from the hardware connection to actually user services on call. volunteers, republic-wide. The big thing that I started, and part of my education is librarianship, but the main is information science. We do have 6,000 libraries in Czech Republic, right?
That's a huge
network. Yeah. Communicated with people directly. There are no more transactional organization, borrow book, return book. They are involved in many cases of education, culture, and social life of the municipalities. And we prepared educational schemes for them and a portal in order them to teach people who they trust to your library. Everybody trusts librarian, right? Absolutely. All people don't trust politicians, government, whoever, but librarian knows you.
Your librarian and your doctor, right?
Yeah. So, and they are involved through the National Library. We just started this project. I'm very happy because they did participate in many things when state needed them help. And this is this direct last mile between the technology, I'm sending you to learn something, to the person who needs a guide. And librarian is a guide of a person to the world of information. So first 3 courses are how to use governmental services, have a secure ID to contact the states, use a portal of the citizen, and I don't know what's the third one, but something of them services. So this is the best way.
That's how you got to your 80%, I guess, right?
I will hope it will.
Digital literacy.
You have to do it continuously because technology is changing, right?
Absolutely. One final question, please, briefly.
I'm not sure. It's open.
Yes.
That's good. Hi, my name is Roberta Răducu. I'm with the New Strategy Center, and I'm also a researcher at the university in Romania. And my research showed that, actually the research that I was part of, showed that there's a generational gap, and there are generational differences and points to be addressed while teaching people how to use different technology.
Yeah, like we just talked about, yeah?
Yes, but actually there's more than that, because what I saw right now was a split between students and older adults. But what about the middle part? Because there you also have 2 generations, not just one, but 2 generations. Okay. The classical millennials, if you want, and then the X generation.
Right. That's true, yeah.
How do you address that?
How do you address that?
In training.
Okay, thanks for the question. Can somebody answer that in 15, 20 seconds? Whose soundbite can we take from one of you?
Same content, different channels. I've got 18-year-old daughter. She's power user of a cell phone. Is she digitally skilled? Nope. Did she get it from the school? Nope. She's learning by the mistakes, so I'm trying to lead them. So different channels, same content, in the way the generation would understand it. I'm talking to my mom about tree with the leaves, explaining them files in their computer. I wouldn't probably succeed with that towards my daughter, but of them language. And it has to be carried by people who do trust. I'm 44, 18-years-old kids thinking I'm a boomer, and they don't trust me at all. So they need them role models to explain them how to use them services.
It's part of that work in progress. We have to wrap this up, unfortunately, but thanks to Aoife and Anna Louise, Ivan, Peter, a big hand to them, and the organizers, and the team. And yes, we have a lot of issues that we dealt with, but there are many things that are still a work in progress to make happen. We heard about solutions. That was very important. Thank you very much for your questions. Hashtag GLOBSEC 2024 for anything you heard in this past hour that you'd like to cast wider. This is recorded on YouTube. And next up on the Albright Stage, insights into the changing politics of Europe. So we'll see you in a few moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Koch.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Kathleen Koch. If I look familiar, it's because I was a CNN correspondent for about 18 years. Now I run a nonprofit called Leaders Link, and I've written a book and won some awards. But we're here to talk today about Central and Eastern Europe. And I think this is such a fascinating part of the world in these challenging times, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of the same descriptions that I have of the region, right? A region that's coming into its own, that's taking center stage, a region that has arrived, that is emancipating. And I hope some of you saw the excellent GLOBSEC Trends magazine. They even put it on the cover. It was a brave new region. Well, we are going to be talking about that today with 4 former heads of state, and some of them actually laid the groundwork for where these countries are today. But before we get to our discussion, we would like to poll the audience. So I hope you've all got the Slido app open on your phones. Pull it up on your phone, your computer, go to the Slido function. And our question is, which country in the region, Central and Eastern Europe, currently has the most political weight? Who would you say is boxing above their weight class? So as you answer the question, I would like to welcome my panel to the stage in alphabetical order because I don't want to be accused of favoritism. So first, Gordon Bajnai, who is the former Prime Minister of Hungary, Mikuláš Dzurinda, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia, Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Austria, and Mirek Topolánek, the former Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. Gentlemen, welcome. Prime Minister Bajnai, I'd like to start with you. What stands out most to you when you look at the political dynamics in Central and Western Europe, how they've evolved over the last few decades?
Well, I just listened to your intro, and I remembered my days leaving university in 1991, Karl Marx University of Economics in Budapest. We changed its name to Budapest University of Economics, and I thought at the time that this is going to be now a linear up and up and up for all of our countries. And I thought it's easy. Now we left the Soviet bloc, we will be a capitalist market economy, we will be a Western-style democracy, we will soon join NATO, we will join EU, and soon we will live like our Austrian neighbors, which was for hundreds of years always the aspiration of Hungarians.
It sounds so easy, it sounds inevitable, right?
And that's how it sounded, as you say, but it didn't happen, I have to say. What I realized not now, but probably 15 years later, that each of our countries went through a very zigzagged route. Some had very long zigs. Sometimes some countries are in such a long zig now that I don't know if there will be a zag after that. In '94, Sir Ralph Dahrendorf, the legendary sociologist, came to Budapest and gave an interview. And he said, I'm afraid of this enthusiasm of these countries because you can change the political system in 6 months, you can change the economy in 6 years, but to change the social structures, it takes 60 years. Wow. So we are in year 34, and sometimes I question, are we still within the 60 years or in a Groundhog Day turning back to bad practices?
Fascinating, fascinating. Prime Minister Dzurinda, how would you describe the evolution that the region has undergone? You are a runner. Would you say this has been a marathon or a sprint?
In the past, it was a sprint, like Gordon has recently described. We were running maybe too fast, and now we face something like a relapse. But the general recognition in my head is that the center of gravity in Europe, political center of gravity, has been moved eastward.
Interesting.
With Poland at the helm of this process. If you look at the current situation, if you look at the role which is played by Poland, if you look a bit to the south, at Romania, for instance, We all know that the largest NATO base is being based in this country very recently. And then, if you raise your eyes to the north, you see the Nordics and Baltics. And this eastern flank of the EU is passing through a real transformation from an outsider to a new hope and future of the EU. This is my understanding or feeling in these days.
You know, I think this is a perfect time to see what the result of our poll is. So could Slido please put up, isn't that interesting? Could we put the results back up there? We should have a word cloud. And Poland, right? Fascinating, just as you said. So, Chancellor Kurz, what factors do you believe have driven the most significant change in this region over the last decade?
So, if I look at the region, I have a very positive view. So, probably from Austria, it looks a bit different. But if I look at the region, my feeling is that it's an economic success story. For example, if you compare bureaucracy, the growth rates in Germany, some Western European countries, to the dynamics in the region, I would still say that it has been a success story and there's still a huge potential. So I think one thing that has changed is the economic growth in Central Eastern Europe has changed the countries and has given the countries, of course, a lot of self-confidence and also increased the political influence from my perspective. I think a second driver probably in the last 10 years which has changed a lot was the migration crisis. Yeah, I think for the first time the countries in the region had a very clear approach, a very clear position, much different than the position of Western European countries like Germany or leaders in Brussels. From my perspective, they were right. Yeah, I think on a political level and how the debates went in the European Council and among the ministers, that was for the first time very different. And one thing that is, I would say, problematic in a way is if you look at the support for the European Union, especially in Western Balkans, other countries in the region. I read a survey a few weeks ago that 60% of people in the CE countries think that that they could lose their cultural identity due to European Union. If you look at the Western Balkans, for example, there was a lot of enthusiasm towards the European Union 10 years ago when I was foreign minister. Now I have the feeling that there's a lack of perspective, yeah? That there is not the same clear vision when these countries could become member states of the European Union. So I would say economically very positive, and on a political level, well, as always, ups and downs.
Prime Minister Topolánek, you know, when you look at this region and what it has accomplished over the last generation, it really is extraordinary. But what do you think? Do you think it is going to maintain its direction? Because the political landscape is really increasingly unstable. Or do you think that some countries will start to backslide?
Yeah, I will start with some controversial thesis, maybe for Sebastian.
As always.
Yeah. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin announced in the Munich Security Conference two very dangerous theses for this region, for Central and Eastern Europe, for Baltic countries, Balkan countries, and so on. The first was the greatest tragedy of 20th century was the collapse of Soviet Union, and the second was I have to move the Europe before the 1997, before the discussion about enlargement of NATO. It is dangerous for all countries from this former Soviet Union bloc. Yeah? But I think we have to start, when we would like to understand this region, Central Europe, we have to understand 20th century in the whole 100 years. The greatest tragedy of 20th century was the collapse of Austrian-Hungarian Empire. Mickey won't agree with me, but it was start of this disillusion, frustration, dissatisfaction, and so on. Yeah? These totalitarian regimes during 20th century influence and touch these countries very, very strongly. And now we are 35 years after the World Revolution, 25 years after accession of Hungary, Poland, and Czech Republic to the NATO, 20 years after the accession of Slovakia. We are 20 years after the entry to European Union family. We are 70 years after accession to the Schengen area, Schengen agreement. Yeah? It's amazing. We have to be proud and satisfied. Why? We are not so proud and satisfied. And we have to find the reasons of this frustration, disillusion, dissatisfaction. We don't understand each other in this region. It is not easy, historically. And now I'm able to identify 3 reasons. The first is we don't understand, generally, we don't understand this new wars, these culture wars about gender, about migration, about climate changes, and so on. Not me, but people generally in these countries. That's why we can identify many, many political changes. The better development of politically. We don't feel safe politically, geopolitically, energy-wise. I don't know exactly which fields. Yeah? It's first. The second reason is we don't feel secure, safe, because the Western European countries don't understand our fear from Russia, fascist, imperialist country. Yeah? All the time attack your neighbors and try to arrange buffer zone for imperial interests. It's not so easy to understand it.
And what's number 3?
Spain guys don't understand so as Poland. 100 years under the imperialistic kingdom of Russia. And the third, economically, we are going down. It's not easy to explain people you will be poorer, because we will have more expensive energy. We will leave our heavy industry and industrial dominance and so on. Yeah? It is not easy, and people are divided. Society is divided, and it is some result of this is visible in the elections.
You describe much of the world, I think, right now. Mm-hmm. People struggling economically, etc.
Of course.
Prime Minister Bajnai, what is going to happen in Hungary? Is this a permanent state of affairs?
Nothing is permanent in politics, but I'm not a political analyst. It's a long zag, as I said at the beginning. That's my hope. There are massive structural changes in Hungary. In Hungary, it's not just democratic bad 4 years or 8 years or 12 years. I think there are structural changes to how the country operates in terms of the economy, and most importantly, the mentality of the people. There is a very well-crafted long-term plan. Well-crafted, I don't mean it positively, but well-considered plan to make a significant part of the population again dependent on state redistribution. Because that gives a lot of power to politicians. If the teachers are not reporting to the municipality, but reporting to a central government body, just to give you one small, not so small example, then they will depend on redistribution and the will of they have to be loyal to the central power. So to a degree, we are, but not we, I'm not part of, I don't consider myself part of that, but the ruling regime in Hungary is recreating a kind of one-party state, where the state and the party is completely overlapping, like it did in the 1950s to end of 80s, under a different ideology. But that is not just changing the economic structure of the country, but it's changing the mentality of people. The criteria of success in society is, again, being loyal to the system, to the regime. Competition is being competitive, being in a market economy is less relevant than being in the network of the ultimately centralized regime. So I think it's after such a long period of going in one direction, whenever, I don't expect anything to change quickly, but whenever there is a change, it will be very, very difficult again to turn back to a different route, if at all that is possible.
So sort of like steering an ocean liner, it will not turn back quickly.
What we learned, I quoted Sir Ralph Dahrendorf, is it can take 60 years to change society. We went in one direction with ups and downs and difficult periods for about 20 years, the first 20 years after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, and in the last 14 years we are gradually turning away from that, getting to a situation where I think the regime that governs Hungary is basically incompatible with the way the European Union is built and run today, based on the values, the way it operates, and therefore I'm very sadly and pessimistically expecting a collusion, a conflict between these two, and I don't think that long term either this regime is not sustainable and Europe and then we'll have to somehow get out of Europe, which I would very much not like to have. I would be super, I would think it's tragic to be, but that's probably a path. Or Europe needs to change substantially away how it operates today, and that was the stated intention of the regime in Hungary, to create a coalition to change Europe hugely away from where it is today. So I don't think this cohabitation can be maintained for a longer period, and the problem of the regime in Hungary, they don't have a majority vote in the country to get out of the EU. The majority of the population is still pro-European, but there is heavy work being done to change that public opinion, and very systematic for the last over 10 years. And the other problem, and I'll stop here, is there is no economic solution to that problem. The next day, the Hungarian economy would collapse. Those Chinese or German car manufacturers who are in Hungary would leave the country if that happens. So I don't think there is a timeline or a deadline for this to happen, but there is a strategy, because the regime is not compatible with the European Union as it works today. That's my probably very negative view of what is about to happen.
Well, let's now go for a more optimistic note. Prime Minister Dzurinda, some Central and Eastern European countries were right about Russia when so many others were wrong. Can those countries now lead? Is this their time to step forward together?
Yes, I believe that we are relatively strongly united around Ukraine. For some politicians, it is advantageous to play a role of peacekeeper or something like that. But in general, a vast majority of our citizens in all Eastern European countries are united around Ukraine. We understand the danger of Kremlin. We understand that this is a European neighborhood which we face. So in principle, I believe that the coalition of willing, connected around Poland, will continue the effort to curb Putin and his regime in Kremlin. The question is that how should be stronger? How to create a political strategy, how to do that in cooperation with the United States, maybe in the umbrella of NATO. It is not enough.
So there's not a strategy, you think, right now?
In my eyes, we are missing such a strategy. We assist Ukraine, we encourage the country, We receive refugees fleeing Ukraine, but in my eyes, this is the biggest weakness of the Western world in these times. The lack of clear political, maybe also military strategy. I am not a soldier, but in politics, I miss that element.
So you're saying we're throwing money, we're investing, but we don't have a plan.
Look, United States is paying. The European Union is paying. It is also costly. Either we want or not, we are a stakeholder of the process. We have not only a right, but also an obligation to talk to the main actors of the event. It means to Ukraine and also Russia. I'm getting nervous a bit because at the beginning, Monsieur Macron was visiting Kremlin on permanent basis. Now, no one is talking to these people. We need to talk to both of them, in Kyiv, but also in Moscow, as Europeans as well.
Chancellor Kurz, what do you think about those remarks, but also are Central and Eastern Europe finally rising?
I don't think so, to be honest. So I give you one example. In the days when I was foreign minister, the Visegrad group was extremely united. Yeah, so there was a common understanding on nearly everything.
And respected.
And at the same time, there was, because of migration, also a very emotional issue where they were all totally aligned. And my feeling in these days was that, of course, Germany and France were leading, but there was always a third voice, and that was the Visegrad group. So you had three main powers in the European Union: Germany, France, and the Visegrad group. Now, mainly because of different views on how to deal with Russia, the Visegrad group is not that united anymore. I would say there is still a common understanding on many areas, but not on Russia, which has now become the main issue and the most emotional issue after migration. And because of that, they are not as united as they were in the past. And I would say, yes, Poland is strong because it's a big player, but there's not the same power of the group compared to how it was 10 or 5 years ago. So from my perspective, I would not say that the region is on the rise politically when it comes to the power in the European Union. And also on Ukraine, I'm very skeptical and I'm not very optimistic, to be honest, because my feeling is whenever a war starts, there's huge support. Yeah, but the longer it takes, the more people find out that it has a price, that there's a cost. Yeah, and I see less support than at the beginning among people in Europe. It's probably different in some Eastern European countries. It's probably different in the Baltics. It's definitely different in Poland. But that if you look at other countries in the European Union, there's definitely less support. And especially, and that's the most important thing, I think the policy in the US is going to change. There will not be the same support as it was in the last few years. So from my perspective, it's needed that there are talks soon and that we all try to find a way out. And I'm scared looking ahead. If you look a few months ahead, I think the winter will be extremely difficult. The infrastructure in Ukraine is very weak now. A lot of damage has been caused. So I think this will be more and more difficult also for people in the country. So on that, I don't have a very optimistic view. I think we are in a situation where a new strategy is needed.
Prime Minister Topolánek, before we go to audience questions, I wanted to ask you this final question. Nationalist and populist parties, as we've seen, are on the rise in so many parts of Europe, so many parts of the world. Yet in Czechia and Poland, liberal parties won the day. How did they do it? What was their secret?
I think we have to start. With question why people, because problem of people, believe more the populists than the value-oriented politicians. It's reality in whole Europe. I think there are two sides of the false coin. On the one hand, for me, some new themes, new culture wars, progressivists, and some gender question and so on, and created the second part. We are Czechs, we are Polish, we are Hungarian, and so on, and these populistic and nationalistic tendencies. We learned each other to label people. You are fascist. We are a little bit conservative, you are fascist. When you are a little bit left-oriented, you are neo-Marxist. And this labeling and this simplification of the problem dividing the society more than before. It is very difficult now, not only in Central Europe, in Europe generally, in the Western civilization generally, to win election with some value-oriented politics. It is impossible. You have to be populistic to win elections. That's why the society is moving. And this crisis, financial crisis 2010, 2011, COVID crisis, new financial crisis, energy crisis, the war in Ukraine increased these tensions, these fears, and people believe many simple sentences and black and white vision of the world and so on. It will be very difficult to change it. We have to stop to lie to people. The first lie is because politics is working with two values, threat and hope. We lie to people that the biggest threat in the whole world are climate changes. And the hope is we will reduce CO2 emissions, we will win. We will save the planet. It is a big mistake. People don't believe it. Because they have a big fear from Russia, from the war, from the nuclear war, from poverty. And when we won't be able to substitute these threats and these hopes, we are going to the hell. Yeah.
Sorry, can I add just one word, because I liked a lot some parts of what you said, but I don't really like the term populism in politics, because my feeling is whenever you like the result of elections, it's fair and free elections and it's value-based, and if you don't like the results, it's populism. So I like what you said, because arguing against green positions, they would immediately say that's populism, what you said, yeah? So I have the feeling if the left says tax the rich, it's populism. If the far right says no migration, it's populism. I think we should be a bit more careful with the term populism and have a bit more respect for democratic elections, because I think we all like our liberal democracies. If every successful campaign, if every successful politician is seen as a populist, we are in a way challenging our own system. That's just my thought on that.
Prime Minister Bajnai, you wanted to chime in.
Jumping on this boat, so I think the secret of populism that it's popular, and in a market where you win by having the most votes, you have to be popular. And the vote of a 75-year-old pensioner and a 19-year-old university student and a 35-year-old engineer or security guard is the same. So So politicians are, just simple market terms, are incentivized to maximize their profit by achieving the biggest market share of votes. So if those are the rules, and those are the rules in the better parts of the world, you have to be popular. There are two fundamental topics of politics in normal times. Redistribution, social welfare issues, economic issues, and the other one is identity politics. And what has changed in our region, back to the original question of this panel, I think the 1990s and the first half of 2000, up until 2002, 5, 6, at least in Hungary, was dominated by redistribution questions. Who pays how much tax? Can you retire early or not? Which was a huge question after the collapse of the socialist communist industry. Can you retire early on? How much the state is giving you, and therefore how much is it taking away from those who pay tax? So taxes went up. The number of people become state dependent has grown. Politicians were inspired to give more and more through redistribution.
But not only in Hungary, also in other.
No, I'm just most familiar with my country, but I think it's it's pan-European issue.
Global problem.
Look at the French pension reform. My government had to increase retirement age from 62 to 65 in the biggest financial crisis.
I think in the US now it's 67.
And that was the single most unpopular measure of my government. We had many unpopular measures, but this was standing out. So I have some sympathy with President Macron's troubles now. But so what I wanted to say, there is the economic, social redistribution topic, but in our countries, as Mirek talked about that, is recently the identity politics took over and became the dominant issue. National identity, religious identity, and sort of negative definition of identity, whether you're against sexual orientation or certain types of beliefs, and that is actually much stronger. Economic positions can change, but identity politics binds voters much more strongly, and that recognition was very well applied in some of these countries, not just these countries. If you look at the US election, there is also a very strong identity element there.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Let's go to the Slido questions, and then we'll jump to the room. So if someone has a question, raise your hand, and we will have someone bring you a microphone. So if you want to get ready, let's go, though, to, let's see, what do we have? About the first question here. As Hungary continues down their current political path and Slovakia is seemingly headed in a similar direction, what does the future of the V4 look like?
I think that the regional cooperation is very natural. We should not exaggerate the political meaning of that, even though it is good if a number of countries connected on natural basis, on historical experience, are united. It is good. Visegrad 4, I remember not only the meetings of Visegrad 4, but I remember when Slovenia and Lithuania wanted to join, because we enjoyed high respect and reputation. Then, this is why then we created a special formula V4++. And I remember that in Hungary, we had Tony Blair. In Poland, we had Gerhard Schröder. In Slovakia, we had Wim Koch. We had Yanukovych also with us. And I remember that before the EU summits, it was a normal habit that the leaders of Visegrad 4 were meeting with the European leaders. In these days, it is different due to the development in Hungary and Slovakia. But we are still here. If I have a look in my country as a sprinter, I would say that we face a relapse, political relapse. But if I have a look as a marathon runner, I would say this is just an episode. We overcome sooner or later. So Visegrad 4 has a sense. Such sense as Nordic cooperation or the Benelux or cooperation of Balkan countries. So I still believe that we should stick to this tradition, to this cooperation, and develop it.
Thank you. Let's go to the room. Does someone have a question? If you would, raise your hand, and they will bring a microphone to you. And if we are all still thinking about our excellent questions, then I will go back to the Slido app and see. All right, let's go to the Slido app. Let me just pick one here. Let's see, okay, well, the one that's on the top of my pad says, the example of Slovakia and Poland is inspiring and proves that changes are possible in any country. In what year will Ukraine join the EU? Even during the war? Who wants to take that one?
To be honest, I don't think that it's realistic that a country joins the EU during a war, but I also think that sooner or later there will be no negotiations, so I don't think that we will have the war as it is now in 2026. So I think latest next year. I hope there will be a way to out and negotiations to come.
My contribution to this question is that Ukraine will join the EU when fighting is stopped, with the real prospect of sustainability.
Yeah, I saw you reacting.
I am a bit more skeptical. Maybe it is a very difficult question, and without the peaceful development, and some dreamers in this conference are usually announce Ukraine must win the war. I think the main target must be Ukraine must not to lose the war. It is more important because it is impossible to win in spite very massive help in weapons and so on. Ukrainian way to European Union will be very difficult, and it is not question of today, it is question of 10, 20 years. But they have to have this dream and this positive influence of this way. So to change rule of law, to change, to reduce corruption, because every war increase corruption, not decrease, as everybody is listening now, and so on. Yeah? And this way will be very, very, very difficult. I wish to Ukraine. I was there 100 times from 90s to this year, and the society is not prepared, and the war must finish. It's the first precondition to start some discussions.
Prime Minister Bajnai.
Just to add, first, I think there is a false and somewhat cynical realism that describes Ukraine as a proxy war only between the US and Russia and China in the waiting room. Those are all obviously realpolitik existing factors, but it kind of completely discounts the will of the Ukrainian people who are dying for a dream of belonging to the West, which in our countries many people are quite skeptical about now. But interestingly, those who are out want in. Those who are in are getting skeptical, I think, for the wrong reasons. But those people are dying to get into the European Union, and therefore we should respect that, and we should not take hope away from them. But I'm not in politics today, so it's just as a citizen. The other thing I wanted to say is, Ukraine joining the EU requires not just, I agree with that, not just a sustainable peace situation, it also requires the EU to change its operations. Because the EU internal operations cannot be managed already in the current format. It's a lame duck, it's creating, especially in foreign policy, but many other areas, it's creating constant disappointment and punches below its weight. And unless the EU is able to reform itself internally, to be able to receive new countries, it will not have the political consensus to receive those. So, and that's less bloody, but equally difficult than stopping that war, in my observation.
Can I add just one thing? So I like the idea of not taking away hope of people where hope is needed. At the same time, I think it's also good to be fair and transparent with partners and not to create hope which will never become a reality. And
False hope, you're saying.
Yeah, and I see it a bit in the Western Balkans, for example. So if you look at the Western Balkans, there was a lot of hope, there was a lot of enthusiasm, there was a lot of support for the idea of becoming members of the European Union. There was a clear plan, there was always said it's not a political decision, you have to fulfill criteria, it's all about the criteria, it's not a political decision. If you look at the situation now, because of the war, and I understand that there's a huge focus on Ukraine, Ukraine took a major step, yeah, and at the same time, nobody talks about the Western Balkans. So you have a population there who sees that it's probably not only about fulfilling criteria. You have people there who now learn that the focus has completely shifted, and this causes frustration. So from my perspective, I like the idea of not to take away hope, but at the same time, I think we have to be careful not to do the same mistakes too often.
But I don't think it's contradicting. I'm with you on that. I think the Western Balkans, we have been making a strategic mistake, we as Europe, for a very long time. In geopolitics, there is no vacuum. Those countries have been standing in a queue for a very long time, waiting to get into the EU. We keep them waiting. And after a while, if you stand in a queue and it's not moving, you tend to join a shorter, faster queue. And there are many people offering those from the east, from the southeast and the northeast.
But it's not their fault. It's
not their fault.
Yeah.
I think it's us. And therefore, I think the EU, I would think the right course of action is the EU to agree to EU countries, agree to reforms which allow the EU to offer a relevant future for the Western Balkans and Ukraine, which is inspiring for them, and which allows the EU to operate in such an enlarged version, which cannot be the current status quo.
Prime Minister Topolánek.
It's brilliant discussion, because we moved from Central Europe to EU, because the problem is not only in Ukraine. Europe is not prepared for enlargement. Yeah? We have to reform, but deeper integration is not the goal. It shouldn't be. It won't be in order. Yeah? And this discussion, we are not prepared for this discussion inside European Union structures. It is one of the biggest problems. The problem of Ukraine is internal, maybe, but Europe is not prepared. Generally.
So it sounds like on this 20th anniversary of so many of these countries ascending to EU membership, you have essentially buyer's remorse. Was it not what you expected it would be?
No, but I think what is very true and what is clear is if you want to have enlargement, you cannot have a deeper and closer union at the same time. Yeah, it's either being bigger and more diverse, or being smaller and having an always closer union. So I think these two goals don't really fit.
We went horizontal in the past, and now we need to go vertical. And Gordon is very right. We need to change our decision making. We need to promote our internal reform. And the problem is that we need unanimity when it comes to foreign policy issues and defense security. And we all know where the elephant in the room is. I like my old friend Viktor Orban, but it is difficult to promote such changes with him if he's putting his leg every morning at the door. So this is our weakness. Maybe, Mirek, maybe I would say we are ready mentally, psychologically, by institutions. But the problem is, in my eyes, the question how to overcome this blockage in these days.
I am the biggest Eurosceptic from this panel, maybe. I think we have to come back to the base of European values. We have to come back to economic cooperation. We have to resign from such common policies in this situation now. will be maybe, and the European Union is not prepared for this discussion to be principle of a la carte. We don't have euro. We don't have any problem.
But you pay by euro more and more. Will you pay with euro?
Of course, why not? Yeah. Why not? But I think this discussion is about bigger, maybe free access, and we have to define, it is the biggest problem, to define the smallest overall or common principles fulfilled for everybody in every time. It is discussion about veto principle and Hungary approach sometimes and so on, but the discussion is not prepared, and the elites from European Union are not willing to start this discussion this way.
I think I will give the elephant in the room the last word and brief.
I don't feel like an elephant.
Thank you.
But I didn't want to comment specifically on Hungary. What I wanted to reflect on is, yes, I think we should go back to the basics. What is the mission of the European Union? What's the raison d'etre that the European Union exists? I think it changed a lot. It was a coal and steel union, and basically to stop the war coming back to Europe. Then it became a social project. Then it became an enlargement project. But since the early 2000s, it's with globalization and the reshaping of global powers, the European Union's mission for its citizens is to allow us to survive with our European values and lifestyle. Because no country, even the largest economy, Germany, could not be competitive in a world where economic and sort of defense and other powers coincide. Only this scale of market and this scale of power together can help us to maintain our relevance. This basically, in politics, there is a saying: if you don't sit at the table, you will find yourself on the menu. Mm-hmm. And the question for the European Union is whether it finds itself on the menu or it can stay at the table where decisions are made. And that we can only achieve in a larger format. Now, this format has to allow for national identities. I don't want to be a European only. I want to be Hungarian as long as I live and my kids and grandkids live. And I want to keep that identity. But if we let Europe down and don't reflect on these external challenges, then we will become irrelevant and we will be exploited.
Thank you all for just a fabulous discussion. Audience members, I'm sorry we don't have time. I wish you had raised your hand earlier. But please thank my wonderful panelists, Prime Minister Bajnai, Prime Minister Dzurinda, Chancellor Kurz, and Prime Minister Topolánek. Thank them and enjoy. We are going to break now for coffee. We will see you in 15 minutes in the next session, which is Empowering Europe, Bringing the Critical Technology Gap for Security and Resilience. So we will have this 10-minute, actually, coffee break, not 15. But please join me in thanking this fabulous panel. They were really wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Cecilia Bonefeld-Dahl.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the audience and applause. I'm delighted to moderate this panel today. We have distinguished speakers, and we are introducing the study that we have done on critical technologies, showing that Europe, unfortunately, is quite far behind on 7 out of 8 critical technologies. And we will be looking at how industry, policymakers, and a minister with a lot of experience, both from civil and military use of technologies, their advices on how we can actually boost the investment and uptake of critical technologies in Europe. So let me welcome on stage Valeria Ionan, the Deputy Minister of EU Integration and Digital of Ukraine. Please. Nathalie Loiseau, the MEP of France for the Foreign Affairs and on the Subcommittee of Security and Defense. Welcome on stage. Mark Vancoppenolle, the VP of Europe Government Affairs for Nokia. And last but not least, Peter Weckesser, the Chief Digital Officer for Schneider Electric and President of Digital Europe. So we launched this study called the EU Critical Tech Gap. It's maybe one of the best studies that we ever did. And it's looking at 3 things. It's looking at China, EU, and US, and where we are placed on some of the critical technologies like quantum, AI, energy tech, connectivity, and where we are with these in Europe. It shows that we are actually leading only in one of them, which is connectivity. We are not far behind, or I would say at the edge of leading on green and energy tech, something super critical for our security, of course. But the rest, we are quite far behind. One of the reasons is that we are super good at research and development and innovation, but we are unable to scale and commercialize our products. And we'll look into the why. Further, the uptake of a thing like AI shows that in China, you have an uptake of companies around 70%, where if you look in Europe, in US, it's around 50%, and in Europe, it's 8%. So how do we actually make sure that Europe catches up with its allies on basically investment and boosting commercialization of some of these absolutely critical technologies? One of the things that we also learned, and in one of our studies called Learnings from the Battlefield, is that we have simple digital technologies like AI, destroying, and with drones, destroying for billions and billions of military gears in seconds. So, can you win wars without actually leading in these critical technologies? Can you protect your society without a private sector of scalable critical technologies? We argue absolutely not, and that boosting the investment and our industrial base is not only about manufacturing gear, it's also about boosting the investment in critical technologies. So I welcome the distinguished speakers on stage. And as you see here, we have 2 champions of industry. We have a policymaker that needs to also give the political incentives of this making this happen. And not least, we have a lady who actually knows in real life what the learnings are on how to use digital technologies, both in the civil sector and in the military sector. So Peter, let me start with you. So we used to be leading, and in some areas, amongst others in some of the areas where you work, we are still leading in European energy tech. So what would be the step of really, how do you say, building on top on that leadership, and how can we use the knowledge even better that we have on this area?
Yeah.
So before I go into energy tech, I want to frame the discussion around energy a little bit and also connect energy transformation with the digital transformation. If you look at the public debate about energy, this is a very much supply-driven discussion. So how do we decarbonize our energy supply, which is a very important discussion to have. That's everything that you know. How do we get from fossil to renewable? Is nuclear part of the mix? Yes, no, maybe. And that is certainly a key discussion. But that change from the classical energy models with central generation to a much more decentralized model is actually a change where the transformation of our energy systems has to go hand in hand with the digital transformation. And I would go as far, the energy transformation is not possible with also a digital transformation at the same time. Now, the study that Cecilia has just alluded to clearly shows in Europe we are behind in many technologies, and we are particularly in the deployment of technologies, and digital technologies are certainly part of that. Now let me go for a second into the demand side of the energy equation. This change from a centralized approach to a decentralized approach of energy creates what we call at Schneider millions of prosumers in the future. What is a prosumer? A prosumer is an artificial word of a consumer and a producer of energy. Every plant, every home, every building will be a prosumer of energy in the future. Of course, production is mainly through renewables, solar, wind, and of course, every of these assets also consumes energy. I'll take your homes for a moment, right? Most likely, some of you have some solar on your rooftops already. You have some EV charging in your homes, and you have, of course, all the electrical appliances. And the future might be an all-electric home where a heat pump does the heating. So in the future, this home will become a microgrid, right? With a controller within the home that controls all of the energy flows. But there's also a planning component to that. When does my car need to be charged? When can I use my car as battery storage to really be a backup power and help stabilizing the grid? And now if you take this to the next level from the home or the facility or the factory that is a microgrid, all these microgrids will be connected to the utility grid. With this, the utility grid has to become much more intelligent than today. There will be millions of data points that are being fed into this utility grid. And the utilities of the future will have to manage and stabilize the utility grids with millions of producers and consumers at the same time, with all the planning components that go into this. And this shows very clearly this is most likely the most complex control system that the world has ever seen. Right? And that requires lots of digital technologies, of data collection, of connectivity, of data insight generation, and then also controlling this. So AI, for example, will play a major role in the future of our energy transformation. And my message clearly here is the energy transformation, particularly the demand side management, and the digital transformation have to go hand in hand. And we can't ignore either one in Europe. We need to transform our energy systems, and we need to be transforming our digital systems. And this is why we need to be leading in all of them, and this is why we need to create the right boundary conditions and the right investment climate for both.
Okay,
sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. That was a very good explanation. In a minute, so you can think about this, I will ask you, how does that make Europe and our allies more resilient towards, energy shortages, blackouts, etc.? But turning to you first, Mark. So I said before, we do not have a challenge on R&D, but where is our challenge then? Why is it that we don't have the scalability, and what can we do about it?
Yeah.
So thanks, Cecilia, and also hello from my side to you. So I'm from Nokia, and Nokia is a B2B technology innovation leader. So we are a provider of fixed and mobile telecommunication technologies. So the challenge, indeed, I mean, from an R&D perspective, Europe is home to, two leaders in digital technology, Nokia and Ericsson. So from an R&D perspective, we are leading standardization and R&D perspective, but the big issue we have in Europe is related to deployment. If you compare the deployment of connectivity, advanced connectivity, to other parts of the world, like, for instance, the US or China or South Korea, we are lagging behind. And the big problem is that as the connectivity underpins digitalization, and digitalization is critical for the competitiveness of Europe, we risk widening the gap even further. Today, there is a gap of 200 billion in terms of digital connectivity deployment to reach the digital decade targets of Europe. And one of the big reasons for that is related to the fact that our operators do not have sufficient means to scale and to invest. So meaning that, for instance, the consolidation aspect is something that the next Commission would need to look at. If you look, for instance, at the average number of subscribers per operator, it is 4.4 million in Europe. If you look at the US, it's 95 million. In China, it's 400 million. So there is a problem of scale here that we have to address in order to enable the operators to invest more.
And Mark, how does that actually affect our security? So why are we less resilient with less connectivity?
So if you look at it, there is a clear link between connectivity and defense. I mean, if you want to be at the top in defense, meaning situational awareness, having direct connection through high-definition audio and video, etc., you need connectivity, high-end connectivity. And that is what is lacking today in Europe, meaning that we are already late towards the digital decade targets, but even, in situation of threats where you have zones that are not covered by population, but that would need to be covered by connectivity in order to have a good defense situation, this is something that needs to be addressed. And for that, public funding is absolutely required. Public funding is also required in order to evolve dual-use technologies. What we see today is that commercial technologies are actually driving towards, military standards. In order for 5G, for instance, to evolve to military applications and use cases, we need to have funding in dual-use technologies. So
Super.
This is something critical to address.
And I will come back to you after speaking to these two ladies, asking also, what is the learning, for example, now on jamming, frequencies, etc., and are we already looking into how we can become more resilient? So, turning to you, Natalie. So, you are one of the policymakers that is trying to solve all these, lack of scalability, fragmentation, lack of investment in the digital technologies. So, this is the tough question. What can we do about that?
Well, we need a cultural revolution in Europe. We have lived with some certainties that have been challenged. First, our competition policy. We have thought for decades that small is beautiful and that we should avoid having European champions, as if competition was limited to internal single market, whereas our competitors are global. So we have prevented a number of our companies to grow bigger just because of our rules. Of course, consumers may consider that they are the winners. But when we don't support our manufacturers, we become dependent on other parts of the world, and we are lagging behind. The second certainty that didn't survive the reality check is that we are a unified market, and we are not. In terms of capital market, there is so much that needs to be done. And we heard about it for at least a decade, but no progress was made. So now it's the new talk in town, Capital Market Union. Okay, let's talk about it, but let's make it at last, because we have a number of successful digital startups, but they don't turn into unicorns, and they get bought by other companies from other parts of the world, just because they cannot get sufficient money So this is something that we have to address urgently. You may say, okay, we focus too much on regulation and not enough on investment. I would say that part of regulation we passed was necessary. In terms of cybersecurity, for instance, NIS and NIS 2 were absolutely key for raising the awareness of what cybersecurity means for businesses, for SMEs, for public services. And harmonization, cooperation are assets that we are putting forward. The Digital Markets Act is a way to prevent gatekeepers from sort of preventing other European businesses of growing. Okay, so that was necessary, we made it. Now we need money. And when we say that, national governments turn to us and say, well, there's no money left. We have public deficits, we have other priorities, voters want money for this and that. We need money at your European level, and if it's about investment, we should learn the lesson of what we've done for COVID. We were ready to borrow together because of a pandemic, and we were right. We saved our businesses, we saved our SMEs, we saved our shops, we saved our jobs. Why don't we do it to invest for the future? I know that there are a lot of prejudices, a lot of political narrownesses, if I may say so, saying that, well, common borrowing is risky. Well, not investing is even more risky.
So I hear more European investment schemes in these future technologies, more harmonization across the different countries, and not living in the illusion that we can actually scale in nations. I definitely think that industry, we feel the sweet tones of that, and that we are very happy that you're driving this. I think Macron was the first to say there is no national security, there is only European sovereignty. There is no national sovereignty, there is only European sovereignty. That's at least a step towards becoming, harmonized across country on these things. So turning it to you, Valeria, it's no secret that you and I have worked together on several programs to strengthen the resilience of Ukraine even further and supporting you on the digital journey. But more than anything, we have a lot to learn from you guys. You have been driving both resilience in the society through investment in civil digitalization or a civil society digitalization, but also in military. So what is the things that you look at now and to say, okay, at least these three things we do, we actually see Ukraine became more resilient in the public sector and in the society, but also military?
First of all, thank you very much, Cecilia, for this amazing report, and thank you for embedding the Ukrainian experience in it, and for all your support to Ukraine, and for these great projects that we have done together for the past years. Generally, Ukraine is working to become the most convenient digital state in the world. And, I represent the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is the newest ministry in Ukrainian government. We are only 5 years old, and for these 5 years, we have implemented a bunch of really very successful digital reforms, one of which you probably heard about. It's DIA ecosystem, with a cornerstone is our state super app DIA, which is used by 20 million users with digital documents, digital services, digital signature, and of course, this is just a very, very small amount of those reforms which we are doing right now. And then, when COVID started, we thought it is our biggest challenge, but then the full-scale Russian invasion started. And we had to shift our strategy, and we had to shift our tactics. And, even during the wartime, people have to receive digital services. People have to have an opportunity for, receive services, receive education, and so on. But at the same time, there were a lot of challenges, and there are still a lot of challenges which we have to deal with. And basically, okay, thank you.
Your mic says an odd sound. I think it's your earring, actually. But it's okay.
I'm very sorry. Is it the good sound?
It's
right?
perfect now.
So I will give you just several examples.
when Russian missiles started to hit residential areas, people went to the shelters, and we understood that they do not have any access to news, and we embedded TV and radio into the app. Then a lot of people had to relocate from one region to another, and we have created a service to receive a special status, internally displaced person status, just in a few clicks. And then when you have this status, you have the possibility to receive social financial assistance through DIA. Now, one of the revolutionary services is e-recovery, a possibility to receive financial compensation for destroyed or damaged property because of the full-scale Russian invasion. And this is just a very small amount of services which we would never thought about, but we are doing it, and we are still innovating and innovating. And we have been able to create these services just from 3 days to several weeks. Now we also understand that there is a big challenge to transform the educational system, and we are launching our new groundbreaking educational app called Mriya, which will be fully based on AI and give the possibility for people, for scholars, to receive the personalized learning trajectories. And this is how we think. We are right now rethinking how the old and inefficient systems could be transformed, and how to make it efficient in a turbulent world. So I would say that digital transformation is crucial for any government, and this is one of the cornerstones for the resilience of a state and of citizens. And then, you know, of course, because of the invasion, we also had to turn to innovations and to the defense tech side of that. So, and there are a lot of things which we've done for these years. First of all, we have created the Brave One Defense Tech Cluster, which unites private sector companies and startups and facilitates the dialogue between the government and the industry. And it's not just, you know, the typical meetings and hearing the ideas. It's a real support and help in receiving the needed information and receiving the needed documentation, just killing all the bureaucracy, bringing drones or any other technology directly to the battlefield for the testing, and so on. When, again, the invasion started, we quickly understood that we need drones. And our minister, who is also the Vice Prime Minister for Innovation, he was the initiator of the Army of Drones project. And at that time, in 2022, we had only 7 UAV Ukrainian producers. We understood that there are a lot of barriers in legislation. So we have changed around 20 or 25 resolutions. We made the procedure for procurement easier, procedure for exploitation easier. We made separate zones for testing drones and other innovation products. And today, we have more than 300 UAV Ukrainian producers and more than 60 types of drones, actually. So we are doing a lot of, I would say, even fast and dirty innovations on the battlefield, because we don't have 2 years, 3 years, 4 years time to create, you know, some big innovative product. We cannot afford to lose. We need to win the aggressor, and only technology, only innovation, and only digital transformation really can help us to do that. So, answering your question about the priorities, when it comes to the defense tech, we are living in the most technologically war in the history of the world. It will become even more technological. People don't have to fight. And that actually means that we would have to invest more and more in drones with automated targeting, in robots, in swarms of drones, swarms of robots. So imagine like synchronized, for example, drone attacks, which would help us to liberate our territories. So to liberate our territories, and so on. So I think that everything which is related to these topics specifically, it should become one of the priority.
Thank you so much. So the learnings, remember you can ask questions on the Slido, so don't hesitate. Please do ask a question to the panel so we have some time afterwards. So what you are saying is, not only have you made through your, platform that was meant for driver's license and, other usual services, you have made the society more resilient. You can give them news. You can now give them, even though they're in shelters, you can give them education. You can give them moral and economic support for any damages to their houses, which really keeps the moral of the people and the resilience of the society up. And then, of course, you have the battlefield on top, where you are investing heavily in drones, AI, and these kind of technologies. So it's a dual use of strategy, where you need connectivity, you need energy tech, you need AI, but really for targeted things for resilience of this society.
Just one short comment. Absolutely right. So I just wanted to say that what is resilience? I think that the biggest component of resilience is agility. So you have to really all the time move fast and not be afraid to change things in the process. And that's one of the things which I think, you know, everyone could do better.
So I'll jump to you, Natalie, because, I mean, this is what we typically don't have in European politics, right? It takes forever, we need to decide, then we invent like a big project, and then we talk about it, then it turns into, you know, a very long process. So how can we embed this in, how can we, now with a new mandate, new commission, new government in France also, what is this, how do we embed this chance of learning the agility and changing the things that doesn't work?
You're right. The European decision-making process is slow. Not always. Ukraine was a crash test for us, and we managed to be faster than ever when we decided to provide military support to Ukraine. It was a decision made in 72 hours. When we decided to support manufacturing of ammunition for Ukraine, the name of the legislation was quite telling. It was called ASAP, and we adopted it ASAP. It took 6 weeks. So we can do better when we have an urgency. But we have to find red tape, we have to fight bureaucracy, we have to fight different layers of people who think they are smarter than the decision makers. We in Brussels never want things to be slow, but then very often it turns to national decision makers to turn it into reality, and sometimes local decision makers, and you add layers and layers of people changing little things, making them more complex and repulsive for manufacturers, for instance, for businesses. So this, we have to fight against it. Ursula von der Leyen confirmed that she wants a commissioner fighting this bureaucracy, simplifying the processes as much as possible, but we have to remain a democratic institution. That means that people have to bring their voices to the conversation, and we have to be more open to businesses, civil society, because we know something for certain. There is no difference between civilian and military, between civil society initiatives and state-sponsored initiatives. There should not be these red lines and borders. We have to team up together. Easier said than done. But for instance, we have a research program in Europe. We are very proud of it. Horizon Europe. Well, labs are happy about money they get from it, but if I think just for a minute, this program was not able to trigger invention of a vaccine against COVID within the European Union. This raises questions. This program was not able to trigger the newest digital invention in Europe. This raises questions. I think there is too much nationalism within these European instruments. For instance, Horizon Europe or other projects like the European Defence Fund, they tend to spread money around, making sure that small businesses and big businesses get it, that small labs and big labs get it, that small countries and big countries get it. It sounds fair. I'm not sure it's efficient. We should focus on centers of excellence. We should not shy away from realizing that some businesses are better on some special instruments. Some countries are better. Some labs are better. And we should put all our efforts on the best ones. European champions is not a gross word.
Good. I hear like we are one team. We're actually not you know, 27 different entities, and we can learn and we will disrupt. So we are onto that challenge. So I have a few, I'm going to take a few quick questions here, and then I have some really interesting questions also on the European Parliament and other things here. So I asked you, Mark, before, you know, how does it make us more resilient? I mean, what are the latest innovations that you see on making, you know, connectivity, boosting resilience in Europe and beyond? You know, what's the next wave of innovations that you are coming out with boosting resilience?
So the first thing I would say is that, you know, it's very important for, if you look at technology, that it is secure, and that security is not an afterthought, that it's baked in from the beginning, from the chip level, when new innovations are being made. So that's, I think, absolutely critical. The second aspect is that when deploying technology, please use trusted technology. There is a lot of technology available, but it's not always from trusted sources. So that's the second element. The third element you talked about, you know, towards the next steps, quantum. Quantum will absolutely be critical in the next phases. You know, with quantum computers, we are able to decrypt encrypted traffic flows that are flowing today. So we should make sure that, you know, we get to quantum safe networks and everything related to that. And also, I would say the legislation about it, because adopting quantum safe technology will have to be coordinated across Europe. So let's not have every member state, you know, doing their own thing and, you know, uncoordinated about timing of implementation, etc., because then we again lack the digital single market that we are after.
Super. And I remember when we had the GDPR, the data protection laws, the one who has the biggest quantum computer can crack any code in seconds. So, I mean, again, against attackers, we are helpless if we do not lead in technologies, right? So quantum, absolutely one of the key technologies that we need to be, you know, in advance. So, Peter. So now we heard, you know, Europe is slow, la 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 la. Are there actually things that we can do? If, as a business leader, you know, looking at what can the Commission, what can the institutions around this innovative environment, what can they, what works for you guys? What is it that you need? Because, I mean, we all know that now. It's the industry who innovates. It's no longer the military innovations that goes to industry, it's the industry innovation that goes to military. So what do you need? What is it that works?
So probably a couple of things, and I want to build on what Valeria said. In Ukraine, there was a special boundary environment created by the innovation, right? And in Ukraine had to become very innovative how to respond to this. Now, if I compare that to how we usually operate, particularly in the EU, we have the tendency in the EU first to create a very complex regulation that covers any rare case that could come up in strange circumstances. And what the Ukraine just did is really following the startup principles, right? Creating an opportunity to have a minimum viable product, not only one, but many, obviously, and test them in a real-life scenario as quickly as possible. I think we can learn from that. How can we in the EU, before we create huge regulations, how can we create safe spaces to test new products and services? And think about the regulation later, once we have understood what the new products and services can deliver, what the potential risks are that come with that. And I'm not saying that we do not need regulation, but I believe Europe needs to switch much more quickly from great technologies that we have. So actually we have access to technology. We have in many areas lots of great research and create that technology, but we are not good in deploying and commercializing these technologies. Maybe one idea as the new Commission forms is how can we change the model to create safe spaces to experiment, test new technologies and new business models. I think that's important, right? Not only the technology, but really being able to test the new business models. And then learn from the good and bad, and from that create smarter regulation than we do it today.
Super. Very good. So let's sandbox it before we regulate it, because we actually have an understanding of what we are regulating before we start regulating it. Sounds like a brilliant idea to me. So we have a lot of good questions here. So I will start with you, Natalie. I'm going to challenge you because you're an MEP, and I guess it's an MEP in here asking the question. Maybe what priorities should the European Parliament push to a new defense commissioner to deliver for defense?
Wow, you have 2 hours.
No, you have 30 seconds, so
no,
yeah, go.
I know. We have to get serious about supporting European defense investment. So far, we have started interesting tools like European Defense Fund, but they are very small tools. We have started supporting joint procurement, but in a very small way. We have to get bigger. We have to make sure that we support defense investment. We should have a European DARPA, which would support not only military research and development, but also civilian applications of this research. And we need much more money than what is in the discussions right now. When Thierry Breton introduced the European Defence Investment Strategy, he was talking about 1.5 billion euros. I'm sorry, but this is not up to the challenge. We have to do much more, and we have to agree that we have to get a bigger European budget. The European budget as it is now amounts to 1 coffee in the Hilton in Prague per European citizen per year. This is ridiculous.
So more money, more sandboxing, speed up the processes. Yep. Maybe we can use like ordinary economic theory of short-term, medium-term, and long-term. What can we do in a year? What can we do in 3 years? And what can we do in 10 years? And then try to put as much money in what can we do in a year. I'm sure that we would learn a lot. So another question for you, Valeria. It says, how can Ukrainian experience be used to boost EU manufacturing? Or, I would say, development of technologies in this case, not necessarily only manufacturing.
Yes, thank you very much. I would just briefly like to echo about the sandboxes. So, you know, for example, we are very open to working with private sector from the world and from EU. And it appears in some cases that some products, for example, which are coming for us to test, they have to be improved because they, I don't fly, or they have a lot of sound or something, you know. But the product was like ready, but in the real conditions, you cannot use it. And it is really very important to test the product in the real-time conditions. And what we are doing, for example, in Ukraine with the Brave One Defense Tech Cluster, we're facilitating this process on testing and giving the feedback immediately. And I think it's like a really great thing. And when it comes to the question itself, I think that there is a lot of lessons learned which we could share in digital transformation, in ed tech, in cyber, in defense tech, and it all really depends on where do we start. So I think that it is a lot of strategies and great documents, for example, in the EU, but sometimes what I think it's sometimes missing is like a real vision. Why do we need this? It should not be like, why do we need a digital decade? We do have it, digital decade 2030, right? We do have a concrete goals, but what is the vision? Like, can you answer me? What is the vision, for example, of for digital decade? So to become, and this is the same with the defense tech. So, I mean, there's really great documents. You could build on this, but what's the ground? And I think that this is the question which we have to ask ourselves.
Very good point. So another question here. I'm going to put it at the industry leaders, but I'm sure that also some of the other people here have a good view of that. But it says, among the EDTs, EDTs were the emerging and developing technologies mentioned by NATO. Are there niche technologies where EU has a potential to excel over other regions? So we all know that, you know, digital technologies, it's an international, we don't innovate like in small hubs, but how do we actually, you know, take some of our strength positions in Europe and like boost them, and what are they? So let's start with Peter and then Mark.
Yeah, I think there's a good number of niche technologies, and some are broader than niches only. Take the demand side management of energy. Clearly, Europe is in a leading position. We have actually not only one, but several companies that lead that space. And I want to make a bit of a more general comment before I list maybe other technology fields. I think Europe has missed out, particularly on the digital side, building some of the foundational technologies, like cloud, like AI. I don't think Europe should now try to spend its focus, how can we catch up on these or copy some of these. Let's use what's available, right? That's pretty much commoditized, right? And the investments to rebuild some of these in Europe might be a waste of time. But we are leading in verticalized domains in many cases. In machine building, Europe is clearly still leading. In parts of automotive, Europe has really been leading. So let's use these foundational technologies and build our vertical technology stacks on that. And of course, let's make sure that this meets the requirements for cybersecurity, also for regulation that we have in Europe. And also, let's put our focus on the next foundational technologies. What's next? That's maybe quantum computing. That's maybe other things, right? So I'm very much advocating for let's use existing technologies and let's build the great domain know-how of the European industry to build on top. That also is true for AI. And let's not miss the next big things.
So what I hear you saying is that we actually have a lot of the technologies that is used, but we're not using them. And that's what you're saying also. We are innovating on top of what we have, but the first round is basically get the things we have to work. Do you agree, Mark?
Yeah, I think one, and also extrapolating a bit and agreeing with you, Peter, is that, you know, if you look at the industrial internet, this is something where Europe can still lead. I mean, Europe is not leading on the consumer internet, but on the industrial internet with the strong industrial foundation that we have, and you mentioned all these industrial sectors and these verticals, we still have the possibility to lead if we deploy, you know, 5G faster and then also don't make the same mistakes with 6G, etc., etc. So this is really an area, there's a huge amount of data in the industry which is actually not used, which could be used to develop the industrial internet. And that's something that Europe can lead in.
And then, of course, as an alliance, for example, on quantum and AI, we are still ahead. If we look at the NATO alliance, we are still ahead on that. Moving target all the time, but of course, it's a race of security in general. I'm going to take a last question, and then I will give you a challenge. If you met Ursula von der Leyen, who was here yesterday, in the corridor, and you had 2 advices on how to boost, you know, resilience in society through digital technologies, what would you say on the way up in the elevator? So you can think about that in the meanwhile. So here, let's take the legislative one. There are many good, Luis, also very good from you on the Baltic Defense College, but I'm going to take, has Ukraine implemented any legal framework to facilitate the testing of new technologies, like experimental law or anything similar, and how can we learn from that?
So there is a resolution which is called Resolution for Experiment. So basically, this is the possibility to test something, but it depends a lot on the industry, on the direction, and there could be different, I would say, resolutions which we could use for that. So I would say that there is always a creative approach if you understand concretely what you need to get as the result.
Yeah, so I know that you have done a lot of changes to law since, of course, the war broke out. And I guess that is one of the learning experiences between you guys and the EU, where not only, I mean, we always talk about how we can help you, and no doubt that should continue forever, as long as it takes. But we actually have a lot of learnings from you guys, both on the legislative and on the innovative cycles on these critical technologies. So a big thank you for that. Good. Now I have 5 minutes left. And you'll be able to speak to the speakers afterwards also. So please also use that opportunity. I'm sorry if I didn't present your questions, but let's try to also get like a little bit. So you are meeting our president, Ursula von der Leyen, on the way up in the elevator, and she asked you the question. So what advice would you give me if I have 2 years to strengthen the resilience of Europe through digital technologies? Can be law, it can be investments, but concrete initiatives or legislative changes or focus areas. Please, you start.
I would answer from another angle. I believe colleagues will answer more about the legislation side for EU. I would say that there should be a very agile and comprehensive ecosystem of digital products, which should aim for all the segments of target audience, for all the segments of society. So basically there should be not just kind of a state super app, but we have to think about the education, healthcare services, about the investment, about the support of SMEs, and it should be a very connected, unique ecosystem which should work as a one-stop shop, which should be known for everyone, and basically there should be a very concrete communication to all European citizens why digital transformation is important, is crucial, and is a part of the daily life. So basically there should be a great work which should be done with the people of elegant age and explaining what concrete benefits citizens could receive from digital transformation, to increase the penetration of digital solutions and to increase the efficiency of them as well. So I would say it should be a coherent ecosystem of digital products which should be built.
So you're saying like treat the citizens like clients, actually go them and tell them about the benefits and what they can get from you?
Yeah, absolutely. It should be a human-centered, user-centric ecosystem, and you have to all the time communicate to your citizens why it's important and to explain it.
And to take the feedback, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, Natalie, it's a tough one. What would you do? You have 30 seconds to reach, you know, the 9th floor. What would you say?
Don't be afraid of a Buy European Act. Because our competitors are not afraid of prioritizing their own manufacturers, and we are still.
Okay.
2 things. Better coordination of all the instruments at EU level and national level to push R&D, because today it's a mismatch and it's not coordinated, and in that way we lose impact. And secondly, more investment in digital connectivity, because connectivity enables digitalization and digitalization enables competitiveness.
Peter?
Probably 2 things. For everything that the Commission will do in this next legislation, two guiding questions. Is anything that the Commission is going to do help to create a better single market, to make it easier to do business in Europe? So that should be one of the guiding questions. The next guiding question that I would propose is the Commission should not be measured on all the smart and great regulation that it delivers, but much more measured on how easy is it for nation states and business to create more and new business opportunities.
Great. So listen, 2 big publications from Digital Europe. This one is the EU's critical tech gap, rethinking how we actually treat investments and scalability, and do not think in like 27 small, but also as Europe as a part of a digital ecosystem, and our allies with US, with now G7 being actually a place where we can harmonize standards, interoperability, and lead technologies to protect people. And the second one is called Digitalization of Defense, where we also talk about the learnings that we can adapt directly from Ukraine and the excellent work of this lady and, of course, the whole government and administration there. So please read it. A big thank you for you guys to listening in and for all your great questions. And a big hand. Let's make Europe better in technologies. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Frank Gardner.
Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Thanks. Just have a short pause as we wait for a few more people to arrive, and then there's an opening video before we introduce the speakers. So this afternoon session, good afternoon, and thanks very much for attending. This afternoon session is about defense procurement. And a lot of people might think that battles and wars are won entirely on the battlefield. But of course, behind that is a huge logistical tale. And it's the less glamorous side of warfighting, but particularly in a longer confrontation such as the one in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, this is a war that will be won or lost on whoever is able to best provide the means to fight that war. And as we all know, when Russia did the full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February the 24th, 2022, the Kremlin thought this is all going to be over in a matter of days or weeks. You know, there were even reports that some of the soldiers had parade uniforms for a victory parade. This is about who can sustain this war for longer. Russia has put its economy onto a war footing. It's very noticeable that Sergei Shoigu, the previous Russian defense minister, has been replaced by a finance guy, an economist, because Russia now devotes around 40% of its economy to defense. Its factories are not churning out goods that consumers need in the Russian economy, it's churning out weapons. And this has been a massive problem for Ukraine and for its Western partners. So my aim today, and we've got an amazing panel, my aim today is when you leave this room, that we all have a better idea of what Ukraine's needs are, how they can be matched by European defense procurement, and how they can be better met. How can they smooth the path that provides Ukraine with a means to defend itself? So we're going to have a short video now of introduction. After that, I'm going to introduce you to the speakers. The aim of today is to have a bit of a dialogue. They're going to give a brief talk, but we're going to have a discussion between us, and then I'll throw it open to you. We have Slido somewhere here, where I'll be taking your questions. So if you've got any questions, we'll try and get through them in the 50 minutes. So let's have the video now. Sorry, I realize I haven't actually explained who I am. So I'm Frank Gardner, I'm the BBC security correspondent. I'm in a wheelchair because I got shot by Al-Qaeda terrorists 20 years ago in Saudi Arabia. But we're not here to talk about me. The panel I want to introduce you to, let's start with Paul Jonson, who is Sweden's defense minister. If you can give him a round of applause, please. And then we've got Sergei Boyev, who's the Deputy Minister for Ukraine's strategic defense industries, dressed appropriately. Then Robert de Groot from Netherlands, from Holland, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. So you see we've got both needs and the money. And Jiří Šedivý, who is the Chief Executive of the European Defence Agency. And I know I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Marcel Grisnigt, who is the Senior Vice President in the defense manufacturing company KNDS. Paul, let's start with you. One of NATO's second newest member, your country. Actually, no, you're the newest member, aren't you? Finland got there before you. So how do you see defense procurement changing now in the Baltics in view of what's on the borders?
Yeah, of course, as you rightly said, the war in Ukraine is a war of attrition and thereby definition a war of warehouses. And then we grapple with what we can do to scale up production as well. And this hasn't been anything that we've been grappling with during the last 10 years so much, security supplies and ramping up production. But what we've been doing during the last year and a half is something called Nordefco Plus, where all the Nordic, Baltics, UK, Netherlands and also United States are engaged in how we can assure aggregated demand. This is on 155, and how we can do joint procurements in both delivering to the Ukraine at the same time as we have to fill up our stocks as well. And I think this is really crucial, and it also goes into what we're doing right now when it comes to also strengthening our ground forces. Rest assured that all over Europe, the availability of ground forces and the readiness of the ground forces is not what it should be. And therefore, for a long time, we're going to be focusing now on enablement. And that's ammunition, it's spare parts, it's various forms of supply lines. So I think the key for us is really to aggregate demand and send a strong demand signal to the defense industry in order for them also to invest into their industrial manufacturing capabilities. And that's not enough just by going up to 5 shift, but it also means investment into chokeholds that happen to affect our supply line. I can say gunpowder, TNT, and a few other components that we're becoming much more cognizant about now, because we're learning from the Ukrainians and what the requirements are for a war of attrition.
Fantastic. Well, let's hear about those requirements from Sergei. What does Ukraine still need, and what can Europe do better?
Thank you for the question. So I would start with an anecdote from one of the discussions about the needs of the Ukrainian military that happened, and say, okay, during the last discussion, the Ukrainian side presented the list and said, okay, the list looks exactly the same as it was on the 24th of February 2022. And I think it really sums up in a way that the war of attrition means that you churn all the equipment that you've had, and actually, probably as intensity goes, the requirements for the replacement weapons and equipment is even higher than what you started with in the full-scale invasion. And so, currently, we have the intensity across the whole front is very high. Everyone knows our military forms the new brigades, the reserve brigades. They all require weapons, and they need to be equipped as soon as possible, meaning if not now, then yesterday. And so that means across the board: artillery, armored vehicles, ammunition to use it, defense tech products, innovative products to complement all that. So we essentially still need like everything across the board as we form these new divisions. And that is our request to our partners in terms of what they can provide. And I think the key challenge of ramping up this capability to really churn out this number of weapon units in the record short time frame. On the other side, our industry, Ukrainian defense industry, also pushing as hard as much as possible to complement to the extent we can what we can do to provide to our military. And on our side, the challenge is actually not the supply chain, but the first challenge turned out to be funding first. We have the $20 billion worth of weapon product industry with the internal availability to fund just 1/3 of it. And so I think in this case, our real request to partners on one side, please help us because the scale of the requirements that our military needs is huge. On the other side, help us also to maximize what we can provide with our own defense industrial capability. And primarily this is funding. But also what the Mr. Minister just mentioned, it's all the things that are in short supply worldwide. It's the TNT, it's the propellants, it's some critical components where we depend on like certain locations where there is a high chance of disruption.
Thanks very much. Before we come to Robert, because the money is pretty damned important in this, I'm just going to sort of pause here for a second. What do you think is one of the biggest lessons, the biggest takeaways from the Ukraine war? And this is a rhetorical question because I'm sitting here, so I'm going to answer it. There are a lot of lessons. In fact, if anything, NATO is learning from Ukraine rather than the other way around. To my mind, the biggest lesson is that mass matters. A certain Baltic defense minister said to me in Tallinn last year, he said, look, we all know Russia's got a rubbish army, but it's a big rubbish army. And Russia's tactics, as promoted by its defense chiefs, in some ways, they haven't moved on from the Second World War. It's a slow, grinding push of huge use of artillery, use of continued, repeated waves of human attacks. So Ukraine can have the best motivated, best equipped, best trained troops. Obviously, their motivation is not in question. But the sheer numbers that are slowly pushing the Ukrainians back in the Donbass. You know, Pokrov's, obviously, the village is in danger now of being overrun. One of the things that has really surprised and impressed Ukraine's NATO partners is the innovation that Ukraine has done, and particularly in the maritime sector. And this is a very hot topic at the moment because, as I'm sure you've read, President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government are desperately crying out to be able to use Western-supplied long-range precision-guided munitions inside Russia. So specifically Storm Shadow, ATACMS, Taurus, Scalp, etc. And there is huge nervousness in Washington about this, particularly Jake Sullivan, the US National Security Advisor. Why? Because so far, every red line that the West has pushed, and the Russians have said, if you do that, there will be consequences. Well, so far there haven't really been. But there is a worry in Washington especially, less so in London, but there is a fear in Washington and Berlin that if the West gives the green light for these powerful long-range munitions to hit targets inside Russia, that sooner or later the Siloviki, the hardliners, the hard men in Moscow are going to say, right, it's time we started hitting, for example, the Polish airbase through which much of these weapons flow, or something else that triggers Article 5, and suddenly we find that NATO is at war with Russia, which is never going to end well. So, Robert, forgive me for that, for butting in there. The money. You are the money. Perhaps not quite the same shape as in Casino Royale, but how does the European Investment Bank help to meet Ukraine's needs?
Well, we are part of the money because the money sits with the ministries of defense. That's the first priority. But the EIB is the bank of the member states, and our task is to accompany the transformation challenges Europe has, which originally was the green transition, energy, digitalization. But now we have the third transition, which we are also participating in, which has to do with security, with the strategic autonomy of Europe, with critical raw materials, with safeguarding our supply chains, and with defense. And the member states have asked us to open up a little bit on defense, which we have done with our own action plan since the end of May. And to give you two examples of what we have done, we had a very restrictive definition on dual use, which meant that every project we financed had to be at least 50% for civilian usage. We've dropped to 50%. So there has to be a credible civilian use, but there is no percentage attached to it anymore. And the second thing we changed is that when we lend money to commercial banks to lend on to SMEs throughout Europe, the defense sector was excluded. SMEs in the defense sector could not apply for long-term loans against low interest rates from their commercial bank, which was sponsored by us. We have changed that too. And the third thing we did is that we invested more money also in startups and scale up through our daughter, the European Investment Fund, so we can cover the whole range of companies in the business cycle. So we have available 6 billion now for the next couple of years for loans to the sector, which has to do with security and defense, for the technological transformation we have to go through, for research and development, for drones, for satellites, for activities in space, for sensors. We have good examples in Poland and Italy, and also with Airbus, also with quite a lot of SMEs, by the way, but we can do much more. And we are at the end of the chain. In fact, first we need the demand, which is to my left. Then we need the supply from the industry and politics to choose and make sure that not every member state is procuring its own satellite. We rather invest in 20 satellites of the same type for 6, 7, 8 member states at a time. So we are ready to do our part.
Fantastic. Thank you, Robert. Yuri, could you first of all explain just very briefly what does the European Defence Agency do, if you can explain that, and then add your comments.
No, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and indeed, first of all, we are an intergovernmental organization established by the member states 20 years ago exactly. And the main purpose is to enable or to provide a platform enabling member states to develop in a collaborative way capabilities. To that end, we need, together with the member states, starting with the identifying requirements, needs. Then also what we do is matching actually relevant industries, research technology organizations, etc. together. We run concrete projects. We do also now joint procurement, aggregating demand, and we also represent ministries of defense vis-à-vis what we call wider EU policies. Example, there is now a big project of Single European Sky, which means integration and digitalization of the air traffic management over Europe. And what we are doing is actually inserting into, and it's very complex, a long-term project, and we are inserting into all the regulations, standards and requirements, the needs for the military, which is agreed on our platform with all the MODs. Now, joint procurement, and here I would like to touch upon the lessons learned actually from supporting Ukraine. We are part of the wider exercise of joint procurement of 155mm ammunition. Now, main lesson learned that we are far from full standardization interoperability. We are procuring ammunition for 4 types that are used and EU-made or in the EU member states made types of howitzers, yeah? German, Polish, Slovak, and French. And the lesson learned is actually that there is definitely not one size fits all. I signed 60 framework agreements, yeah, because 4 types of the systems, 2 types of ammunition, 4 components. If you combine all this, you know, so it's extremely difficult actually to do this support logistically. Yeah, and this is the major, I think, lesson learned also, because I would say never before any nation was using such a wide diversity of weapon systems. It must be, and you know that better than all of us, it must be logistical nightmare. And a few more things. Innovation was mentioned. We already cooperate with our colleagues from Ukraine, for example, in the area of additive manufacturing, which means using 3D print for producing spare parts in the field. European Defence Agency also actually established, and it's part of a long-term, more than a decade, efforts concerning helicopter training. Now we have a multinational helicopter training center in Portugal, Sintra, and already Ukrainian pilots actually are joining the courses. And we have started discussion actually with the industry also in terms of establishing, or we are actually supporting establishment of the Defense Innovation Hub in Kyiv, because we have our own Defense Innovation Hub within the European Defense Agency. So in a nutshell, a part of what we do, but indeed we do much, much more.
Many thanks, Yuri. So, Marcel, throughout this conflict, well, the 2.5 years since the full-scale invasion, there's been a lot of talk about game changers, that finally, if the West is going to provide main battle tanks, Leopard 2, M1 Abrams, Challenger 2, this is going to be the big game changer. But of course, it took so long to do that, that by then, the Surovikin line had been built in the south of Ukraine in Zaporizhia, and last year's summer offensive failed by Ukraine because the one thing the Russians are very good at is defense. And they built these 3 interlocking layers of defense with the most intense minefield in modern history, backed by drones, artillery, bunkers, barbed wire, etc. So that's why all the best battle tanks in the world couldn't get through that. What do you think, Marcel, from your point of view, from defense manufacturing, what are the weapons that are the game changers in the Ukraine war?
You should ask the customer firstly of that. Obviously, it's an attrition warfare. So what's most important is skills, lots of them. I think that's very important. Artillery clearly proved their added value again, and I'm not talking only about tube artillery, but also about rocket artillery. That's first of all. Main battle tanks remain decisive, although I think we should rather faster take into account the lessons learned that they have. For example, with counter-UAV capabilities. We are adding counter-UAV capabilities to our systems, to our main battle tanks, to our infantry fighting vehicles. So that's fast learning from the lessons learned we have. Then, of course, we have the robotics side, the unmanned side. And important for us as a system integrator is more the manned-unmanned team, the links, the manned and the unmanned systems, because it's not only about separate, you have to link them in your overall combat system. And last but not least, we are talking about legacy systems at the moment. They need that, and they need a lot. I think we can improve them a lot incrementally by more applying digital solutions. We are cooperating, for example, with Helsinki to increase the effectiveness with software and AI for the artillery systems in the whole artillery process. Roughly in a nutshell, an answer on your question.
Thanks. Sergei, Ukraine defense procurement, if you could wave a magic wand and somebody said, okay, you can have your wish list. I mean, we know there's a wish list that has been taken to Washington of targets inside Russia that, that Ukraine would like permission to use Western weapons to hit. But in terms of defense procurement, what are the weapons that you still need most? And what's stopping them reaching you? Is it politics? Is it logistics? Is it inefficiency within Western defense procurement? What's stopping the weapons getting to you that you need to push Russian forces out of your country?
Well, I think it's a multifaceted question which requires multifaceted answer. I will say the following. I, in the very beginning, mentioned that there are some critical weapons which are advanced, like air defense, long distance, missiles, that is in short supply and in short stock with our partners. And so I think the challenges of how quickly they can be ramped up to replace what's been provided to Ukraine, what has been and what is being provided to Ukraine. And I think this is something that we, of course, ask for, we'll be grateful for, and I think this is what our partners, we would like to succeed in doing, because to develop something indigenously will take time. On the other side, if I would say what is in power of Ukrainian defense industry to do, and where the magic hand would help, is exactly what has been mentioned earlier by Marcel, is what we can do to provide not just the scale to counter, you know, the line, the defenses, the conventional weapon scale, but this smart scale of something that can help us to provide this asymmetric warfare, not just to fight numbers with numbers, but to fight in a smart way. And I think this is what Ukraine industry probably is good at, and good at scale, and good at the technological level, and this is drones. I think our current capability, unfunded capability, is $8 billion of drones, and we talk about millions. It's millions of FPV drones, it's hundreds of thousands of ISR drones, it's bombers. So this is the autonomous systems. You mentioned the naval drones as well, so the number that's been applied is smaller, but we believe that it will proliferate. We honestly believe that next year, or the immediate few months, will be the, like 1 to 2 years, will be the time of ground systems. So, of unmanned ground systems, where they will prove themselves. We now, in many of our military units, we have like specialized units that are formed like that, are learning how to deploy them. And I think as the software advances and improves, we'll see that this ground system will be replacing soldiers, so helping them a lot. And I think as our people are fighting, we're very keen on actually not just weapon-to-weapon thing, but also ideally our robots should replace people. And I think this will sort of one of the key things where like we pay with the lives of our fellow citizens to fight this war. So this would be the magic hand. On one side, help our partners scale up the advanced weapons to provide and help us. On the other side, help us fund the asymmetric advanced technological products we managed to develop in these 2.5 years.
Thank you, Sergei. Now, some of you may remember that when Donald Trump was president, he was pretty critical of NATO. Well, he still is in some ways. And he threatened, if you remember, quite recently, he said, if I become president, I'm not going to bother to defend those countries that don't pay their 2% of GDP towards defense. And of course, it's notable, if you look at the map of Europe, those nations that are closest to Ukraine and the Russian borders pay the highest percentage. So Estonia, for example, already pays 1%, if I think I'm right of this, 1% of its GDP towards Ukraine alone, in addition to the rest of its defense needs. Poland is getting close to 4% of GDP. Russia spends around 7.5% of its gross domestic product on defense. In most Western countries, There is a big debate about whether to raise it to 2.2, 2.3. These are tiny amounts. At the end of the Cold War, so when the Soviet Union collapsed at the end of the Cold War in 1991, most advanced Western economies were paying well in excess of 5%. So the so-called peace dividend, which is a phrase that I think a lot of people can't stand and is very outdated, but this was the idea after the end of the Cold War that, great, now we don't need to spend so much money on defense, Russia isn't a threat anymore, we can put the money into schools, hospitals, roads, all the civilian development that populations expect. That, of course, has lasted longer than perhaps it should have done because that money needed to go into defense. Paul, I'm going to turn to you now. As a senior member of a Western, fully democratic nation, Sweden, how did Western governments persuade their populations and their treasury that the money needs to go into defense when, to most people's eyes, we're not at war? Yeah, there's something going on somewhere, some place called Ukraine, but I've never been there or it doesn't affect me. How do you persuade your finance ministry and the population that this is where the money needs to go?
It's not that difficult. We increased our defense budget with 27% last year. I read opinion polls. 90% of the Swedish population want to step up or continue supporting Ukraine. Sometimes I get criticized for doing too little to Ukraine, and I love that. I much rather come from a country where I'm criticized for that than doing too much. And according to Kiel Institute, right now we're number 6 in the world when it comes to supporting Ukraine, and we donated for 4 billion, and we have so far, and we have a multi-annual year budget for 6.5 billion. But people, on balance in Sweden, get it that this is about an investment into our own security in supporting Ukraine, and it's about what kind of European security order we want to keep and what kind of security order we want our kids to grow up in. So it's not difficult. Also, when it comes to domestic investment as well, there is a strong public support for supporting Ukraine. I know that's not the case in all countries, but I think that there's a threat perception among the Nordics due to geographic proximity and historical points of reference that makes it fairly easy for us. And then we need other things to keep up the incentive as well. I think it's very good with that NATO keeps pressuring. There's a healthy pressure from the Americans and so forth to make sure that we're above 2%. I think that the capability targets that NATO is giving us now, that's 2% isn't going to get you very far. I think also the challenge that we are exposed to right now also is that prices are indeed going up for defense equipment, and we have very long lead times as well, and that's something we have to grapple with as well. There is a lot more money in defense right now than there used to be a decade ago. So there's more money, but there is less time. And I think what is, because we're concerned about the development in Russia, and the question is how can we do all this quickly? Before, time wasn't considered to be a cost in defense because people didn't think there would be a war anyway. But you know, now we cannot exclude an armed attack against Sweden or any of the other allies, and then we have to get serious about this and have a completely different approach to how we expand our armed forces, but also how we expand our industrial production.
Thanks, Paul. Sergei, it wasn't that long ago that I can remember your government saying, when asked about the November US presidential elections, you know, we will deal with whoever is there. Clearly, it's going to make a huge difference who is in the White House from January. And obviously, the whole paradigm is changing with the apparent success so far of Kamala Harris's campaign. What is Ukraine's plan B if Donald Trump gets into the White House?
Before I answer this question, I just would like to quickly comment on Mr. Minister's last few sentences about the time. So I think I like the saying I heard at one of the conferences, actually it was in the US, from one of the executives, the time is life. And this is true for defense industry, for the free world, for Ukraine specifically. So it's indeed like we need to optimize for time because this is crucial, like to get the weapon in the time of war. This is when we need it most. And so I just would like to support that this is a very essential factor, and this should be the optimizing for like all the decisions that are made in defense industry. Coming back to the US, I would say we have a view as an industry, and we are in discussions with the partners. And last time the delegation came for the NATO summit and all the defense events that have been going there. So we went away with the view that since the support of the US will be there, the course of the defense industry cooperation that they have with Ukraine will be there. And so at the moment, despite all the political campaigns and potential like turbulences or signals, the courses, the project, the streams we have with the US industry are steady and develop irrespective of those changes. So we really would say we have this plan A. We do really hope that it stays. We we signed an important contract with Northrop Grumman in July. We pursue a number of very important ammunition projects for us. We believe that the free world and the US will still understand the importance of defense industrial base, the importance of having the capability to be able to provide, not just for the war we have at the moment, this Ukraine war, but for the potential conflicts and escalations elsewhere in the world. We need to plan for this capacity as well, and we want, like Ukraine defense industrial base, to be also a factor in planning for this potential capacity for mitigating these risks. So this is our plan, this is our view. We keep going for this, as far at least as the defense industry is concerned.
Thanks. Yuri, before I turn to you, I'm just going to remind you all to please send your questions. Now, as you can see, we've got an incredibly diverse panel up here, 6 white guys. If there are any ladies in the audience, I will take your questions first. I do a fair few of these things, and the men always dominate it, and the women have just as good questions, but they kind of often wait for the men to put their hands up. So I would like questions from the ladies first, if possible. Yuri, has the West, and NATO specifically, got better at delivering the supply chain of weapons that Ukraine needs? I mean, there's the Ramstein process. There was the French insisting that all weapon supplies needed to be sourced from within the EU. There have been some stumbling blocks along the way, which must be incredibly frustrating for Ukraine. Is it getting better, or are there still some major problems?
It's been getting better, definitely. But there are still some problems. I wouldn't say major problems, but from our perspective of the European Defence Agency as the enabler for defence industrial cooperation, indeed the main issue relates to not that much to the lack of funds, but as well, but to the problems concerning security in supply chains, various kinds of shortages concerning raw materials, explosives. Industry is also coping with the shortage of qualified workforce, engineers, etc. And at the same time, and it was mentioned already, that we sometimes we complain about the fragmentation on the part of the European defense industry. But this fragmentation starts with the fragmentation on the demand side. If you want to have a consolidation of the supply side, first you need to have consolidation on the demand side in terms of big flagship projects. multinational. And second problem, actually still the industry being expected to ramp up the production, but at the same time not getting, I would say, mid to long-term assured investments.
Paul, you wanted to add something?
If you have views about the fragmented defense industrial landscape, if you buy into that, that's a symptom, and that's a symptom of customer behavior. And it's when the countries decide, I think that the market will change as well. And I think a change in the market should be actually be market driven. It shouldn't necessarily be political arms deal in that regard. So I think that the market will change when customer behavior changes. So it's no point in accusing the defense industry for that. It's we, the member states, who have a lesson to do, and there's so much more we need to do when it comes to harmonization of requirements and standardization. And I think that the war in Ukraine has shown us this as well. And the Ukrainians, you have done a fantastic fight with 600 different types of weapon systems and so forth. But what we now also have to be laser focused is to make sure to provide you with ammunition, the spare parts, and the supplies, because what we want to accomplish with the support, of course, is operational effect as well.
I'm going to turn to questions now from the audience. And Tobias Ellwood, who until recently was head of the Defence Select Committee in the UK Parliament. Tobias.
Klaus Mangold. I have two questions. One refers to the investment needs for the next couple of years.
By the way.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay, but I was actually indicating Tobias Ellwood over here, unless you also were head of the Defence Select Committee in Parliament.
Yes. What are the needs for investment from the European defence industry which we have to face over the next couple of years? Are there some precise numbers? What will be the amounts to be invested? As well, looking forward, what does it mean precisely for the industry if it comes to a higher amount to be spent in terms of percentage of GDP, if it comes to 3 or 4%? And can we do this in the conflict, in financing a lot of financial issues which are linked with immigration? And what is the responsibilities for the politicians out of this? My second question.
Sorry, we're running short of time, so you've got the one question. Robert, do you want to answer that?
Well, let me put it this way. We heard the words interoperability and scale various times, and that I think are requirements before we can really move ahead. So I think, and I do hope, that the announcement yesterday by the President of the European Commission to have a defense commissioner would in fact stimulate the integration of the industrial base, allow for scaling up. And I think the biggest problem we have in Europe today, if we, for example, want to observe the eastern frontier of the EU, which is about 10 or 11 countries, if that means 10 or 11 different observation systems, satellites or whatever, we will not get where we want to be. So I think that the primary objective is that politicians, defense industry, and banks get together, talk to each other more often, which they do not do today, and also come up with creative financing solutions because the budgets are strained. So, for example, one can envisage if we have a collective satellite system on the eastern frontier of the EU, do we really have to procure that 100% from each defense ministry? Or can we create a separate purpose or a special purpose vehicle in which these countries pay in a yearly membership fee, and then we have a cash flow system, and then it's financiable and bankable. So we have to be a little bit more creative instead of the very traditional Napoleonic way of procuring what the generals want and then paying from the national budget.
Thank you. Before I turn to Tobias, any questions from the ladies in the audience? Any hands going up? No? Okay, you've had your opportunity. Tobias.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask a question about commonality on the 155, because I'm ex-military, and that's something that's been a problem for years and years. I didn't hear a solution, but Frank, you're being strict on questions. So my geopolitical question, geostrategic question, is based on what we heard last night. Last night's speeches all focused on the scale of what Ukraine is up against. It's less about, for European security, what's going on in Ukraine. It's more about what Russia is intending to do longer term. If that's the case, it places into context what's happening in Ukraine. Is it now time for the West to get real, to move up, get rid of its risk averseness, and actually start taking down the drones and the missiles over Ukraine territory in the same way that America and Britain stepped forward to take down Iranian missiles that were heading towards Israel?
Paul, do you want to take that one?
It's a question for the frontier allies on how they're going to do it, and talking with handling it within the alliance. Exactly. I know there are ongoing discussions in Romania and Poland about that with the rest of the allies. But let me, Tobias, what I agree with you is that we have to understand that the Ukrainians are the shield against Russian military expansion, and if we're not stopping them there in joint efforts together with Ukraine doing the heavy lifting and the fighting, with the pressure on Moldova, Georgia, the Baltic states, Finland and Poland is going to increase, and that's going to affect us all. So we certainly have a collective interest in making sure that we stop this Russian aggression and that the Ukrainian wins.
Now, there's an interesting question here from somebody who has declined to give their name, so it's from Anonymous, but I like this question. Do you think there should be a special approach towards countries that don't reach the 2% of GDP towards defense? Marcel, do you want to take that one?
That's a rather political one.
It's a very political one, but you've, I'm sure, got an astute brain that can handle it.
Yeah, but from the industry point of view, I would say yes. Push them to increase, but that's really a political discussion. I will not answer to that.
Paul, can I come back to you then in that case as a defense minister? Do you think, and I'm not quite sure what they had in mind here, but those who criticize, and well, specifically Donald Trump, threatening not to defend those countries that don't pay 2%, I'm not trying to kind of lead you into a bear trap here, but the question is, do you think there should be a special approach towards countries that don't reach the 2%? Should there be a penalty for them?
Listen, it's the Americans who's going to decide who's become the next president. So in regard to questioning the commitment to Article 5, questioning that I think is reckless in an area where we're focusing on deterrence, and deterrence is about communication. And I mean, we went to Washington for, as you all know, 2014 in Wales. There were 3 allies who had 2%, and now there's 23 allies. So things have progressed. There's about 100 billion euros more right now than it was then. I think that there is a certain element of peer pressure, and the allies who don't have 2% of GDP right now, of course, have to prove a trajectory on how and when they're going to be reaching it. And if we're going to be, and you're so right when you talk about this war about scale and volume, and I heard people saying, well, if Russia couldn't even beat Ukraine, you had 27 brigades to start off with this war, and you had one of the strongest air defense. What other European ally have 27 brigades? And if we're going to be serious now about our commitment to deterrence and defense, this is about scaling up the volume, and not at least when it comes to our ground forces. So there is a lot of investments that's going to be needed for achieving those new capability targets as well.
Yuri, one for you, because we're almost out of time. Interesting one here. How open is Europe to procuring weapons systems from countries in Asia other than Korea?
First of all, and this is another problem of the European defense industry, that the EU member states actually are procuring around 80% of their weapon systems outside EU.
Sorry, 8 or 80?
Around 80% outside EU. So, indeed, the major part of that comes from the US, but then, indeed, you mentioned South Korea and others. I don't know actually exactly who procures what in terms of that the outside markets, because we are focused on exactly promoting the increasing share of the EU defense industry in the procurement of defense capabilities for EU member states.
Thanks. Now we are almost out of time. I'm going to go slightly off-piste here and give the final word to Ukraine's Minister for Defense Procurement, Sergei Boyev. And Sergei, I'm going to ask a completely different question. Can Ukraine still win this war, and what does winning mean for you?
Well, we have to. That's what I would say my answer would be. This is our country. We've stand on our position that we want Ukraine in its full territorial integrity, etc. And so, for currently, I personally don't see any other scenario. So we have to be determined. We have to have this plan A, and we have to give it all we've got. And this is what we are doing. So, full independent Ukraine, with all its lands, territorial integrity, and this is what we have to stand for, this is what we have to fight for. This is what a lot of our soldiers and citizens have given their lives. This is what we are here discussing today. This is what all our partners together with us are fighting. It is not just Ukraine. This is the world order, the values of freedom, democracy, human rights, etc. This is a much bigger fight than just purely to look at narrowly as something on the eastern flank of Europe. This is the fight for democratic value, for freedom. And so I think the free world has to win this fight. This is very important. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Thanks very much. And to the whole panel for your questions. Many thanks to the whole panel. Don't forget, in 20 minutes, back in this room for the head of Kosovo, who will be talking about the situation in the Balkans. Many, many thanks.
Hello, bonjour, ahoy. I'm Roger Hilton. As polycrisis rains down on the international landscape and winds of turbulence test policymakers, have no fear. GLOBSEC is here to tame the storm. It is my privilege to be reporting from the GLOBSEC Forum, held in Prague and under the auspices of Czech President Petr Pavel. The 19th edition of our flagship conference will be record-breaking. For the next 3 days, I will be delivering you policy highlights and recaps from our top-tier lineup of international speakers and moderators. Follow us on social media and let's get into it. Like tradition, we started the day off with our annual Defense Roundtable, co-hosted by the George C. Marshall European Center for Security, where discussions covered a range of issues like unmanned systems, modern warfare, and European innovation. In concert, another high-level side event on Europe's strategic priorities and tech ambitions took place. The 2024 GLOBSEC Forum was officially opened with welcome remarks from GLOBSEC President and Founder Robert Váš, where he forcefully expressed his optimism about shaping the future, emphasizing that with 2,000 people gathered in Prague, they have the power to steer the world amidst a growing storm, reminding everyone that history sometimes needs a little push. Shortly thereafter, Czech President Petr Pavel took to the stage for a keynote that elaborated on Europe and the world's current security landscape. To wrap up the opening sessions, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, in her first public address since being elected for a second mandate, announced that she will be appointing a dedicated defense commissioner and declared Central Europe is not only geographically at the heart of Europe, but it is also politically and strategically central to the future of the European Union. Still on the Havel stage, GLOBSEC launched its much-anticipated Geotech Center under the leadership of General John Allen, with inputs from Czech President Petr Pavel, Slovene President Natasha Pirc-Musar, former Estonian President and GLOBSEC board member Kersti Kaljulaid, as well as Microsoft Vice Chair and President Brad Smith. They deconstructed some of the most pressing issues regarding how Europe can navigate emerging technologies like AI and biotechnology while maintaining its values and protecting citizens' rights. A forward-looking defense chat featuring NATO Deputy Secretary Mirka Joanna outlined the alliance's ability to swiftly adapt to shifting geopolitical, economic, and technological landscapes, and called for more collaboration with the private sector. GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum 2024 kicked off with a roundtable on the pervasive threat of disinformation and its impact on democracy, featuring the Slovene president. Shifting to the Albright Stage, a stimulating one-on-one with Microsoft's Brad Smith took place, who shared his expertise on the growing severity of contemporary cyber attacks and the urgent need for building societal resilience alongside developing effective deterrence strategies. To conclude, a mix of eclectic government and NGO voices on the Schwarzenberg stage shared their views on the evolving possibilities when it comes to transatlantic relations ahead of the 2024 American presidential elections. That's a wrap on all the discussion and debate on day one from the 2024 GLOBSEC Forum in Prague. But don't worry, there's much action ahead. Follow us on social media and see you on day two.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Justin Vo.
Hello. Hello, thank you all. Thank you very much. I hope everybody had some lunch. I hope everybody had a cup of coffee, maybe 2 cups of coffee, 3 cups of coffee. Before I invite our guest here, I just want to say a word about the title of our event and our guest and how they relate. You have 3 basic ideas here, obviously: Kosovo, liberal democracy, and fragility. Now, fragility and Kosovo, that one's easy. Kosovo is a fragile place in a fragile part of the continent. Liberal democracy in Kosovo, a little bit more complicated. Kosovo aspires to be a liberal democracy, and in many ways is a liberal democracy. It's also, of course, a place where ethnic nationalism is extremely salient, and ethnic nationalism and liberal democracy don't always mix easily. This is a classic theme of political science and political theory. The cool thing about GLOBSEC is that you don't just have to hear about that from people like me or academics or pundits. You get to hear about it from, for example, the president of Kosovo, which is pretty cool. So please join me in welcoming the president of Kosovo, Vjosa Osmani.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello again.
Good to see you again. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Madam President, I thought we could start our session today by talking a little bit about relations between Kosovo and Western Europe and the United States. How would you say the dynamic in those relationships has shifted in recent years, in your view?
The relationship between Kosovo and the United States is, for the people of Kosovo, for Kosovo as a country, the most important, the most existential, and the most indispensable relation of all of the alliances that we have built throughout the years. And I would say primarily because of our history. In the most darkest of hours for our people, it was the US that led the free world to come and save our lives, to save the people of Kosovo from an extermination that was planned against our people. And that was the foundation of the relationship that we've built in the past 25 years, although of course it dates back even much longer than that, because we've always seen the United States as the leader of the free world and as the country that was always outspoken when it comes to the gross violations of human rights of the people of Kosovo. Now, 1999 up to date, if we look at the history of this relation, it's full of successes, practically from our right to be free, to our right to be independent, to the recognitions that we've achieved in the meantime, membership in international organizations, economic development, all the way to building our police force and our army. It has all been a joint success. And for that reason, it's a relationship that we cherish absolutely very much. And according to the latest poll, 97% of the people of Kosovo see the United States as their primary ally, as their most important ally, and they do cherish this relationship. Now, nowadays, of course, you will hear from time to time statements of disagreement on between officials in the US and the government of Kosovo on some of the approaches, but never on the end goal or the fundamental values that we share. So there are no disagreements on the fact that both Kosovo and the United States want a Kosovo that is sovereign, independent in its current borders, successful, prosperous, multi-ethnic, based on its constitution. But I guess sometimes the approach towards maintaining a democratic, sovereign, strong Kosovo, and how do we achieve that, it can change. So the approach, the tactics, the nuances, there are differences to that, but there has never been, and there isn't right now, any difference whatsoever on what kind of Kosovo we want, what are the values that are at the very fundament of our relationship and at the very fundament of our countries. And I believe that when that is healthy, the foundations, then the rest, despite of challenges, can absolutely be overcome.
There's still agreement on the destination, but some arguing over how to get there.
Well, I would say even on how to get there, the disagreement again is not on what is the path, but perhaps on how fast to drive on that path. So it's not even on the path. So again, while of course I don't want to paint a rosy picture and say that everything is perfect, because I've been very public about my position as president, which is something that I've held in my more than 20 years in politics, that coordination with key allies is one of the most important aspects of our success, because when we coordinate with allies, especially our security allies in the ground, then success is more sustainable, is long-term. When we don't, it's just a momentary success. It might look good, it might sound good, but then it's much more fragile, and you can also make steps backwards. So as president, this is the position that I keep, and I strongly believe, and we've learned that. It's not like we were born knowing this, but we've learned, as many other countries around the world, that when you keep strong alliances, and of course with democratic countries, I'm not talking about the malign factors, but when you have these strong alliances, that is where your leverage, that is where your power lies. Our strongest power as a country lies in our partnerships. That has kept us strong no matter the challenges across our history. Not everyone in Kosovo entirely agrees with what I'm saying, and that means that Kosovo is a healthy democracy too, the strongest and the most established democracy in our region, in fact, based on all international indices. Yeah, again, the difference is between some in Kosovo and in the United States that on how quickly do we walk on a certain path rather than on what the path is and what the destination is.
Let's talk about those partnerships that you mentioned. How would you describe Kosovo's ambitions in terms of its future in Euro-Atlantic institutions? And what do you see as the obstacles to those ambitions?
Now, oftentimes when we have this, you know, change of leadership in the EU from one country to another, and it happens every year. I'm invited to have speeches and to speak to members of the European Union about the importance of Euro-Atlantic integration and the importance of European values. And I always mention how the people of Kosovo fought for what today are known as European civilization, or at that time was known. Now it's, you know, democracy, human rights, rule of law, these kind of values. More than 500 years ago, our national hero, Gjergj Kastrioti, led the fight within Europe to maintain these values. And that has been the very foundation of our nation. Throughout our existence, we have fought for Europe that is free, at peace, and based on the values that are most important to humankind, such as human rights, you know, rule of law is extremely important, and so on. Now, yes, we are the only country in the Western Balkans that does not have a candidate status, despite of the fact that we are at a 100% alignment with every European Union common foreign security policy decision. We have aligned all of our sanctions against malign countries with the European Union. Since 2001, our parliament makes sure that each and every piece of legislation that we adopt is in full line with acquis communautaire. We make sure that all of our economic reforms are entirely in line with the European Union. And as I said, more than 95% of the people of Kosovo are in favor of European integration. So you have this pro-European sentiment, pro-NATO sentiment as well. You have people that are so eager to contribute. We have the youngest population in Europe, tech-savvy, multilingual, brilliant, the most tech-innovative and tech-competitive country in the Western Balkans. Again, most pro-democratic and civil liberties of all the other countries. So perhaps on your initial comment that ethno-nationalism thrives in Kosovo, in fact, that can be only far from the truth, because the truth is that Kosovo has the most advanced constitution, not just in the region, on European soil when it comes to minority community rights. And I challenge anyone to pick another country on European soil that gives a minority community with 3 to 4% within the population the right to veto any constitutional amendment, any piece of legislation that is of vital interest, any reform on the education system, anything related to human rights, anything related to religious and other fundamental freedoms, anything related to spatial planning, and so on and so forth. While Kosovo is that country, and we guarantee, apart from seats in the parliament and all of these rights, not just at the national level, but also at the local level, at the police, in the justice system, and so on, so that the minority communities can feel included. They can give a contribution to what we call in our constitution a multi-ethnic Kosovo, which we don't see as a threat. We see that as a value, as something with all of the cultures, the religions, that makes us richer, not weaker, not poorer on values, but richer. And in that sense, among the people of Kosovo, you do not see ethno-nationalism. Among the people of Kosovo, you will see resilience on the European path. We have never looked elsewhere. We've never flirted with other parties or other forces, especially not the malign forces like Russia, China, and Iran, or even North Korea. We've picked the right friends in the sense that we share the same values with the Euro-Atlantic family. And then the challenge is, within the European Union, there are 5 countries that have not recognized Kosovo, who for their sometimes domestic political considerations, which we try to understand, but have become an obstacle to a country's willingness to also contribute to the strategic vision of a Europe whole, free, and at peace. Because a Europe whole, free, and at peace is impossible without the Western Balkans joining. And secondly, the obstacle is that we don't see a merit-based process. So a country that is only 46% compliant with the European Union Common Foreign and Security Policy, and obviously I'm talking about Serbia, gets the vast majority of the EU financial assistance, more than all the rest of us, 5 of us, that are 100% aligned with the European Union get together in terms of financial assistance. And of course, we don't really see the merit-based process which the EU talks about so much being taken into account. Otherwise, if that was the case, Kosovo would have been the front runner when it comes to European integration. But it's just too many domestic political considerations on the way.
Let me ask you a little bit about the EU. The EU is mediating these negotiations between Serbia and Kosovo, and at least from the outside, they don't seem to be making much progress. Why is that?
So, because, you know, in a negotiation, you have a table in between the two parties, which normally needs to be flat, in the sense that there needs to be an equal footing, equality between the two parties. What we see right now, what we face right now, is the table is all upside down. So, despite the fact that Kosovo has been negotiating with Serbia for the past more than 12 years, 13 years, about 40 agreements have been reached, including one very important one, the basic agreement and the Ohrid Annex the previous year. And if you look at the list of non-implementation of obligations from Serbia, it's very, very long. It would take us until tomorrow to just read it. And this is, you know, it's very easy to confirm. You don't have to trust my judgment or my interpretation of it. You just pick any agreement. Whether we're talking about the agreement of freedom of movement, or we're talking about the agreement on recognizing diplomas, or we're talking about the agreement on, you know, recognition of other documents, or returning of the cadastral records which Serbia has stolen from Kosovo in the 90s and so on. None of these agreements have been implemented, to a very important one from 2013, which obliges Serbia to dissolve all of its illegal parallel structures around Kosovo, but primarily in the north. Now, what happened in these past 10 years is that instead of dissolving those structures, Serbia has constantly strengthened them, to the extent that these illegal structures have turned into mafia gangs and have also turned into the biggest danger for the Serb community who lives in northern Kosovo.
What are these external structures specifically?
These illegal structures are groups of, you know, criminals that are paid by Serbia, appointed by Serbia, politically supported by Serbia, and right now, after they committed an act of aggression against Kosovo in September, are also hidden by Serbia within Serbia, so that they do not face justice for the acts of aggression, and also other crimes that they've committed, like murder against Serb politicians, like burning down houses and cars of Serbs in the north, like threatening kids in the kindergarten for Serbs in the north. So those who are suffering most from these mafia gangs paid by and supported by Vučić in Serbia are actually the Serbs in Kosovo. So all of this has happened in the past 10 years, and including the act of aggression against Kosovo last year. Despite of all of that, and despite of the long list of non-implementation by Serbia, guess which one is the party that is under measures by the EU? Is the party that is at a 100% alignment with the European Union on every common security and foreign policy decision? Is the party that never purchases weapons from Russia, China, or Iran? Is the party that 97% of whose people are in favor of the European Union? Is the party that has never committed an act of aggression against its neighbors, that does not destabilize its neighbors, that does not organize a coup against its neighbors, that does not use Russian MiG-29s to fly over their neighbors? That's the party that is under measures, Kosovo. So that's why the table is upside down. When you don't have equality as the very basics of any negotiation process, no one should, you know, dream about tangible results that can also be implemented in the ground. And my final point on the dialogue, an agreement was reached February 23, and then it's annexed later on in 2023, which foresees obligations for both Kosovo and Serbia. According to the EU and the United States, and I agree with that interpretation, it's a legally binding treaty. Joseph Borrell, the High Rep, has also informed the UN Secretary General of the United Nations, as per practices in international law, that it's a legally binding treaty. But for all the experts out there, what happens if one of the parties formally withdraws from a treaty? It's a basic principle of international law. The other party has no obligation to implement it either. It's not that I want to oversimplify it. It's just like you enter into a contract for the sale of goods. You pay the price, you're asked to pay the price, and then and then you say, okay, it's good for the other party to never deliver goods? No. If the other party doesn't want to deliver the goods, you don't have to pay the price either. So again, not to oversimplify it, but we hear a lot from European bureaucrats, pacta sunt servanda, the contract should be respected. Yes, that's exactly what we want. But Serbia has formally withdrawn from this treaty through letters sent by its former prime minister to the European Union, through statements made by its president and its current prime minister, who say this is not a legally binding treaty and we will never implement it. Now, despite of them saying that, everyone in the European, well, not everyone, again, not to generalize, most in the EU say, well, Kosovo should unilaterally implement its obligations. Now, I strongly believe that we're in a situation where we need to bring back equality to the table. If parties are treated on an equal footing, then we can have success. And we are very confident that with the changes in the European Union, with the new High Rep coming up, that equality is going to come back to the table as that precondition to success. So we're confident and we're hopeful, but we're going to have to wait for a few months for those successes to be seen, I believe.
Okay, if you have a question, you can add it to Slido. You can also raise your hand. I'm going to take a couple audience questions. We'll start with one here from the Slido. Madam President, can you say more, this is an anonymous question, can you say more about Kosovo's approach to media freedom and combating disinformation, particularly in the context of regional tensions?
So, Kosovo has been a leader in the region when it comes to media freedoms and generally fundamental rights and freedoms of our people. That doesn't mean that we have not been facing a number of, and a rising aspect of propaganda and disinformation. It is extremely important that when we deal with disinformation and propaganda, which I believe are one of the biggest dangers to liberal democracies, which was the initial topic that we were supposed to talk about, we need to make sure that we're successful in that battle. Now, that needs to be done in full compliance with highest European standards, and there are a lot of countries that, despite not being entirely successful, because this is an ongoing battle, we need to see what they have achieved as successes and to learn from those successes. So yes, media freedom, freedom of speech are fundamental values of a democratic society, but as the European Court of Human Rights has decided on a number of cases, which is of course a model that we follow, media freedoms are not limitless. They are limited to the extent that you do not risk national security, to the extent that you do not risk the lives of others, and you do not violate the integrity and the dignity of others. So based on these principles, we need to move ahead with, I would say, most robust, but based on highest EU standards, fight against disinformation and propaganda. Because since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russia only in that first year had tripled the amount of money that they use for propaganda and disinformation in the Western Balkans. It is in Russia's interest to open a new front against the West, and they will be looking for fragile, territories that are not part of NATO, but are within the European continent. So for that reason, we need to make sure that the support for the Western Balkans in terms of fighting disinformation and propaganda also rises. When it comes to EU support, I recently signed an agreement with the US government on programs that the US will be supporting us in fighting disinformation and propaganda, but we certainly need more support, because look, we constantly face cyber attacks and other kind of disinformation attacks attacks, hybrid threats from Russia, but also from Iran, and some coming, you know, from other malign factors as well. As a region, I would say, but also Kosovo particularly. In that sense, the more we work together, the stronger we will be towards those common enemies or opponents, which are spread through disinformation.
Okay, a recurring theme this weekend. I hope you all join me in thanking President Osmani. Thank you so much for your detailed answers and for having this chat with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Richard Wozniak.
Hello guys, I'm Richard Wozniak and I have a big problem. The very first panel I ever moderated was a small panel in Brussels 10 years ago. The title of that panel was Western Balkans at Crossroads between East and West. And here I am, 10 years later, bigger stage, GLOBSEC, and what is the title of the panel? Clearly, I am lost. Seems like Western Balkans is lost as well. So to help me, to maybe help Western Balkans, I have not one, but 4 Sherpas, 3 presidents and a baroness. Surely we must find a way today. So please welcome on stage President Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, President Milo Djukanovic, President Stevo Pendarovsky, and Baroness Catherine Ashton. So, we only have 40 minutes, and I really want you guys to participate. And there are 2 ways you can do it. There's the modern way, it's via Slido. You have it on your app. And there's the old-fashioned way. You raise a hand, and I have 2 microphones coming up here somewhere. Also, Mr. Djukanovic will be speaking in the most beautiful language, Montenegrin. And you will have, for those of you who don't understand it, you will have a translation piece somewhere. I don't know where mine is, but it should be around everywhere for those who can't know it. So, anyway, let's start. It was 11 years ago. Okay, it works? It was the last time we had an enlargement. It was your country, Madam President. Since then, not much has been going on. And now you're an EU member, and I know that Croatia is very pro-enlargement, especially to Western Balkans, always pushing for it. But my question is the following. In the EU, is it really true that everyone is as enthusiastic as Croatia when it comes to Western Balkans? Is it really such a consensus? Or is there not a complacency and some people who want to slow this process down and are not really ready for this yet?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the enlargement fatigue, as we have called it, is nothing new. I mean, we experienced it after the 5th enlargement wave, and I've been on the other side, and I know how frustrating it is. When we were trying to start negotiations with the European Union and with the slow progress. And that really reflected back on our own society and the fact that we started losing popular support for EU accession, which meant not just EU accession because it was not a goal in itself, but it meant also losing enthusiasm for the difficult political, economic, and other reforms that had to be conducted in the country. In our case, I think we had no doubt. The closer you are to accession, the more people start to think, is that what we really want, or would it be better? Would we be better off on our own? But we had no doubt. However, we have a different situation today with stalling of the process of EU accession, where we're creating dangerous political vacuums in our neighboring countries that are being filled by third parties who are not necessarily benevolent to the region and the stability, peace, and prosperity in the region. So the enlargement fatigue, which has to be addressed by proper information and public diplomacy on the benefits of enlargement of the EU, not just for the countries who have joined, but for the EU as a whole, has to be strengthened, as well as countering disinformation. And definitely people or countries need to start making more progress on the formal way to the European Union. Otherwise, feelings develop, oh, no matter what we do, we're still not good enough to them.
You mentioned third forces, third countries. Anyone particular in mind?
Oh, well, Russia, of course, comes to mind. And quite honestly, if I were in the position of the Russian leadership, I'd want to open another front that would take away at least part of the attention of the European Union and NATO from Ukraine. But they're not the only ones. There are other countries or elements that are at sub or supra-country level that would like to influence the processes in what is commonly known as the Western Balkans. And I don't really like the term, because I think that the Balkans itself as a connotation makes everybody think, oh, do I really want Balkans in my own house? So I prefer to call the region Southeast Europe. I do understand those who say that they're proud Balkan people. However, we have to start rethinking strategies and the whole approach to the region, because it has two great potentials. One is to do good very quickly, and in contrast to some other regions who have experienced conflict and instability, we have been able to end the wars and work on reconciliation, reintegration, and resolving the open issues. But there is the second big potential, and that is to descend into turmoil and bloodshed very quickly as well. And that potential should not be disregarded, thinking, okay, now we have peace, security, and more or less the military balance, and of course NATO that guarantees the security umbrella for most of our countries. However, one spark could ignite crisis that, I don't believe it would go back to what we had in the 90s, the scope of the wars in the 90s, but nevertheless, could still continue to destabilize not just the region, but the European Union and the whole of the transatlantic area.
President Jukanovic, you come from the country that is the front runner, but you have also been running for quite a long time. For 12 years now, negotiations, all chapters open, a handful chapters closed. For how much longer are you going to run? We heard the current president of Montenegro say, we will be number 28 in 28. Are you as optimistic?
Da, u slučaju Crne Gore taj proces
of Montenegro, this process has been taking quite some time, and it has already been producing certain effects that in the end can result in serious discouragement of the public about whether we will achieve that goal, membership in the European Union. In the preparation for this panel, you said that more or less we find ourselves at the same crossroad as 10 years ago when you moderated one of similar panels in Brussels. Unfortunately, you are right. And very often when I talk about this, I say that today European values seem to be more poorly accepted in the Western Balkans than 10 years ago. But let us first tackle the essence of what you asked in your question. I think the two things should be taken into account. First, the process of taking the societies in the Western Balkans or Southeastern Europe out from their historical situation where they lag behind in democracy and economy, it's a long process. It's much longer than the negotiation in the European Union. And it's much longer than what it takes to get the final green light in certain chapters. So it is the process of emancipation of the societies. And that process will take longer than any negotiations. And at the same time, we have to know that in the societies in the Western Balkans, you don't have some political divisions who advocate the same political goals. No. You still have a very sharp conflict in the Western Balkans between two ideas. One is the multi-ethnic democracy and Balkan nationalism on the other side. So when the structures in power change, it's not just the persons that change and continue working on the same goal and strategies. No, they keep undermining the strategy when you have change in power. That's what we have in Montenegro in the last 4 years. And it's logical. The structures in power changed. I mean, that's democratic maturity of a society, and that's okay. But what we didn't have to have is that there is a disruption of the hard work on closing the chapters. We had the situation where the European part was questioned. So definitely we need more time than what is behind us. But the second thing is that in that time we didn't have consistent and needed support from the European Union. According to what I remember, from the time of managing the political processes, in Montenegro we had 3 stages. The first stage happened after the end of the wars, when the countries of Central and Eastern Europe were already members of the European Union and when we were very enthusiastic to become a member of the European Union. European Union at that time already had very strong voices talking about enlargement fatigue. So that was the first stage. The second stage was the stage of obstructing the whole process of enlargement. So there were different speeds discussed, political community discussed as a kind of substitute for membership in the European Union. They never said it clearly, but basically they were buying time to lower the pressure of the countries of the Western Balkans and their wish to become members of the European Union. And then we see the third stage. In my opinion, it was the completely wrong politics of the West towards the Western Balkans. That is the policy that realistically created space for restoration of the most retrograde political ideas in the recent history of the Western Balkans. So, in the 90s, you had those ideas. They wanted to change the borders. They wanted to swap territories. And the goal was, instead of the current configuration of states, we should establish a smaller number of states that would be ethnically homogeneous. And the nationalists always had that idea. They keep saying that multi-ethnic democracy in the Western Balkans is not possible. And they say that that's why we can't have stability, and that if we change the borders and if we have homogenization, then we will have stability. So today, those ideas are still strong. And they are restored, in my opinion, thanks to the foreign influence. The most important is the Russian influence, of course. As Grabar-Kitarovic said, Russia tries in that way to achieve their legitimate interest in our region. But the problem is that the Western policy was such in the past that realistically it helped restoration of those ideas that are retrograde. And I think that those ideas lead the regional political process in the Western Balkans and realistically threaten to undermine stability of the Western Balkans as the fundamental value that we achieved in the past.
I'm a Montenegrin voter. I've seen that it's taken 12 years to just open chapters, which is easier than closing them. Why shouldn't I be attractive to these alternative names? Oh, sorry, alternative names, alternative ideas, and so on? I mean, it's quite natural to me.
I can agree with you. I mean, that's why I emphasized how important it is to have continuous and comprehensive support from the European Union to that process, because it's not only in the interest of the Western Balkans. It is primarily the interest of the European Union. If the European Union wants to be stable and reinforce its system of values, and if it wants to be competitive on the geopolitical level, if it is not such, then it is subject to the influence of other politics. It's important the geopolitical vacuum does not exist. If you don't have sufficient influence of the European Union, then you will have influence of Russia. And Russia has used this very successfully. So today, values in the Western Balkans are devastated. We have to notice that. And that's why I'm saying that the situation is worse now than 10 years ago. And the Western policy today absolutely supports strengthening of the retrograde policies, which is a paradox. You have a very sharp front of the West in Ukraine. In Ukraine, they are preventing development of the Russian world, whose idea is to secure the geopolitical counterbalance and to ensure the importance of Russia from the time of the Cold War. I mean, there is a war about that. But in the Western Balkans, Western policies actually support something that is a copy of the Russian world, and that is development of the Serbian world in the region of the Western Balkans. That is strengthening of greater state nationalism, which is not isolated. Because in the Western Balkans, if you have one nationalism development, then the other will develop as well. And that leads to instability. And that led to 130,000 deaths in the 90s. So, in my opinion, all of this is a consequence of absence of a continuous and comprehensive support of the European Union. And let me just be very clear. I'm not talking about financial support. You will hear from Brussels, you want European money. No, it's not about the money. We need support in those countries to reshape public opinion, which is logically lagging behind, because it's historical, economic, and democratic lagging behind. And we have to deal for our public to recognize the benefits in the system of European values and not in some other system. You just said it's logical that the voters are hesitating. They don't see the clear prospects of membership in the EU, and they don't like uncertainty. And if they live in uncertainty, then they easily accept populist ideas. And we have this problem not only in the Balkans today, but in Europe as well, and in the United States. It's very clear. We need to have a serious strategic support from the European Union, which, in my belief, and I have been involved in politics for a long time, it was not continuous, it was not sufficiently comprehensive for all the time.
Segue to North Macedonia. We have the front runner here, but for many years, North Macedonia was sort of the best student in the class. You got brilliant reports from the European Commission, yet, as of today, you have still not opened a single chapter. There's been Greek vetoes, there has been, let's call it a French veto, and then there's been a Bulgarian veto. So isn't this a perfect example that, you know, the EU, in fact, isn't particularly serious about this?
Good afternoon to everybody. You have said at the very beginning that the Montenegro is the front runner in the last 12 years, and of course without the slightest intention to diminish the results of our friends in Montenegro, but we have been the front runners in the region on par with Croatia 20 years ago. In 2005, at that time, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia got the candidate status. And do not forget that last year we have celebrated, if that is the right term, 20 years since the Thessaloniki Agenda, when for the first time in one European Union document, the full membership for all the countries of the Western Balkans have been mentioned. And we are entering the third decade of that pledges, and nothing has happened after the latest entry into the European Union, let's say from the broader Western Balkan region after the entry of Croatia into the European Union. You have mentioned several vetoes, some of them are informal, like the French veto. That was the demand on the part of the French president, that side in 2020, to have better methodology. Allegedly, the lagging behind of the region was because of the methodology. Of course, that was not true. That was never true. In my view, the lagging behind on the European Union path of the Western Balkans is mostly on the European Union part. Saying that, I wouldn't like to justify any wrongdoings being on the part of the local leaderships, in the regional leaderships. It's more than clear that we have not completed our homework. But tell me how it is possible in the past 10 or 11 years, no one from the Western Balkans not to succeed towards the European Union, and Montenegro is negotiating about 12 years, Serbia is with a similar period of time in that, formally in that process, and no one is even nearing the end of that long path. And no one should be surprised that in the meantime, the enthusiasm of our people, I can speak about North Macedonia with relevant numbers, enthusiasm of the people has been plummeting down in the past several years since the latest blockade on that part started to happen. We have been in the high 70s or high 80s, people being in favor of the EU full-fledged membership. Today, we have less than 50. That is unbelievably low for the country which has not only been the front runner in the procedural terms, but being always with the main feature, being one of the main pro-European and pro-Western countries. We have very specific internal structure. We have a lot of minorities. We have a quarter of the population ethnic Albanians. We are bordering both Kosovo and Serbia. Probably because of that, most of the people saw European Union or Europe without borders as a kind of a recipe to have the inter-ethnic coexistence and to have good living, good standard of living. And unfortunately, we have put everything. We have, as our former Prime Minister said once, we have played all in. And we failed on that exam. We have been the best student in the class. Unfortunately, now we failed that exam. And I cannot see any light at the end of this very long tunnel. At present, European Union is not dealing with the Western Balkans. And to speak more broadly and to take into consideration the broader passage of time, since 9/11, United States of America has done what it has done in the Western Balkans or in the Balkans and left the region with They are there with the symbolic diplomatic presence, and that's not enough. Without the serious EU leverage, then no one on the part of the Western Balkan leaderships, regardless whether they are from the left or from the right, from the center, is not capable in a short period of time to undertake all the reforms necessary to near the European average, speaking about the values, speaking about the standards, not only the standards of living, but speaking about the rule of law, speaking about the fight against corruption or organized crime. So within that process of Europeanization, it has always been the case, the countries prosper, including the values. We are not speaking about the money. My colleague Milo said precisely, we are not asking only for the European Union funds, cohesion funds, IPA funds. We are speaking about the values. We do need political values as well. That's the reason why we wouldn't like to be the members of the European market only. We would like to be the full-fledged member in the European political institutions. Do not forget, speaking for my country, we have no prior democratic experience. We have been the part of former Yugoslavia, which has not been a democratic entity, never been the state in a modern sense before that. So we do need that lessons or political practices or good political practices to be taken from the Western European countries and from the United States of America. They are nowhere to be seen. The whole process of the European integration is now, today, has been concentrated on ticking the boxes in a bureaucratic manner. We do not need that. We need the meaningful policy on the part of the European Union towards the Western Balkans. How it is possible, I'm going to conclude with this, the country which has changed its name to enter NATO and to enter the European Union, to be stuck in that process. And today, if you ask Macedonian citizens, no one will tell you, no one can tell you what is ahead of us and for how long we should wait finally to end, to be there, to reach that final destination.
Okay, a short question here then. The EU finally sees that, listen, it is too hard to reform ourselves because we have all these vetoes, and in order to get rid of the vetoes, there will be someone who's vetoing that. So we'll throw you this bone instead. Everything but institutions. Will you accept it? It's for you. Yeah.
No, I would like to say
integrated into energy, integrated into markets.
No, that's not going to be helpful to us. And, you know, we can become the member of the European market. What about the rule of law? You know, the biggest challenges today are, of course, the low standard of living, beyond doubt. But what about the rule of law? According to all the estimations by Freedom House, by all relevant international organizations, we are going backward. I mean, as a whole, if you're taking the look of the region, the whole Western Balkan is going back. Whenever you are speaking or judging the democratic indices, democratic indicators, then the quality of our democracy is not on that level it used to be before. We are going back. Then 5 years back, 10 years, 15 years back, we have been with the highest marks in this regard. I would dare say even to tell you that according to the latest reports by Freedom House or Amnesty International, in the whole of the Western Balkans, we have either serious leanings towards autocracy or outright autocratic regimes. That was not the case 10 or 15 years back. So we have enormously wasted the time. Especially, we have wasted the time of our young generations who are now either emigrating or looking in despair what's going on with their countries. Because, you know, the promises after the fall of communism has been quite great. We have failed. Political leadership has failed, but the European dream is nowhere to be seen because of the inactivity, in my view, on the part of the European Union, mostly without excuse for the local leaderships. And one sentence plus, if I may. In the past 2.5 years, European Union all of a sudden started to think and to behave like the NATO alliance. They started to introduce informally some criteria for membership, which has something to do with the geostrategic context. And then you're hearing on a daily basis, this is the window of opportunity because of the war in Ukraine. You know, it shouldn't be like that. What if one day Ukraine war, hopefully today, not tomorrow, will stop? And we're going to back to business as usual. You shouldn't say this is the window of opportunity because it is the war on the European continent. We do not need war to accept our countries into the European Union. We do not need that. We need presence of the European Union, judging us on all criteria, and acceleration process to be based on merits, not on geopolitical or geostrategic context.
Madame Ashton, I will use a sort of Macedonian legend now. It seems that maybe the Gordian knot to solve in the region is relations between Serbia and Kosovo. And you, ahead of the dialogue, the Serbia-Kosovo dialogue, was the closest to becoming an Alexander the Great, compared to at least your successors, Federica Mogherini and Mr. Borrell, that quite frankly have not made any progress on that in the last 10 years. What is the secret sauce, and what is the EU not understanding about that very crucial relationship in the Western Balkans?
I've been compared to many things, but not that before.
Well, that's a compliment, isn't it?
I think he's a man, isn't he?
Doesn't matter.
Anyway, it's very nice to be here, and I'm very conscious that you do want to do questions, and we have 3 amazing presidents here, so I'll be brief. The thing that I look back on, and my frustration, is that what we were able to do 10 years ago was bring the determination and commitment of the leadership in Serbia and Kosovo together with the determination of the EU. People remember, if they remember at all, the hours I spent with the leadership of Serbia and Kosovo. What they probably don't know is how much time I spent with the leadership of the EU and the 28 member states, who had to be convinced of what I was doing as much as the leadership of Serbia and Kosovo. You need all of those ingredients to come together, and I completely understand that, especially those who have been ready and willing to go forward, that the constant feeling of not being able to quite get there is really frustrating. It requires the EU to be determined on the course as well. It doesn't excuse countries or leaders who have not done the work they should have done. And there's plenty of examples where that's the case, where they are content to put the blame on the EU. I'm not suggesting that's happening here, but in the region more broadly, they look at the EU and say, well, you don't let us in, so we won't do the work. Do the work anyway. The work of getting to become a member of the EU is good for your people, it's good for your democracy, it's good for your institutions, it's good for your future, it's good for your economic life, it's good for your ability to encourage investment, to offer opportunities, especially to the young. Do it anyway, but better still, to be doing it because Europe is saying we're ready and waiting. And absolutely, it should not take a war on the European continent to make that more a reality or more possible. But we have got one, and in a sense, you have to use the moment to try and get some kind of progress. So I take no joy in the fact that the Brussels Agreement is over 10 years old and we're stuck. I would much rather have been, in that sense, part of the history, rather than feeling every time I go to the region that I'm still part of the current thinking and the current way forward. Always happy to help, but in a sense it needs to move on, and move on to a place where the region is genuinely coming into the EU as quickly as possible.
I will see this the most upvoted question here. We're talking about the Brussels Agreement, and this main question here is, there's still talk of the Dayton Accords' impact on the Western Balkans. Would you say the agreement is holding the region together? Or is it time for a revision? I'll throw that to you as well.
Personally, I think whenever you do an agreement, it is of the moment. So each agreement that I've been involved in, and many agreements that members here would have been involved in, you know that you are dealing with something that is going to do the job you need it to do then. The Dayton Agreement stopped a war. It created a framework to enable that to happen. But anyone looking at what's happened in Bosnia-Herzegovina will know that there are many issues that have not been resolved, and there are many ways in which the different parts find it difficult to come together. That's not the fault of the Dayton Agreement. That's the fault of the politics and the politicians who have followed. So you can solve everything if you choose to politically, because agreements only exist in a framework. You can say, well, we will find a way around this, we will find a way of doing it differently, we will find a way to create new agreements. So you need both things to happen. One is to look at Dayton and to see other things that we now need to reflect on, review, and change, perhaps. But you also need the political will to do that. If you can get those two things to come together, that would be a project, that would be something absolutely fantastic to be able to see that country go forward.
Okay, I will open the floor as well to questions if there are any. There are some housekeeping rules. Please introduce yourself, please ask a question, and please let me know to whom you're addressing the question to. Are there any hands up, or are we going to continue with the Slido? Any hands? No hands. So then, China, because there's a question here about the Belt and Road Initiative. How has that initiative affected the region? Adam?
Can I just respond to the question that you posed earlier to my North Macedonian colleague? Everything but institutions.
Yes.
Coming from Croatia, I'd say absolutely not. Because Montenegrin or North Macedonian or Bosnian Herzegovinian citizens are not second-rate citizens, and they will not be second-rate citizens of Europe. That would actually open very dangerous ideas and doors to these very dangerous ideas. If you look at the situation today and how it's being exploited by the third factions that I mentioned, look at the relationship between Croatia and Montenegro. And President Đukanović and myself, we put so much effort into normalizing the relationship, closing all the open issues. So what happens today? Serbia, with their desire of regional domination that is supported by Russia, wants to stir trouble in Montenegro and stop Montenegro on the way to the EU. So how do you do that? You empower those who are anti-EU. Empower anyone in Bosnia and Herzegovina by stepping away from the Dayton Peace Accords, for instance. The constitutional equality of the three nations has to remain as the basis of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it's up to them to decide on their own future when it comes to the internal arrangements within Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the case of Montenegro, for instance, history, which is very powerful in the region, and I think that's one of the regions in Europe that is absolutely over-dominated by history. We're still fighting battles from World War II, even in Croatia. We spend too much time arguing about certain symbolic gestures or songs, etc., from World War II, then we argue about the challenges that we're facing today, such as demographic challenges, the economy, the social system, etc. So we go back into the future. And how is that being exploited? By denying the future, by igniting the past. You go back to World War II and you make Montenegro, you stir populistic forces, and the Montenegrin parliament passes a resolution that honestly, and please don't take me wrong, but that I would publish on toilet paper because it means nothing. But what it does, it provokes adverse feelings from Croatia and makes Croatia think, do we want to support Montenegro? And do we want to resolve all the remaining bilateral issues between our two countries before Montenegro is able to make progress on the way to the EU? So what have you done? You have empowered those who are against. And believe me, there are so many people against in all of our countries, and who are exploiting populism, who are exploiting nationalism, who are exploiting greater national ideologies, and then stir emotions among the people who are then made to believe, as I said, whatever we do, no matter how far we go, no matter what you ask us, we do it and we're still not good enough. And then it brings me to the elephant in the room, and that is Ukraine. I wholeheartedly support Ukraine and Ukraine's accession to the EU. But I have to say that I was personally deeply disappointed on the day when Ukraine was given candidature status, that Bosnia and Herzegovina was not. and that there were countries, my neighbors, who have done a lot of homework in the meantime. We do speak about stalled reforms, but there is also incredible work that all of these countries have done. So we need to pinpoint to that work. We need to reward that work. And we need for that work to be followed by very concrete agenda and very concrete schedules when it comes to their accession to the European Union. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen because people themselves are going to say, we don't want this any longer.
Gentlemen, do you want to answer to the President on this issue, or on China, for that matter?
Only shortly, we have frozen our activities in that Belt and Road Initiative. You know why? Because we have few negative experiences in this regard. We have taken some loans as a country then a decade ago, and in the meantime, they have not been quite successful on the terrain, because whenever China is giving you the loan there, they would like their enterprises to be on the terrain, not local workers to be engaged in. And after all of these years working with them directly, we have finally realized, I know that well before, but some people have finally realized that whenever you're getting some loans from China, that's not only an economic category. Every loan from China, every loan by anywhere in the world is coming with the political values behind that, or political messages behind that. So I do not think that North Macedonia should be attached to that values which are coming with the Chinese loans and Chinese infrastructure initiatives in the region, especially in my country.
Mr. President, do you?
Hoću. Vratio bih se ovim povodom na jednu ocjenu koju sam već dao. Dakle, ja mislim...
I think that it is very important that at the top of European politics, they understand that we live in the time where the new geopolitical architecture is being built. Cold War is over, and the stage of the monopoly by one superpower is also at the end. We are facing new geopolitical architecture, which is going to be polycentric. And we need to see where Europe is in that new architecture. So instead of being surprised with China, and instead of having some centers in the West waging economic war against China, they should have recognized in time that China has potentials to be a global player. And okay, we now see that, but we are late, because this already happened. China has already become an important player. They started building Southeastern Europe 25 years ago. At that time, I had a conversation with a friend from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and it was a summit 16+1, China plus 16 countries of Central and Eastern Europe. And he asked me, why are you doing this? Why are you taking their initiatives? I told him, well, we are doing and accepting something that you are not doing. We are not helping China to become a global player, but we want to help European institutions to recognize that they should provide funds for infrastructural integration of the region of Central and Eastern Europe. And in Europe, they didn't do it. So if the Chinese companies in Europe come with the dumping of prices because they have subsidies from their state, it's clear that European Union or European Commission should take responsibility to define the trade rules with China. Montenegro and Macedonia and Croatia can't do it. European Union has to do it. So European Union has to take full responsibility for competitiveness of Europe in the global scene. We keep saying that Europe does not have clearly defined strategic policies, defense policy, foreign trade policy. It's non-existent. Today, we talk about trade policy. I think that Europe finally has to take responsibility. I was very happy when I heard the President of the European Commission yesterday. She said that the Minister of Defense will be in the Commission, and let's make it the first step. I think that Europe is not present in certain important fields where they should meet their obligations, not only in the Western Balkans. This is my comment regarding China. And when it comes to responsibility of Europe, and Mr. Penderovsky mentioned this, responsibility of Europe in our region, I told you, I see that now we are in the third stage of relations between the West, or attitude of the West towards Western Balkans. And in this third stage, I don't see Europe as the key holder of responsibilities. On the level of the narrative, they say Europe is conducting the policy and others support Europe. No, it's State Department that conducts this policy. And not from Blinken's cabinet, because the Western Balkan policy in the last couple of years never entered White House. It's led from the middle leadership level, and it is wrong, completely wrong. And Europe follows that, and that's why we are where we are. I think that Europe must take responsibility in a much clearer way for certain key interests of all parts of Europe, and the Western Balkans is a part of Europe. And if you if they leave Western Balkans to be the place where all anti-European policies will be allowed to enter, then it's a disaster for Europe, and Europe will not be competitive on the geopolitical level.
About 3 minutes left. And, you know, I'm still at that crossroad, and maybe Balkans is as well. So I'm going to start over here now to Catherine, and then we go back this way. In order for me not to come back here in 10 years, or maybe at the Munich Security Conference talking about the same thing again, what is the one policy thing the EU or the countries in the Western Balkans should focus on? One policy idea in order to get away from this crossroad and select, well, preferably the West.
It's really quite simple. The policy is that the Western Balkans belongs in the European Union. Full stop. If you put a helicopter over Europe, it's very obvious. If you think about the people, the economies, the landmass, any way you slice it, you end up at the same conclusion. So the policy is very simple. We have to get these countries ready and able to be part of the European Union, and we should do it in good time. The thing about politics is momentum, in my view. That many of the things that President Djukanovic was just talking about is when things slow down, and this has certainly happened in North Macedonia, that everybody gets stuck, and then those who would try and disrupt or antagonize or turn people away from Europe have a great time, because they say, well, look, this is pointless, they don't want you, there's an alternative. So it's political momentum and a policy that says, you belong in the European Union, to the nations, we belong in the European Union, and it's the priority. And the final thing to say in the context of the US is, the reason, or one of the many reasons I got involved in the Brussels Agreement and trying to do that work, was to show that Europe was capable of resolving issues in its own backyard and didn't need to rely on the US to come in and actually tell us what to do. In this case, we were in the leadership role, and that's where Europe should be, and this should be the #1 issue.
Very, very quickly, Mr. Penderovsky, the one thing.
First of all, European Union should be more present in the region with a clear policy. But why that's not going to happen? Within a few seconds I have left, I can explain. I cannot explain a bit more. European Union, regardless of the internal structure, but as a sum of all the activities they are doing, European Union is a heterogeneous organization, 27 member countries. It's not possible to have, Brussels is not equal to Washington, D.C., so it's not possible to have one policy for each of the vital areas. But anyhow, European Commission plus the European Parliament should come up forward with the policies in the crucial areas, including the real integration of the Western Balkan countries, not only the rhetoric about integration.
I know time is up, but Mr. Djukanovic, final, very, very short. The one thing. One thing we need.
Već sam kazao manje više sve na tu temu. Znate, reći ću vam sljedeće. U Europskoj...
In the European administration, there are thousands of people working on this, and in the European External Action Service and in the enlargement Directorate, and they are not dealing with hundreds of countries. They are dealing with 5, 6 countries. Teams should be established, and people should be focused to spend 6 months to 1 year in the country of the Western Balkans that they work for to help the public there and the governments there and those structures there to achieve the standards, to recommend them for membership. Nobody requests to have lower criteria. We don't want to have double criteria. Criteria should be high. Requirements should be high, but we need support, not financial, but expert, professional, and then we can solve everything.
Final words. The EU should realize the strength of its transformative power in Southeast Europe, that it's still in its hands, but not for much longer.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big applause for the panel. Thank you. We're now gonna have some Turkish coffee out there, and then come back in a few minutes. There's another panel on integrating defense domains. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Patrick Tucker.
Hello, good afternoon. Good to see you. Thanks for sticking around. This is a very fun session, very important session on the future of multi-domain operations. Real quick show of hands. Who here knows what multi-domain operations are? Raise your hand if that's a familiar concept. Okay. Hopefully everyone in uniform is raising their hand. I should hope. And if you're not, it's okay. For those of you that don't have never heard the term before, for those of you watching on the screen that have never heard it, we're talking about the different domains. Land is a domain, sea is a domain, air is a domain, space is a domain, and multi-domain operations is the process of linking them all together through operations, primarily through intelligence, through data. It's very hard to do. The United States right now is involved in like a 5 to 10 year project called Joint All-Domain Command and Control, basically linking everything in the air, all the sensors, all the platforms, all the drones, all the boats, all the soldiers together in a single data layer to accelerate operations. And it's very hard to do even for one country, much less the entire NATO alliance. But if you can do it, you have a distinct advantage even over a great state competitor. You're going to outflank them basically at every turn. So it's a challenge worth undertaking. We're going to hear more about it in just a second, because before our panel shows up, I would like to welcome this first presentation from Phil Breedlove, Alexander Lenoskoza, and Marcin Zabrowski to give a GLOBSEC presentation on their report, Connect to Succeed, Multi-Domain Operations, Readiness on the Eastern Flank. Coming up, guys.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this extremely short presentation of our report. We will talk about multi-domain operations in great length in a few minutes. But before that, I wanted to introduce our report, the report of GLOBSEC, Future Security and Defense Council, which is chaired by General Ben Hodges. He's kindly here with us. For the last few months, we've been working on the report on how multi-domain operations can apply to us here at the eastern flank of NATO. So our lead writer on this project has been Alexander Lanoshka, the professor from the Waterloo University, and our chief expert and advisor of that has been General Phil Breedlove. Needs no introduction, perhaps just mentioning that Phil Breedlove is a 4-star Air Force general, very familiar with the issues of multi-domain operations. So without much more ado, let me just pass the floor immediately to Alexander for your 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to produce this report and to participate in this very launch here in Prague. So last year, NATO embraced multi-domain operations as part of its military strategy. Still, our knowledge of how NATO members think about MDO has largely been confined to those members in Western Europe and North America. This is ironic because the threat assessments that guided MDO thinking in its early days about a decade ago had in mind scenarios involving Russia using standoff military capabilities to divide allies in peacetime and to isolate them in wartime in the Baltic region. So what we wanted to do in this report is to see whether that threat assessment has held up and to determine to what extent NATO members along the eastern flank are thinking about MDO or, for that matter, connectivity. So one finding is that despite all the tactical difficulties that have beset Russia's military performance in Ukraine so far, its missile and electronic warfare capabilities still have created significant challenges for the Ukrainian armed forces. As such, Russia still remains very much a multi-domain threat to NATO. However, there is wide variation in how Eastern flank members of NATO are thinking about MDO. Some really do, as in the case of Poland, with regards to air defense and air power more generally, yet the norm in the region is really that of silence. There's very little explicit MDO thinking. The good news is that, at least when you read official and public government documents or defense documents, national defense establishments across the region are indeed thinking more and more in terms of connectivity, data fusion, and the like in view of those advances in information and telecommunications technology. Some of this awareness predates 2022, to be sure, but Ukraine's own military performance in the last 2 years, whether in Ukraine or even in Kursk, have really impressed upon many observers the value of greater connectivity and greater kill chain effectiveness. So the report elaborates on these points in full and offers policy recommendations that you can read yourself. Please get in touch with me if you'd like to get a copy, and I'll be very flattered, of course, if you read it. It's been a pleasure, and I indeed want to thank Marcin and General Breedlove for providing excellent institutional support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. Let me turn immediately to General Breedlove just to hear from you about the context of the MDO.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Ben, I want to thank you for commissioning this work. I think it's been great work. And as the author, the pen of the work, you've done a magnificent job, and it was my pleasure to be a small part as an advisor to the work. It's all worth reading. I would definitely, for the senior military, take a look at the policy recommendations that are in here. There will be some practical application, I think, to you and all of your nations. So I commend the whole report to you, but for sure the policy recommendations. My two remarks are very practical, so this is not rocket science. And that is my first remark. There is this feeling out there, especially among some of the smaller nations, that MDO is this mystical thing that they'll never be able to attain or to join to. And I would tell you it's anything but that. While I don't want to downplay what MDO is, I think it is evolutionary from where we are today, not revolutionary. We, in our country, were forced to do jointness because we made a mess of some operations when we tried to work together with land, air, and sea at the same time. And so we, I think, started in our country MDO when we were forced to become joint. And now what we're taking is that jointness that so many of our nations have embraced, and we're growing it to bring aboard the electronic spectrum, space, and the other things that we do now, which are new, but the way we will bring them together is very much the way we have done in the discipline of jointness to this point. So for all nations, I encourage you that this is attainable. This is something that you can join and be a part of and grow your capabilities in your nation. I'm going to make some people mad in here because the operation in Kursk doesn't maybe have the exquisite plug-ins of space and other things, but I would tell you the way that the Ukrainians are using EW, drones, artillery, and other opportunities in Kursk right now is an MDO operation, okay? So I think it is the future of our fighting force that we will evolve into these exquisite capabilities that we will bring into MDO, but you should not be afraid of that. This is something we can attain as a team. Now, I said that's all good, but there are some requirements to get into MDO. The idea that your kit, your communications, your ability to command and control has to be able to plug into NATO standards and NATO systems capability. This is connectivity and compatibility on steroids, if you know that term, okay? To be a part of MDO, you have to make those investments that allow you to connect you to the MDO framework. And that is the entry procedure. I'm going to quit in about 10 seconds here. I remember during my time as an F-16 fighter pilot, when we first initiated using Link 16 to connect people. That was a long time ago, okay? And there was this great angst that I don't have Link 16, so I don't get to get the data that all the other NATO aircraft are getting, and so forth. And then it extended itself to ground forces and to naval forces. But this is a little bit like that. We will have to ask nations who truly want to be a part of MDO to invest in those accelerated capabilities that can communicate and are compatible with the systems that will be a part of MDO. So I'm going to close with one more encouragement. This, I believe, is the future of warfighting. We want everybody on the team. We do not want to exclude people from this team. And I think that this report starts a lot of the conversation and the understanding of nations that may not have thought they were going to play, and encourage them that, yes, you too can be a part of MDO in the future.
Thank you. So as it was mentioned here, the report is ready, is available for you to pick up a copy. So please look especially at the recommendations. As General and Professor said, you know, the whole proposition of MDO should not be intimidating for you, really. The Kurz operation, in many respects, is an MDO multi-domain operation. And that's clearly the future here for us. Thank you very much, and thank you, the two gentlemen in particular.
Panelists, Dr. Isabella Xavier, General Chris Padilla, Jacinta Carol, and Dennis George. Come join me on stage, please. Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll take a moment. Yes, so thank you for framing that, Phil. I think that's a perfect example of where and why MDO is so very important, why it's not a thing that's 1,000 feet tall, why it's attainable, but also why it's sort of hard. And the difficulty of that sort of, for NATO, falls to you a little bit, General Chris Padilla. As a NATO observer, when you look particularly right now at Ukraine, you see how they're cobbling together MDO operations sort of on the fly. You see some gaps, but you also see some incredible emerging capabilities. Taking that, how has that Ukraine example or story changed or refined your view of multi-domain operations for NATO?
I would say you have to take a different approach to that. Hello, everyone. Because NATO overall, with its approach, how it would take on a conflict or a war, always developed. And then the Ukraine war came, and now we see a lot of similarities. And that's what we just heard. There you can see a lot of multi-domain operations aspects to that. But let me still come back to a more strategic view from a NATO point of view, and how do we observe that and how do we see that? Mm-hmm. The question we have to ask all ourselves is, how do I maintain the advantage? And this is what we just heard. Overall, the alliance is tasked, whatever it is, the threat that might be out there, how would we manage and at the end of the day win whatever conflict we have? And coming back, this is where NATO came into, and we heard that jointness was throughout, number one. However, and still ask yourself out there, everybody is more confident air, land, and sea. There are two new domains out there, which is cyber and space, which I come to, which we see, of course, in Ukraine war as well, how that does. So we have 5 new domains. And the question is, how do you really maintain the advantage and how do you connect? And this is through multi-domain operations, but multi-domain operations has 2 aspects to that. Because if you look back, and you saw it just during the Washington summit, it's not only that we have to face an Article 5 war, it's even more, we have to get, as a society, we have to get much more resilient. And this is where MDO comes in at the same time. Because MDO means orchestrate your 5 domains and synchronize with all the civil domains you have out there in order to have a much better understanding, situational awareness, with this information dominance, and then you have the decision dominance, and you can escalate. There you see, there is a strategy behind it, how we do it. Now coming back, has it changed? It has not changed to a great deal how NATO was thinking and developing. It was a reassurance, if you will, to see how that's being done and how you can see even, and you said that, to smaller nations where you have certain aspects within those 5 domains, how you connect it, but still you have to go with the civil domains at the same time. Take interior measures, border police, all the data you have, you need in order to get there. So this is the strategy we are going forward, and from a NATO perspective, this is what we pursue amongst the 32 nations, but at the same time, of course, we look a lot towards the Ukraine war in order to see what lessons identified and learned we have.
Okay. I want to stick with you for a second, because when I talk to folks in industry across government about the future, the key of multi-domain operations, one of the things that they bring up is that it's a really great time to actually talk about this capability. In some ways, rideshare programs like Uber are kind of doing multi-domain operations, because you take out your phone, you connect to a satellite, and then you can connect to a scooter. In certain parts of the world, you can connect to a boat, or you can connect to a car. And the reason they can do that is because they have central fusion of data, central fusion of sensed data put in one place through machine learning very simply, and then distributed to where it needs to go. So very quickly, General, how does artificial intelligence play a role in the future of MDO?
It's the same. Let me put it this way. If you want to go autonomous all the way, you can do that, but at the same time, you have to, in the domains we are working in, of course, you have to be secure at the same time, and you have to ensure that it works throughout whatever you meet out there. So the challenges are a bit different when you compare to what the civil world faces as threat versus what we face as a threat as we go forward with that. So, but on the question you just raised there, how we take. Did I understand it correctly? What advantages we're taking from there? Or?
Yeah, well, how does artificial intelligence and machine learning create a new opportunity from Dina?
It's pretty easy to say. We are going away from a platform-centric or network-centric warfare. We're going into a data-centric warfare. So you have these big data lakes. And the only advantage you have is through artificial intelligence, that you really grasp everything. And then it's what I said, information dominance and then decision dominance. How you prepare all those data in order to come up with the right decisions. This is the real advantage it gives you. And let me put that also one important comment on that one. MDO only will work if you go into digital transformation, you have a digital backbone, and then be interconnected. If you don't have that, then MDO won't work.
Yeah.
And that comes back to AI.
Yeah, I think that's great. So quick reminder to our audience, we do want to hear from you. We do want your participation. Use your Slido app. Send us some questions. We want to field them. We also have someone in the room with a microphone in case you don't like Slido for some reason. At some point, raise your hand, and we'll come to you, too. So start sending those in, because I really want to start working through them and getting to the good ones as soon as we can. For you, Jacinta, we just heard the importance of space as this new domain layer. I think in some ways it might be the most important domain layer, because this is where we're going to centralize a lot of that sensed data in order to distribute it where it needs to be. Talk to us a little bit about that, about this emerging node of space. Where is NATO well positioned? Where is NATO not well positioned to take advantage of that new domain?
Yeah, thank you. Look, welcome everyone, and lovely to be here. I will just quickly address the elephant in the room. Why is an Australian sitting here talking about MDO in NATO? And why is a middle power that doesn't have a string of satellites talking about space? And two things. The second one first, Philip talked about MDO being the solution for smaller powers for middle powers. Space is something that we can all access. Space is something, and our cyber nodes as well, are things that are accessible to every country, to every organisation, and we're working very, very closely in partnership with the commercial sector to really nut out what is it we really need to do in the military. What do we really need to do from governments, and what don't we need to do because they're providing it? On the NATO piece as well, Australia is a NATO partner. We are an enhanced partner, enhanced opportunity partner. We have contributed over $1 billion Australian dollars, not so much as US dollars, but close, to support Ukraine. We have trainers. My colleagues are training and have been for some time as part of the UK-led training program. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because what's happening in Ukraine matters. My minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, has said that there is no such thing now as different strategic theatres. And this is where space comes in. He's also said there's no such thing as strategic warning time anymore. Conflict across the spectrum is happening right now. So, in terms of space for interoperability, what is NATO doing well? It's focusing on what is happening in Ukraine. It's analysing it. It's understanding. It's seeing how we can most effectively and efficiently support the Ukrainians to do what they must do in their fight on the ground, and then what we can do back, further back from the theatre. Very crucially for space, we've heard throughout the past couple of days a lot about platforms. We still think in terms of platforms. We still think in terms of single services. We've heard about tanks. We've heard about autonomous systems, drones, if you like, missiles, air missile defence. When we moved, and it's very recently that we have started the move to a domain-centric approach and multi-domain operations, for the first time, we have sat down and done our experimentation and wargaming and realised that none of that works at all without space, without the electromagnetic spectrum under control and secure, without secure communications, and very critically, part of the reason we, and many countries represented here, have established a space command or a space force, we have a space command, is because our entire civil society also relies upon this. Certainly, a few years ago, and NATO is doing all of these things as well, even just a few years ago, I would be sitting in planning with my colleagues, and we thought our war theatre, our conflict theatre was somewhere distant. We would deploy naval assets, maritime assets, air, land assets, and then we'd think about how do we actually speak to each other afterwards. We wouldn't think about who is going to be getting access to their online banking. How are we ensuring that our autonomous mining and agriculture in Australia is running? How do we know about our position, navigation and timing for our military capabilities? Now we have this right at the centre of everything that we do.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, and I'm glad you bring up this evolution from platform-centric warfighting to domain-centric warfighting and the war games. There's been a couple of different war games that have been really instrumental in helping the U.S. military focus on all domain command and control and multi-domain operations, because basically they found that if you're just relying on a fancy $90 million jet to go and win your contest with China, that's not going to work. That is a failing strategy. You have to be able to rely on that jet. We have to be able to rely on a ground unit. You have to be reliant on a sea unit, each of them to hit the right target and know the right target, and if one of them suddenly vanishes, you have to quickly move to find the best shooter for that target, and that's really what multi-domain operations is all about, turning all of that into a single transparency in space, of course, very important to that. So let me turn to you, Dr. Xavier, because you represent Portugal here on the stage, and how does Portugal perceive itself in terms of being a security actor in the context of NATO, and how do you perceive this challenge of multi-domain operations?
Thank you, Patrick, for the question. I'm so honored to be here, so thank you. Portugal perceives itself as a bridge between the transatlantic, so between Europe, Africa, and Americas. We are founding members of NATO, so of course the transatlantic tie is very important for us, but we also perceive ourselves as having a foreign policy that is committed with all the values, goals, and objectives that NATO has, of course, and the EU, namely when we deploy our missions and operations. In 2024, we have more than 30 missions and operations, and very briefly, I would like to highlight that those missions and operations are spread almost all over the world, but again, mainly in Africa, Mediterranean, in the south. We have 2 missions of the United Nations in the Central African Republic and in Colombia. We have 12 missions of NATO in the Atlantic, Mediterranean, Baltic, Iraq, Lithuania, Romania, also in Belgium, Slovakia, and Kosovo. We have 8 missions, European Union missions, Mediterranean, Somalia, Central African Republic, Mozambique, where we lead the mission UTM Mozambique since the beginning, Gulf of Guinea, Ukraine, and Red Sea. And we have 10 bilateral or multilateral also missions in Gulf of Guinea, Jordan, Central African Republic, Lithuania, São Tomé, Guinea-Bissau, East Timor, Cape Verde, and Mediterranean.
It sounds like everybody in Portugal is somewhere else other than in Portugal right now.
We are everywhere, that's obvious. Everybody knows that Portuguese are everywhere, but also in what concerns missions and operations, I would easily say that Portugal punches above its weight, because we are usually perceived as a small country, 10 million, well, not that different as in Czech Republic, but a country that has, of course, a geography that is very, very important, because we are in the southern entrance of Europe, and all the challenges that we face from the south, namely maritime insecurity, illegal migration flows, or even trafficking or terrorism, they do have a huge impact in all Europe, all over the world, and that's why the role of Portugal in committing with these missions and operations based in the rule of law, in human security, and all of that, that NATO and of course the EU also purchases, are so important for Portugal.
And you see with that wide variety of different missions how being able to move very quickly between domains is very important.
And multi-domain is there, of course.
So let me turn to you, Dennis, and also I think this is a good question for the general. Earlier in Alexander's presentation, he brought up something that I think is really important and perhaps really underappreciated, and that is that there's a certain discrepancy between Western NATO, big NATO, Germany, etc., and their embrace of multi-domain operations versus Eastern flank countries that are a little bit perhaps intimidated or haven't fully embraced it as a concept yet. How do you see this bifurcation in Europe, if you perceive it, between some nations that are putting in thematic work to create MDO doctrine and other nations that are very perhaps aggressive and towards the Russia threat, but haven't fully committed or aren't confidently embracing MDO yet? Do you see discrepancies across the alliance in terms of willingness and confidence to embrace MDO?
So first of all, I want to foot stamp the comments that were made by Phil at the beginning. I think MDO, or Joint All-Domain Operations, it's an evolutionary process. So this is a timely discussion on a timeless topic, I would say. So we will not see a perfect MDO setup, under a NATO umbrella or, in the nations or what have you, within the next decades, I would even argue. Why is that? Because of evolutionary processes on the technology side. I know MDO is much more. It's not only about technology. It's about policy, it's about cultural understanding and what have you. But technology drives a lot of, how do you deliver an effect at the end of the day? So to your question, I think it really depends. If we talk to countries, it really depends where they are, in terms of modernizing their defense forces, right? So, for example, when a nation is buying the F-35, you know, we are entering into discussions, and immediately there is this discussion on, oh, there is a lot of data, and there is a connectivity element to it. So let's sit down, discuss the threat environment for that nation, and then basically take it to the next level. So, you know, what do we need to do in order to end up with kill chains? And I think that's really how you break down complexity. You know, instead of boiling the ocean and coming up with a holistic approach, we found that it's even better that you start with single kill chains and then try to connect systems. So for example, what we do, and it's a big topic because stuff that's in the inventory needs to be connected to stuff that's coming in. 4th generation aircraft, 5th generation aircraft, how can we make that happen? So we have solutions for that, and we already basically proved that this is possible, and then even connect that system with the ground forces. So connecting an F-35 with a 4th generation aircraft and then launch the effect with a HIMARS. And that's all doable. And so this first question on the Baltics, I would say, I think it's already
well, yeah, they can't see the questions. We'll get to them, but I promise.
Okay, but I answered that question already now. Because, you know, they bought HIMARS, and in an ideal world, where when we have a NATO operation, F-35 will be included, and you can use the F-35 basically to get targeting data down to that HIMARS system from a Baltic nation and then deliver the effect, okay? So that's a kill chain, and that's where actually MDO is coming to life.
Okay.
One more comment, sorry.
Yes.
So, and back to Australia, because that's a perfect example and the most advanced example for our company at the moment, where we are basically the Australian forces came up with the idea to, you know, come up with a procurement program on the C2 side, where all the different services are joining and coming up with a solution to deliver effect across platforms, across sensors, and what have you. So the AR6500 and follow-on programs. So that's something we work with Australia, and it's very advanced.
Yeah,
and I stop here.
The question was, how can countries in the Baltic defense line contribute to the MDO? So
exactly
that's
right.
Exactly. So General Kurz, your thoughts though on that central premise that's mentioned in the paper, that there are some NATO countries that are more confident in their MDO acquisition, in their concepts and plans, and other countries on the eastern flank that are less confident or need more encouragement to embrace MDO?
What you have to see is, number one, it's a top-down and a bottom-up approach at the same time, and you have to have that, because what was the examples were given, those are the use cases. You need to prove to the nations in niches already how it works. And this is that everybody understands a common approach to MDO. Top-down, as you said, there is the concept out there, there's the definition out there, and this is as important. And let me also touch on something, cognitive superiority. This is something in the future where really everybody involved has to have the full understanding what the advantage is, how you maintain the advantage, and how you train. It's not only that the military needs to get trained, also a whole of government approach to that, how to be resilient. So I would not say that I see nations that are not that confident. So everybody has understood, because right now where we are also playing a major part when it comes to common exercises, be it exercise in Portugal, REPMUS, where unmanned teaming systems are being, or civics in Poland. This is where the nations come in, this is where the companies come in, and this is where everybody can prove how you connect, and this is where you see that it works. And from there, at the end of the day, it's human beings and trust and confidence. So it's a two-way approach. It just takes, and the point is, I always make the case, out of the 32 nations, I would say, we had this today, there are no small and no big nations. They're all nations with different capabilities. You just have to approach them, and you have to give all of them trust and confidence that what they do will be important and will be incorporated in MDO.
I think that's a really great setup for Jacinta, because one of the other things that Australia is demonstrating and really showing in terms of punching above its weight is participation in exercises. You guys are involved in so many exercises in so many places, and really important, even though we're in Europe, for common defense of the Pacific as well. So when you go out and you see these exercises that you're undertaking with partners and allies, and particularly in the Pacific, these allied exercises are growing to include just a wider number of nations that never before wanted to exercise with each other, and now they're really excited to, like they're raising their hand to, in the Philippines, to exercise with Indonesia and other places. It's really remarkable. When you talk to the countries participating in these exercises, what are they telling you in terms of the challenges of multi-domain operations and how easy they might be to overcome?
It's a great question, because it goes to, I suppose, the fear that these things are exquisite, expensive capabilities, that they are things that are only available to certain countries. We're an original Five Eyes partner, so our neighbours will look at us and say, well, you know, we can't have what you have, can we?
Yeah.
If you think that you want to be interoperable with your partners, if you write doctrine, you train for that, you exercise in that way, and you operate together in that way, you will break through all of these barriers. So our exercise program is one where we work with our partners to identify what is important for them. So our exercises typically will have an operational link. Illegal fishing, things like this where we can actually do an exercise, but it has operational utility. It provides enhanced situational awareness. And very key to this discussion about multi-domain operations, it provides that connective tissue. If we want to do an operation, a maritime operation with Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia and the Philippines, which we have done, we came to the party to say we will help all of us communicate. Really basic. It's the most fundamental problem all of our militaries face, that we face with our emergency services, but we could do it. If you want to do it, then you must do it. But again, critically with exercises and operations, it always has to be something where there is a shared interest. If we just bring someone along to a training course, we bring someone along to an exercise, and it is not directly and temporally, so in time, relevant to what I'm doing in reality, it will not change anything. A quick point on what it is that we're talking about with multi-domain operations that's different. It is connective tissue. It's having all elements of your force and your nation. This is what our country aspires to. All elements working together. It's not just, and the report really focused on this, thank you. It's not just command and control. It's not just how do we get the joint pieces to manoeuvre together. We know how to do that. It's bringing it up to a consciousness that we are using everything that we have, and very importantly, the most efficient thing to deliver an effect. The most effective thing to deliver an effect. A partner to deliver the effect, if that's the most effective and efficient way. And to relate that to Ukraine, this is how you get the creative cognition, this is how you get ahead of an adversary that doesn't think in multi-domain operations, because that is how a country like Ukraine, without a Black Sea fleet, can destroy a Black Sea fleet.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think, and you bring up something that I think is also very underappreciated in multi-domain operations, and the need to build out that web, and that is by doing that, you're also helping build out a shared intelligence picture. That's at the basis of, it's not just maneuvering, it's not just moving the little guys on the board to where they need to be. It's building an intelligence picture that's going to enable you to better detect hybrid operations. So illegal fishing is something that happens, and it's a criminal activity, but it's also something that China has weaponized as part of its hybrid warfare campaign. in the Philippines and the China Sea. And Dr. Xavier, you point out this wide number of different missions that you're involved in, counterterrorism work in Africa. You know, obviously illegal fishing is a part of it. It's something that has become an aspect of great state warfare to basically weaponize criminality, but it's also its own threat. In terms of intelligence and surveillance needs, which is a huge part of this IMDO discussion, what do you need right now, and where do you see new capabilities arising to help you meet those needs?
That's a very important issue, because in fact what we are all talking about is not only cooperation but interoperability. So, and multi-domain is about interoperability. And Portugal also perceives this multi-domain doctrine in terms of acknowledging that nowadays we cannot only look to the conventional part of conflicts, but also the unconventional part in an hybrid framework. So Portugal is of course committed to fulfill its capabilities. It's a fact that Portugal in this moment has not reached yet the 2% of the GDP. We are trying to do it until 2029. But I think that all the discussions that we had are very clear on one thing. It's not on what do you actually spend, but how do you spend it. So it's not about being a small or a big country. It's on about having the ability to have the right capabilities at the right timing, or as I heard before in another panel, on being fast or slow in achieving the goals and in aligning with your allies those capabilities. That's why also in Portugal we believe that defense is not expenditure, it's investment. And our 2026 military programming law will have its capabilities very well organizing. We bought 5 KC-390 military transport aircraft. We also have multi-purpose logistics ships, 6 ocean patrol vessels that we are going to receive in 2027, 3 support helicopters, Super Tucano aircraft, and we are also going to invest in the soldier combat system, the soldier of the future. So that's of course very important for us. In addition, and General already mentioned that, Portugal is very committed in the exercises, the one that really makes sense to be in NATO or also in the EU, to have this interoperability. So let me just emphasize this. We organize several exercises, Orion, REPMUS that you mentioned, Real Thaw, and we also participate in other exercises like CWIX, Steadfast Defender, and Cyber Coalition. So all of those exercises aim to have that interoperability, and that's why also the questions of intelligence and surveillance are so important, because they only make sense if you are partnering with others and if you are really sharing your capabilities and sharing your ability to also partner and work with the others.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And it's also just all of this robust exercising among partners and allies. I think it's also a great cause to be very optimistic about the West in general, because, you know, we're going to spend a lot of time here at this conference. It's our job to focus on the doom and gloom and rub gravel in our hair at the threat of China and Russia. Russia's exercising with Venezuela and Syria, and that's not a fantastic group of exercise partners. We have an entire alliance here that is pushing each other based on shared values to exercise more robustly. And Dennis, I wonder if you could comment a little bit on that. When you look across all of the exercises that Lockheed is participating in, when people come to you and they say, you know, how can interoperability between our countries be improved? What can you tell them?
So I think this goes back to the comment I made earlier. I think what you need to do is really have the people in the room and start that dialogue. And then over time, with the expertise that the countries are bringing in, information they are sharing, we have expertise that we are bringing to the table, obviously, and we build up that expertise based on discussions we are having, on scenarios we are having. And then in discussing these OA scenarios and basically coming to solutions,
again, kill chains at the end of the day. That's helpful for us, but we also see that it's very, very helpful for the countries we are talking with, because we are also sharing insights.
Yeah, yeah. Let's turn to some of these Slido questions. We have a number of them. We could use more, so please keep sending them. The first one, what's currently the biggest obstacle to accomplish MDO implementation within NATO and its partners at this point? So Dennis, you talked a little bit about the need to start the conversation, get people in the room, get them comfortable. But in terms of, I think this is a good question for you, General, as well. What is the biggest obstacle to accomplish MDO implementation within NATO right now?
I would say from what we see right now, it's digital transformation and the digital backbone. That nations, and the innovation cycles and the speed you need to have on one hand, really getting into those systems, being able to connect and being able to share at the same time. And from there, it's getting much easier, but this is something where everybody needs to agree on. And nothing is easy, especially and it comes also to the defense industry and everybody who provides that, because as we all know, even though it's digitalized, you still have to have a certain kind of interoperability, and you have to have a data protocol where everything works on. So there are still some obstacles to overcome. But again, coming back to exercises.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the use cases, if you don't show what it is, if you don't make those things understandable, and this is where industry, and let me state that absolutely clearly, okay, there will be no leading role for a European or NATO military if you don't have a compatible, highly capable defense industry with that. There is no doubt about it. And this is where on exercises now we understand, we share, because I would say the military is the side, they ask the smart questions, and on the other side, then it's the industry who answers and provides then solutions to it.
Okay, I want to stick with that for a second, because when I talk to folks about some of the big challenges, particularly you just mentioned sharing and intelligence sharing and data sharing. Amazon right now can create you a digital backbone if what you want to do is drop shipping. Like kids are now creating multi-million-dollar businesses because Amazon can create a digital backbone to connect you to your supply chain, connect you to your supplier, connect you to your customer. When I talk to people in the US about one of the big problems with sharing, they mention policy. There's still too much concern, too much inhibition around declassifying stuff in time to make it relevant. Ukraine provides a great example of how fast you can do it, but they're still lagging in terms of declassifying stuff in time for Ukraine. If you ask the Ukrainians, they'll tell you that they should be declassifying stuff far faster. So within NATO, what is that conversation like? The policy barriers, the kind of reflex around stamping classified or no foreign on pieces of intelligence and slowing down that data flow. Is NATO having a productive conversation about it, do you think?
Yes, we do. We see it daily, and this is a real cultural aspect. It's a culture. Everybody likes to overclassify. Before you do something, you rather say, oh, it's secret. No, it isn't. And what I would say is, and now it comes back to artificial intelligence, data lakes, and all those things in itself, and speed, is security in itself, because you have so much data. If you don't have the right tool to it, the data in itself doesn't help you anymore. At the same time, there was this question, well, how do you ensure that the data is secure, that it's safe? Well, you have so many tools where you can see that and analyze that in doing that. But this all needs to come together. But first and foremost, there are processes, there is data out there, but there are human beings out there. And this is what we have to really tackle, that we have a culture change in there.
Yeah, I think that's so important. And I think you all should just declassify more things, but I'm a journalist, so you shouldn't necessarily take my point of view on that, because that's always my perspective. Let's go to another question. In the framework of military cooperation, how to ensure shared data can be trusted? I think this is a very good point. It gets back to what you were talking about. And here I think, talking to folks in the intelligence community, you also see a use case for artificial intelligence, because that can go through the data and potentially find things that should definitely be released, should not, and even promise a window for how long something should be released or kept secret before that expiration should expire. What do you think?
First of all, there are no problems, there are only solutions out there. And this is how we need to approach that, especially if you talk to the folks from the intelligence community. Well, everything is secret, but it's not anymore. So again, this is how we use all the new digital innovations, if you will, in order really to tackle that and come forward, and it's a top-down approach. Yeah. So if you leave everything to your mid-level management, of course, they are kind of restricted in what they do. It starts at the highest level, and you have to come down and you have to lead by example. Otherwise, you will not change that.
I just want to comment on it, and obviously it's a policy discussion, but the funny story is that there are also technical solutions to overcome sometimes these policy issues, because you can collect a classified data stream, but the information that you need in order to deliver something, you can extract that out, and it's a declassified information piece that you actually need. So we are also working on solutions where we basically get the data in and then basically work the piece that's really releasable, and then get that in real time through machine learning tools, AI and what have you, to the point where to the receiving end at the end of the day. So there are also technical solutions to policy questions.
But I think to General Chris's point, there's still often, very much of the time, a person that's in charge of implementing that and taking that risk, and you have to create an environment where it's okay for people to begin to take those risks, and there's some incentive. Here's another one. With new domains emerging, how do you approach benchmarking? For example, what are the benchmarks for information operations within the MDO? And I guess by benchmarking, I'm not sure, perhaps that means like, what's a fantastic example of an MDO exercise or operation that really showed, okay, this is the end state we want to get to. This is what it really looks like when it's successful. Any thoughts?
I give you a very classic, maybe easier example to that. In the old days, even in the joint world, sometimes, if it was a land target, it was then they attacked by land. And if it was air, still calling it a joint operation. Why? Because you had some information, you shared the information, but you still did that. So nowadays, if you think just within the 5 military domains we are having, and that's what I always say, where you have the information dominance, once you're using space and cyber at once, you aggregate those information, and then at the end of the day, it's who can create the effect. And this is the point. I don't care. I'm capability agnostic. All we care from defense planning aspects is the effect. And this is where MDO comes down to. If you just leave it within those military domains, at the end of the day, as long as the effect, and it doesn't matter if it's a land, a sea, or air capability that engages at the end of the day. But this is throughout the command and control levels and the levels of decision where you take. This is where people need to understand. It comes back to culture, how to get there.
So please go ahead, Jessica.
I was going to add to that one way of thinking about benchmarking, and it goes exactly from Chris's excellent example, and that is that your adversary is confused. Your adversary is challenged with where to look for the threat, and that the capability effect comes from a domain or a platform or a source that is completely unexpected. That's the brilliance of multi-domain operations.
Just one quick add-on to that. We're talking a lot deep precision strike. And deep precision strike, when you see nowadays, we're talking ranges. In former days, nobody would have thought about it. But the beauty, if I may say so, the beauty about it is you need to create a dilemma with your opponent, so he doesn't know, is it coming from the air domain, is it coming from the land domain, or from the sea domain? And this is where he gets in a dilemma where maybe he even cannot defend, and then now I'm back in the deterrence business, so he thinks twice if he really wants to challenge someone.
Right, exactly.
This is how the mechanisms work.
An F-35 does not deter an F-35, a ground unit, a sea unit, and you don't know which one is going to clobber you. That's a better example of deterrence, and I think that leads very much to the next question. I think is a great one. How do we best accelerate digital transformation of the national defense ecosystems across NATO nations in a way that keeps interoperability top of mind? So, General Chris, you spoke to this a little bit, but Isabella, as a nation that is trying to accelerate digital transformation on the national level, Portugal has a wonderful ecosystem for startups, and yet at the same time, startups and non-traditional defense companies often have a pretty hard time breaking into the military, even though they have some of these data fusion capabilities or AI talent that we're talking about. So how do you accelerate digital transformation of the national defense ecosystem in Portugal? And then maybe we'll broaden it out across NATO.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, because yes, Portugal is very well known for being this so attractive in terms of startups, but structurally what we have is small and medium enterprises a lot, and those small and medium enterprises, SMEs, we are trying them to be as competitive as we can, especially when they apply for funds, both in the EU and NATO level, which is very important. But yes, indeed, when we look to the Portuguese defense industrial sector, that includes over 300 companies and 61 research, development, education, and training entities, covering 40 different areas of activity and 21 clusters, including aeronautics, shipbuilding and repair, technical textiles, automation of robotics, software engineering and development, cybersecurity, energy, advanced materials, autonomous systems, and space. So the 5 domains and multi-domain. How do we best accelerate digital transformation? I would say that very briefly, I think that we could cover 6 aspects that we could also sum up based on this discussion. First of all, we have to reduce fragmentation and increase the cooperation. There are a lot of complaints about bureaucracy, duplication, so reducing fragmentation is vital to actually accelerate this transformation. Then we should all invest more in defense, in joint capability development projects, and I think NATO is very important on that, on empowering and boosting these opportunities for the allies. We should also reinforce the lessons learned procedures, and that's why also the exercises are so important, but they are important if we have the lessons learned. Lessons learned means implementing new methodology, new exercises, so lessons learned, I think it's very important. Invest in logistics and strengthen supply chains, increase joint training exercises, and at last, improve secure communications among allies. It could be a roadmap to actually get where we are, but I also think that at the end of the day, there are always triggers that accelerate much more all these almost academic discussions that we have. And Ukraine was, in the recent months, the best trigger, I think, that can make us all cooperate and think, how can we actually foster this kind of opportunities?
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the point you were making earlier about the need to invest in things that aren't necessarily part of the defense infrastructure of a country that, you know, narrowly fits that 2% thing. Supply chain, et cetera, all of those things are broader, and they are the important backbone to digital transformation of militaries. So we have about 2 minutes left. There's still plenty of Slido questions, but we also have carbon-based life forms here, which I love. I love when carbon-based life forms show up in real time to watch a panel. Anybody with a question, like live, want to raise their hand, or are we shy? Carbon-based life forms, are we now to? Oh, we got one. Yes, please. We'll get you a mic because we're trying to, you know, capture this for digital posterity. Well, yes, but we also want to get you. There we go. Gotcha.
So I wanted to ask specifically about the Baltic states and about, like, you know, the Baltic states. How can they improve their readiness in terms of the MDO? I understand that the first concept of the MDO was very much out there with the thought of the Baltic states scenario being under threat, and when you talk to these militaries these days, they do feel a little bit intimidated by the concept. They are very small resource. Estonia, for example, is only a reserve force. So how these small militaries can get adapted to the MDO needs?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please.
Well, in simple terms, they are adopted. Okay, if you see the systems they have, the integration that happened, the systems they are buying, the integration that happened, it's already built in. Yeah. This is really what the future concept is about MDO. It doesn't matter if they buy a short-range air defense unit. as long as they are within standard, which it is, this is what NATO is there for, and this is what they are doing. They are part within the RC2 system when it comes to defense, and they are already there. And let me give you another point on the Baltic states when it comes to digital transformation. Where are the leading states in Europe when it comes to digital? Look to the Baltic states. Here you are. And let me make that point as well when it comes to stay in your lane and in your competencies. Digital transformation is nothing military owns. Digital transformation is something the nations own. Look at the healthcare system, look at the banking system. A big bank will tell you within 24 hours, if they are offline, most of the big banks, they are bankrupt because if their business is gone. So there are so many security needs where when it comes to digital transformation and all those aspects, those nations, they contribute so much overall to the whole of society approach. So I wouldn't be, they are not worried. I mean, I'm in constant contact and discussions with them. They're doing great. We, as NATO, and the bigger nations within NATO, they need to ensure that there's the trust and confidence that those smaller nations, of course, they are fully incorporated.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great note to end on, and I think that now we have a really good understanding of some of the MDO challenges, but also a roadmap for greater participation in building out MDO across the alliance and all the different ways it's going to contribute to not just better operations, but really better understanding of the threat environment across domains, across different facets of hybrid warfare. So real quick note, don't go anywhere. We will be right back for the next session, Beyond the Headlines, Reality on the Ground in Ukraine. But in the meantime, please join me in thanking our panel. I appreciate you guys so much. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Andrew Mueller.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think you can hear me. There's a weird echo in here which suggests that you probably can. My name's Andrew Mueller. I'm the host of the Foreign Desk on Monocle Radio, which is available where all superior podcasts are downloaded. We will be making a series of episodes coming up with some of the interviews we've done here this weekend, so please do go looking for them from next Saturday onwards. Welcome all to today's discussion. The title of that discussion, Beyond the Headlines, Reality on the Ground in Ukraine, I think it's quite telling in itself. Obviously, we all know that there is a huge war occurring on the borders of Europe, but for reasons of Ukraine's obvious need for operational security and Russia's traditional lack of enthusiasm for transparency, it's often quite difficult to be clear on exactly what's going on or why what's going on is going on. And we hope to rectify some of that in the next 50 minutes or so. I will, of course, lead a discussion with our three distinguished guests who will be with us very shortly. But do please start thinking about questions for when we throw the discussion open to you, the audience, and that applies to people watching this remotely as well, who can apparently contact me on the magic screen I'm holding here in my hand. But please now welcome to the stage Nico Longi, Andriy Kononenko and Volodymyr Havrilov, and please do also start thinking about those questions yourself. Well, thanks all for joining us, and I guess we'll start with you on the end there, Volodymyr, with a big question before we get into some more smaller, detailed ones. what is your assessment of the reality on the ground right now, especially what you've been able to see up close yourself, or what you've been able to hear from people who are actually doing the fighting?
Can you hear me? Great. We're in this war from 2014. It started from the low profile and now to the full invasion of Russia. What we have today into 2024, tomorrow September starts. There is a lot of activities on the ground from both sides. Russia is trying their best to achieve as much as possible and to present it to the people in Russia and to press us to the kind of negotiations. They send their last resources and reserves between us to achieve this goal. And they're just sending this number of people, a lot of people, in the east of Ukraine, first of all, in Donetsk area. It's the most vulnerable area. We, as a military nation, of course, we have our plans how to defeat them, how to stop them, and how to push them back from the territory of Ukraine. And you know a lot, I hope, about the current operation on the territory of Russia, which was not expected by Russians, and our military started to do that just to create the problems for the Russian whole front in Ukraine, to create uncertainty for Russian leadership, which doesn't like any uncertainties. KGB-minded people, they don't like to be in situation, they don't know what is going on. So they lost control of the situation, and we have to use maximum we can do from that. Fortunately, the situation with supplies of artillery, rounds and other things is improving, and thanks, of course, to our partners. We still need a lot, but it's not the situation we were in maybe even half a year ago. It means we have more or less minimum resources to continue the operations on the level we would like to have. At the same time, of course, we need more things to destroy Russian logistic behind the lines on the distances up to 200 kilometers. That's why a lot of negotiations is going on to get permissions from United States first to use the long-range precision strike capability to destroy Russian logistics and troops. They're assembling everywhere in Russia to send them to Kursk or maybe to our areas. That's where we are now. And there are three areas which we should dominate as Ukraine in this war if we wish to achieve the victory. First of all, it's a situational awareness, to know where the enemy is on the ranges up to 200-300 kilometers, down to the soldier. Second, to have a set of instruments of precision strike capability to kill the enemy on the ranges up to 300 kilometers, down to the soldier. And the third one, to protect our troops from the same efforts, similar efforts which Russia is going to deploy. Because we have less people, we have maybe less equipment, but we should take the victory through the technological advantage, for the technological superiority, which we now have, and through the motivation of our troops and and support, huge support from civil society of Ukraine, first of all, and our partners. That's where we are in general now.
I'll bring you in, Andrei, specifically on the subject of the incursion into Kursk Oblast. Is there any level at which Ukraine's apparent success with that endeavor so far has surprised you, or do you think surprised Ukraine's armed forces? Do you think they still expected to be there after, well, not only just be there after nearly a month, but still actually advancing?
Let me say that it was a unique, really unique operation from the point of view of GLOBSEC. And it was really a big surprise, not only for Russians, but for many people for majority people in Ukraine. I don't don't like to talk about military aspects. I'm not military expert at all. But what I should say to you that the main effect of Kursk operation isn't in the dimension of influence on moral of Russian society. What I mean, the biggest fear of any Russian leader is to be weak, and this operation and Russian reaction showed the weakness of Russian leader. Well, he's in his style, he's taking pause and trying to get more information, but no statement, no appeal to nation, no loud words addressed to Russian nation, and that is a very big sign of this fragile stability in Russian society. I don't think that Kursk operation will end with collapse of Putin's regime. No, but that is like a small brick out of this wall of stability, and that is, for my assessment, for my personal assessment, that is the biggest result of that operation.
Nick, I'll bring you in at this point as well, because if we draw back a bit from Kursk and look at what we understand of the battlefield more generally, there are still reports that Russia does continue to advance where it is advancing. Is it entirely wrong at this point to think of a picture of two armies sort of marching past each other in opposite directions?
Yes and no. But I think we have seen before in the long front line and Ukraine being surrounded effectively from three sides that we saw different developments at different segments of the front line. We have for a long time a war in the east that is different from the war in the south of Ukraine. Before that we saw Russia pushing in the east, but Ukraine were being able to put pressure on Crimea and by very systematic acribic work, taking out air defense systems, radars, sensors, and making progress there. So now we have one more element with the very, I think, well-prepared and well-executed Ukrainian offense into Kursk Oblast. But let's be honest here with ourselves. We don't know and we cannot know, are we at the beginning of this operation, are we in the middle of it, or are we at the end of it? And Ukrainian operational security is still very tight, and I think Ukraine is right to not share their goals and plans with us. Why should they? So the fundamental dilemma you are posing here, I think it is a real dilemma. Put the resources towards Kursk Oblast or put the resources to defend the area around Pokrovsk, where it's most difficult for Ukrainian forces right now. But I think it's far too early to make a judgment about this. There might be more events unfolding, and I think Russia has not made a real decision yet whether to bring more forces to Kursk Oblast or whether to wait it out. We will see. But one thing is clear, because you mentioned the visit to the US and the discussions that are going on there. If Russian troops should be moving from other frontline segments to Kursk Oblast or from areas in Russia to Kursk Oblast, then they will be vulnerable on the march. And that is the moment where you have to hit them and diminish them. And that's why I think all restrictions for deep strike precision capabilities have to go away, so that Ukraine has the freedom to react on possible Russian troop movements and hit them in their most vulnerable moment.
Vladimir, this was a point you were making as well, and it's one that obviously all Ukrainian sources have been making fairly vigorously pretty much since this war started. Stop putting restrictions on us, give us what we need when we need it. What's your understanding, though, of why those restrictions are still being imposed on what Ukraine can use and where Ukraine can use it? At this point, when you have Ukrainian troops occupying the territory of the Russian Federation, and 2.5 years ago Ukraine's allies were being nervous about sending you tanks and Javelin missiles. What are they still nervous about at this point in terms of you wanting to use those long-range missiles inside Russia?
The stigma in the minds of politicians in the United States and Europe about be careful with Ukraine emerged many years ago. In terms of, in case of Russia decided to do something in Ukraine, the response it was unpredictable in terms of the support from the Western Europe, from Europe and United States. In 22, then the full invasion started, and nobody believed here and in the United States on the political level that Ukraine will stand for 1 week, 3 weeks, maybe 1 month. And all countries, they just moved out of Ukraine, all the diplomatic services and military. And everybody was watching what is going on. And it took 1 month of Ukrainian struggle in this invasion before some understanding emerged in Europe and United States that it's all serious and the Ukrainian people are ready to fight and are ready to die for the freedom. And only after that, some kind of support started. So we started to receive artillery in May 22 from United States, 155, and step by step increased the technological support to ATACMS and other things. Now we are talking about the permission to use that against Russian territory. And once again, we feel that kind of uncertainty and that kind of concern, especially in Washington, in the office of the President Biden, that any kind of permission could create, could lead to escalation. Escalation, it means that God knows what should be next, and nobody knows what should be next. But all previous examples of receiving the weapon from United States, first of all, technological weapon. I remember the conversation about HIMARS. It was the same situation. They also say, oh, you can't use it on a certain level. Now HIMARS is like artillery, easy, used in Kursk area as well. And also it's all about F-16. F-16, I remember the first conversation in 22 when we raised the issue of, the answer was forget about it. F-16 is something. Now F-16 are protecting our skies in August. And thanks to them, in some case, on the huge launch of Russian missiles on 26 August, more than 100 missiles and cruise missiles being sent to Ukraine, the biggest launch of Russian to our territory to destroy our infrastructure. The contribution of F-16 was very substantial. We will hear a lot about that later. But with that kind of technology, we understand we can achieve our purpose in this war very fast. But once again, it's all about political will. It's all about political readiness. First of all, in the United States, because United States, they also are influencing decisions in London, for example, with Storm Shadow, influencing decision in Paris, in Italy, with Scalp missile, because there are components from the United States, and they have to allow to use them. So it's all about the political will. And in this case, it's important to have strategic communication, to explain why you are going to use it outside of Ukraine, what is the purpose, do you have other means to do that, or only this system is more effective. All that kind of concerns should be discussed very often on the tables in the capitals. And our delegation now in Washington, D.C., our Minister of Defense was there, so they just talked about that. I hope that some kind of logic will prevail, especially in the United States, because they're close to the elections, and so there is nothing to lose. Maybe. And why not to say good farewell?
But I'll bring that thought forward a bit, Andrei, whether there's a feeling in Ukraine, especially now with that election looming in the United States and the consequences that might have, and also, I guess, the annual clock running on winter as well, which does tend to immobilize fighting in that part of the world to an extent. Is there a feeling in Ukraine that the clock is ticking, that dramatic gestures, dramatic gains are necessary in order to prove that this fight is still ongoing and that this is somewhere where Ukraine can still make headway?
Well, the clock is always ticking. So, and of course, in a time of war, when every day there is casualties among military people and unfortunately among civilians, that is not so good to have a prolonged this moment. But what I should tell you, when we are talking about the character of this war, the nature, when we're speaking about Ukraine, the key word is existence, because that is a war for existence of Ukrainian state, existence of Ukrainian nation, sometimes about the physical existence of many people in Ukraine. When we are talking about Russian motives, the key word is ambitions, because nobody and nothing is threatening the Russian sovereignty or state or even regime. So that's why it's a little bit different attitude to this war in Ukraine and in Russia. We are trying to be quick in and fast in our decisions and in our doings, with only one reason: to end this bloody war. Of course, it's quite difficult to say how long it should be taken, but we are not about trying to get some attrition or something like that. As sometimes in Moscow we can hear war for attrition, or about less resources, more resources in Russia or in the West. I should say that Ukrainian people are tired but concentrated. And I also would like to say that this Kurz cooperation gave a big boost to a nation's morale, as a sign of success, a sign of even creativity of our military leaders. It is very important to know that you are led by clever and smart people. It's not about desperate steps. It's about thinking over each month we should live. And you know, let me say a few words about another aspect of situation on the ground. That is about Ukrainian energy sector. As a result of Russian strikes, we lost practically all coal generation. It's about 91% of it ruined. Russians captured one of, and that is the biggest nuclear power plant, Zaporizhzhia power plant. So we have a big deficit of electricity in Ukraine, and especially after the last strikes. So it's very important now to, from all sides, from the point of living condition, from the point of industrial potential, from the point of moral of society, to have comfortable winter for Ukrainian people. Winter with electricity and heat. And as many efforts are focused on the battlefield, practically the same efforts of government are concentrated on distributed generation, on creating a smart grid, to make alternative things for providing people with electricity and heat at the evening. And we are extremely grateful for our international partners, for many donors who provided Ukraine with different types of energy equipment, like cogeneration systems, generators, and other equipment. So that is also the aspect of ticking. But again, I would like to say that we are concentrated because that is about our existence.
Nico, we should think a bit about the forces that are trying to threaten that existence, i.e. the other antagonist on this battlefield, Russia. And bizarre though it is to think that they are now about 2.5 years into what was supposed to be a 72-hour lightning conquest of Ukraine. Do you get the impression that they have learnt anything from their experiences? Is Russia proving, or is its military proving any more adaptable than it seemed to be when it kept pouring troops and resources into obviously futile maneuvers in the early stages of the war?
Well, first of all, before I answer that, in relation to that, I am sometimes still astonished how many political decision makers and observers in the West still seem to be convinced that Russia is the overwhelming military power and that Russia will win in the end. And they are not able to get out of that mental prison they built when they thought in the beginning Ukraine will not prevail for a couple of days. And I think the Ukrainians have demonstrated over and over again during this war that it's possible to beat Russia. And I think this is a mindset change that is needed. If we look into the Russian resources in general, and more precisely to your question, I think Russia started the war on false hypotheses, and therefore it went totally wrong. And we have seen a lot of problems, from the stiff hierarchies to problems with decision-making, to technological problems on the Russian side. 2 years into this, I mean, the straight answer to your question is Russia has been adapting, Russia is adapting, and some of the adaptations are a real problem. By the way, from a military point of view, that's an argument to beat Russia faster and not give them time over and over again to regroup, to relearn, to restructure the industry. So when Ukraine had seized the initiatives in different points in time, but the approach by the partners always was, oh, let's wait. Maybe some magic happens and this comes to an end. So if Ukraine seized the initiatives now again, let's go for it. Let's push. Let's look what is needed, and let's not give the Russians time to adapt, because they will. There is a form of Russian adaptation that is very cruel, because they send a couple of thousand soldiers into death, trying the same thing over and over again until they learn, oh, maybe it's not working and we should try something else. That is something armies with a different value set cannot afford to do with their soldiers. But if you look into the drone warfare, Ukraine still has an advantage, but what Russia is doing with drones these days is significant. But we as the partners of Ukraine, I say it again, we are part of the problem if we are giving Russia the time over and over again. Russian adaptations in command structures, I think, were not very successful, and that is, from my point of view, one of the reasons why the Kursk offensive was successful. So the very stiff hierarchy, the stiff system on the Russian side still has problems adapting to new situations. It cannot adapt to quick movements. And that is, I think, something that should be used to Ukrainians' advantage. We can see when the war is moving, Ukraine is better able to adapt, to move quickly, to make quick decisions, and to put the Russians under pressure. So it should be in our interest to change the character of the war, where Ukraine can play to its strengths. And I think what has been exposed to everybody through the Kursk offensive is that Russia was not able to mobilize or to have somewhere operational reserves to throw at the problem immediately. And this gave Ukraine time to move further. So I would expect that Russia, while keeping the effort to Pokrovsk, they might be forced to move troops out elsewhere. What they will do with Pokrovsk once they arrive to the outskirts of the city, that remains to be seen, and where the resources will be used. Again, When they are on the move, they are vulnerable, and when they are thinning out elsewhere, maybe there is a chance for Ukraine to go for another weak spot and create some other movement elsewhere. And that should be our mindset rather than to observe this and just use, we mentioned the discussion in the US several times. All of this is just using up time and time that is very precious right now because Ukraine has seized the initiative and we should help Ukraine to exploit that.
Vladimir, there's a question there, though, related to, I guess, that difference in mentality between Ukraine and Russia about how this war is fought. And I think one of the reasons that there was this conventional wisdom that you referred to, Andrei, that Russia would inevitably triumph, is that Russia is, one, enormous, and two, is willing to, act with a more or less complete disregard for its own troops. Ukraine is a big country, but it's not as big as Russia. Are you worried about, if this proceeds for months, years longer, that you do start to have problems with recruitment? President Zelensky, as you know, sacked all the heads of regional recruitment centers last year because there were concerns about corruption. There are many stories of young draft-eligible males taking steps to avoid being drafted. There was a poll by the Ukrainian organization InfoSapiens quite recently which found that 48% of men were not all that keen to serve. Does this start to become a critical problem anytime soon for Ukraine?
If you follow the same tactic as Russia in terms of sending thousands of troops with old-fashioned approaches of attacks and others, of course, we are not in equal position with Russia. We don't have so many people, and we have different values comparing with Russia concerning the human beings. So we really respect the people, and we really would like not to create them extra risks, especially during the war. That's why our primary mission is to win this war for technological superiority. What does it mean? Just to avoid, where possible, and maximum where possible, the direct contact between our soldier and Russian soldier. To kill the enemy on the distances 5, 10, 20 kilometers, guaranteed. For that, you have to learn how to use new technologies. You have to switch on your creativity, and you have to train people and select people. Not everybody is ready to work with a new modern technology. For example, FPV drones, which become very popular, especially last year and this year, in destroying very expensive equipment, they require a very skilled operators. And we found that the best operators of these FPV drones are youngsters, gamers. And you should find among them very talented people who never been in military, and you create the right conditions for them not to be in war zone even, in very secure place, and they can achieve the same effect as a battalion of infantry somewhere in the front. That's phenomenon of this war, which was not possible 10 years ago, because technologies were not available at the time. Today, we have access to something which is on shelf, which was used by civilians, but with the right creativity, you can use it in a military way. That's why we have to concentrate our efforts on just bringing new technologies to the war fighting, train people, to select people, and to save the lives of other people who are not ready for that kind of war. But they are ready, for example, to work in logistics, in a medical service or engineering, somewhere back to the forces. And in this case, it's not the problem for Ukraine, it will become the problem for Russia. Because they don't have a choice but to send thousands of people for slaughter. And that is the weakest point, and we can use it as much as possible. Because only through the losses, the population, there are no civil society in Russia, there is a population. Only through the losses of the relatives, or their friends, they understand that something wrong with what is given on screens or the television and the reality around the corner. So that's our mission now of our military, to kill as much as possible of enemy on our territory, at the same time to save the lives of our people if we really want to sustain the middle-term or long-term war. I agree with my colleague from Ukraine. Society, civil society in Ukraine is very concentrated on this. So we still have a critical core of the nation is ready to fight as long as necessary. Everybody understands it's about the future of the children. It's about the future of the nation. It's our advantage.
I just have one question sort of attached to that, which I'll put to Andre before we take some questions from the floor and from the Magic Tablet. And it goes back to a lot of what you were just saying there, Volodymyr. And it is something Ukraine has framed this conflict as from the start, not just a war for national survival, but this is a contest of values as well. And if we think of this in terms of the incursion into Kursk, is there any part, do you think, of Ukraine's thinking that there's kind of a chance here to make something of an advertisement for Ukraine? If it's very, very obvious that Ukrainian troops in Russian territory behave very, very differently from Russian troops in Ukrainian territory, is there any hope, do you think, that that maybe percolates through to the Russian population?
Well, first about, of course, it's a war for values. As it's a war for real Ukraine independence and survival, we have our choice, and and this choice is not only about the political system or economic, but that is a choice of values. And now, what is going on from Russian side? They're trying to push us to our past, to that big empire, so with absolutely another values. Maybe I am very, very strong in saying, but absolutely another values. So that is, of course, it's a war of values, for values. And when we are, again, it's, we have very, not very much news from the area, but what is going on and what is the focus of some orders also. That is the way of behavior of Ukrainian soldiers, and that is, I think, also should be an example for Russian people who still living there. What the difference between Russian propaganda and reality? That Ukrainians are not. I don't want even repeat all these terms they called us. That they are normal, kind, and mercy people. So that's, the comparison on the ground is the best way to persuade somebody to not to listen to any propaganda or rumors or social media, even social media. Just to meet eye to eye. That is the best way to persuade somebody in your that you are right or not.
Well, on that, we'll put this to the floor. Does anybody have any questions they would like to put to our panel? If you could just raise your hand fairly clearly so we can see you. Anybody at all? We can't have covered absolutely everything. We can go to one from the magic screen. I'll put this one to you right here. This is from Nicholas Zharov. He did say that the Kursk operation shows that silence is critical for success, and we did talk about that earlier, the extraordinary operational security preceding the Kursk operation. But he's asking, how do you manage to keep that advantage without risking losing it to Russian propaganda, i.e. if Ukraine doesn't fill the information space, do you necessarily abandon it to Russia?
Well, it depends on us, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's a very good question because it reflects the reality. Every time Ukraine goes into silence or keeps very strict operational security, media outlets around the world, because there's nothing else, they start multiplying Russian agency news. But I mean, nobody obliges media as outlets around the world to spread Russian agency news. And 2 years into this war, they should have learned something. So the dysfunctional question, oh, there's nothing from the Ukrainians, we just use whatever is available. I mean, it should be discussed by editors and by people covering the war right now. I think what is very good is that major outlets have correspondents in Ukraine. They are on the ground. They know many people there. They are, I mean, some correspondents even have been to Sucha and to places in Kursk Oblast. But sometimes we all, I mean, we are in this war together with Ukraine. We all maybe can be a little bit patient and not contribute to the craziness and to the hysteria about what is going on, because this war is also a war against us. It's also hybrid warfare. It's a war in information space. So I think we should also reflect on us and not just say Russian propaganda is successful. We should ask ourselves, why is Russian propaganda successful in those moments? And I don't want to go too long, but I'm still astonished when in German media, for example, the old KGB method, Friday is disinformation day, is still working. So Friday afternoon, Russian news agencies, they send a perfectly formulated German news flash out about something. All of that is a ridiculous lie, but because nobody is there anymore in the online editing of the journals, they just put the Russian agency news and put it on the website, and it becomes news. So I think there is some element about us and what we have to learn how to deal with war and with information in war, and it's astonishing that after 2 years we did not learn enough.
Do we have a question from the floor, anybody as yet, or I can think of some more? Vladimir, it is quite a heartbreaking question to have to put to somebody in your position, but it is something I have asked a few Ukrainians over the last couple of years, and it goes back to what we were talking about at the start, about those sort of anxieties that your allies have had about supplying you with what you needed when you needed it. And I know that parallel universes are not always an exact science, but if the answer had always been yes, and here it is, every time Ukraine had asked for something, whether it was, you know, from Stinger missiles upwards to tanks to HIMARS to ATACMS to F-16s, could this war be over by now? Could Ukraine already have won this?
Of course, we can't predict. So we are where we are, but the support for Ukraine was built up very slow from the beginning, related to the situation on the ground. Once again, it took 1 month before everybody understood that it's serious and Ukraine is ready to fight. And then we started to receive simple system, comparing with today. Artillery, some armored vehicles, and step by step moving to next. Of course, there is a question. If we receive ATACMS or HIMARS decision the next day of the invasion, for example, on February 25th, our partners in Washington, D.C. say, magic box is open, just press the button and it's in your hands. I don't think it would be a game changer because it's something new which you have to understand, digest, you have to train people, you have to deploy in the right way, because without that it's just a piece of metal. And we learn a lot from our experience of exploring the equipment we never seen before. So as a people, we need time to understand how it works and how to use it. And this time sometimes measured in months, even years. That's why all we achieved, successfully achieved, to accelerate this process. So I've been on training of our mobilized troops in Britain in 22, when Britain decided to assist us with the training of mobilized infantry. We need a lot of people to send to the front. A lot of people came to the recruitment centers, but they were all teachers, students, somebody. So they need some training. And the program started in the United Kingdom. And I visited the first 2 companies on training there. And the training took 5 weeks. 5 weeks. In peacetime, it takes normal is for any military, 6 months. It's a basic military training. After that, we had a conversation with British instructors. They say, we learned a lot from your guys because we understood that it's possible with the right selection of people and the right motivation to learn the same program, to teach the same program much faster. And so they changed the manuals of training. They noticed in the manuals that it's possible with the right selected people to achieve the training goals much faster. In 5 weeks, those guys been on Kherson area, just on Kherson operation. So the same with all other systems, artillery, missiles, but of course, it's every time it creates some problems, technical problems and other things. So, but the desire of people to learn how it works, the adrenaline in the blood assisted a lot that we received F-16 in 1 year, even less, comparing with 2-3 years in peacetime. I still remember the conversation, the first conversation when all countries decided, okay, let's give them F-16, and the question started, how long you should train the pilots? The pilots should be trained as minimum 1.5 years, as minimum, with some experience. And the first discussion was, can we accelerate the process? And only one country, I couldn't mention it in Europe, say, okay, we understand that with the right selection, you can get the first pilot in 6 months. Everybody, other countries, they're a little bit confused, but yes, we didn't do it in 6 months. It took longer, but we are there. In peacetime, it's not possible. In wartime, because of the adrenaline, desire, motivation, human beings can make miracles. We learned that a lot in Ukraine during this war.
All of which cues up quite nicely, sort of, one of the questions which has come in on the magic tablet, which I will put to you. The question from a regrettably anonymous correspondent is, what do you think are the biggest lessons that Ukraine has learned about warfare from this conflict, which I think we have kind of addressed already in this conversation. What I'd like to do is turn that question on its head a bit, because I think it might be an undervalued proposition. Do you get a sense yet of what Ukraine's allies have learned about warfare, especially warfare against Russia, from watching Ukraine fight this war?
So those were 3 questions in one, but I will try to answer. I think Ukraine's allies have not learned enough, and they are still stuck in their old ideas about warfare, and they basically say, well, if we would do it the old way, how we knew it worked, and the Ukrainians only have to fight this way because they do not have the resources we have. I hear this very often from Western partners of Ukraine, and I would be careful with that, because I think warfare is changing, and the old recipes, some of them are still relevant, some of them will not work anymore, and the enemy, Russia, has been adapting through this war, so I think the allies of Ukraine have not learned enough. I think if I would pick 2 lessons that the Ukrainians have probably learned is, one, and they understood this very quickly, this is a war about the information space. And it's not that the information work supports the military operation. It might be the case that the military operation on the ground supports the information operation. And that is a thinking that we know from Russian doctrine from years before, but I think it's very relevant because part of the Kursk offensive, I think, was also to seize the initiative in the information space. And the other lesson is, and that is a lesson I think we all should learn, the battlefield determines politics. It's not political discussions that we have changing anything on the battlefield. And I think if we really understand that lesson, we understand we cannot discuss the war somewhere. We can fight it somewhere, and we can help the Ukrainians with the tools to fight the war somewhere. But there are still too many people in Western decision-making who still believe they can discuss the war into this and that direction. I think that is a lesson that needs to be learned.
I believe we do have a question from the floor. Yes, you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Roman Kovalchuk, representing Belarusian Christian democracy here. And I have a question to Ukrainian panelist, representative of Defense and National Security Council, about the possibility to grant military ranks to some foreign volunteers, namely Belarusian volunteers. We have quite numerous military presence among Ukrainian armed forces, but nobody can be granted officer's rank because of legal constraints. And is there a way to improve the situation, probably through the fostering, granting Ukrainian citizenship to them instead? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. As I know, a couple of days ago, President Zelensky showed his very clear position about the granting citizenship to foreign volunteers who are in Ukrainian, different Ukrainian units. As for me, that should be if they become Ukrainian citizens. All questions concerning officer rank would be minimized. Of course, there is a question of level of education, of course. To be an officer, you should be at least a bachelor or master. So there's maybe some technique moments. But our political leadership is eager to be grateful for foreign volunteers. First of all, from the point of view of citizenship, and then all other questions, I think, should be solved.
Ladies and I think if we're very, very quick.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Bussell. I'm with Trimar Strategies. I'm the CEO. I would like to slightly adapt a question that I saw on Slido to ask the question from the standpoint of how the citizens are adapting to the impact, not just of the war on the power grid, but to ask how they're coping from a physical and mental health standpoint.
I'll put that one to Nico. Do you want to pick that one up? What's been your experience of that?
Well, I mean, when I'm traveling to Ukraine, when I talk to my Ukrainian friends, I'm always impressed how they are holding up. And serious but concentrated is, I think, what you say. That is what I feel. That said, I think one of the assistance parts that is sometimes overlooked is help for Ukrainian soldiers who have been on the battlefield and have mental issues now. And I think that is a problem that is there, that will be there to stay, and I think we should help in working with that.
Which I think is probably another entire discussion. Thank you all very much for your attendance. We are out of time. Please thank Nico Longe, Andrei Kononenko, and Vladimir Havrilov. And do stick around, because right after this short video, there will be the last session of the day entitled What the West Gets Wrong in Engaging with the Global South. Thank you very much for your attendance.
gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the session, Simon Redford.
Hello, everybody. As that big voice said, my name is Simon Radford. I'm head of policy in Europe for the Milken Institute, a think tank which deals with finance, health, philanthropy, and international affairs. I'm very honored to be moderating this wonderful panel. I'm told that they put the most important panel right at the end of the day, with the most expert speakers and moderators, so I'm sure this will be in line with all of those expectations. And so the real stars of the show, however, are our panelists. Let me introduce you to them. Please welcome to the stage Obi Ezekwesili, Dino Patti Jalal, General Robert Kariuki Kibotchi, Harsh Pant, and Simeon Somokos. Before we get started, a quick reminder for you in the audience that there will be questions. There's Slido link, which I believe is either through the app, or there should be a QR code, which will pop up as well. Please do start putting in your questions now, and I very much hope to be asking some of them later on once we've got the conversation going. Without further ado, let's start by defining this topic, what the West gets wrong in engaging with the Global South. This is a kind of a general question for the panel, so anyone who wants to take it, happy to do so. The concept of the Global South often, I guess, risks oversimplification. We're talking about a lot of different countries in a lot of different regions, grouping together, a diverse array under a single label. How can international policymakers avoid using it as a generalization and speaking of one single entity with one single brain? And what approaches can they adopt to engage more effectively with the specific needs and aspirations of individual nations within the Global South? I'm not sure who would like to
I think, since I am the token woman on the panel, I might as well start. I think that it could be by first stopping to call it the Global South and call it the global majority if you want to global something. I think that the diversity of the grouping actually just reminds me of how people see me and then they say to me, oh, you're from Africa. I have a friend in Nairobi. Nairobi is at least a 4.5-hour trip from Abuja. And it's a population of more than 1 billion people now. So Africa is not a country. So also must we not sort of so generalize that we then lose touch with the uniqueness of the different makeups of the global majority. Those countries as diverse as can be. But beyond that is the fact that when we think of the West and what it possibly has gotten wrong about relationship with the rest of the world, I would say that it was coming late to the party of the changes that rapidly happened in our world. People talk about multipolarity as though it were a new concept. Even the fact that we had different categorizations of the strength of countries and regions way back beyond when we've seen the economic prowess that's been shown by some of the countries that we call the emerging economies, tells us that we should have known at the time that we needed to have mechanisms to have a different set of conversations about how new challenges that were beginning to emerge in our world. The UN, I said it earlier today, that the UN just is not that institution that it was. And the sooner we all agreed in our world today that we have too many global public bads that are waiting to be solved and not being solved just because the multilateral system that used to solve these at a certain degree of effectiveness is now not there. It's eroded vastly. And if it has eroded vastly, all the other people who feel like they were not part of the design of the original multilateral order are asking for a new design. And that new design is waiting for the kind of political leadership that would bring us to a place of consensus as against this current great power competition, China and Russia going off on their part, and then the US trying to establish its hegemony, and then the rest of the world being categorized as global south.
I think global majority maybe is an interesting alternative term, which maybe we might hear more of, I suppose, in this conversation. Dino, turning to you, you've written about the perceived sort of double standard of the West and its engagement with the global south. How do these perceptions impact the credibility of Western nations in Southeast Asia, particularly, I suppose, in the context of a rising China?
Are you ready for the answer?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, just to be brutally honest, certain perceptions that I think much of the global South have with regard to the West, and I know there are many people from the South, and you can nod if you agree with me or not. But first, the West is seen as quite judgmental, right? Maybe it has something to do with the strong role of values in your foreign policy, in your way of life, and how you engage the world. But when Indonesia deals with Nigeria, Indonesia deals with Saudi Arabia, and so on and so on, much of the global South, they don't sit and make judgment of the other. And this is what we feel Western nations do a lot to the global South. So that's one. Double standard, obviously, that is a point that does not need to be belabored. But the third point is the West, and my group has done many polls on this, right? The West is seen to be interventionist, right? And in fact, if you look at the norms held by the Global South, you can look at the Bandung 10-point principles, or the 5-point principles of peaceful coexistence that was drafted, that was concluded by China, India, and Myanmar in the 50s. Non-intervention is really a core value among countries in the South, right? And again, this puts them, on the other side as Western countries who are seen often to be very interventionist. I mean, just one example, Indonesia this year will host the Asia-Africa Conference, 70 years, right, of the first Asia-Africa Conference. And my group, we did a study of how Asians are engaging Africa. And this is one very interesting conclusion. No Asian country, neither China, Japan, India, or Indonesia, or any other Asian country, have politically or militarily intervened in Africa. Compare this with the West, including Russia, right, whose engagement in Africa has been marked a lot by military and political intervention, not to mention economic coercion. So I hope, there's a saying in Indonesia, when you point a finger to somebody, 4 points at yourself, right? I hope the West is able to do some introspection as they now try to re-engage the global South and find out, hey, maybe we didn't do this in the right way all these years. Maybe this is something that can be fixed. And I hope, in the words of our friend just now in the previous session, that you can do this with some degree of humility.
Talking about military intervention, it would be a shame not to follow it up with a question to a general. How do you sort of assess the prospects, if ever, for Western military intervention in Africa? How does it either help or potentially undermine African-led solutions?
I think first, let me also slightly address the question surrounding this global South. Because I think one of the challenges that we face in trying to analyze the North and the South is to look at it as them and us, as opposed to looking at the power differential. The power differential that cuts across the dimensions, political, economic, military, and even ideological. And for that, it is also important to underscore that it is also historical. The reason why that power differential exists is historical. And therefore, coming to the question of military intervention into particularly the continent of Africa. And I would define intervention in very many ways. Either you're intervening to come and assist, develop the institutions of the military, or you are coming to become a master. And this is one of the challenges you face, for example, now, when you look at the Francophone mainly countries, where the military intervention there has been negatively, or rather has negatively affected the institutions of those countries. If you look at the Anglophone countries, for example, you will see a complete different perspective. And therefore, there is a sense that the Western intervention can be positive and can be negative. But to a large extent, they have helped in some ways, but to a large extent also, on the other spectrum, they have also affected a number of institutions.
Thank you. Coming now to you, Harsh Vipant. Given India's strategic relationship with both Western and non-Western powers, what lessons do you think can be drawn for Western countries in their bilateral engagements with non-aligned countries in the global south?
You know, I think sometimes it just helps doing very simple things, like putting yourself in the shoes of the non-Western countries. And if you look at the conversations that we have been having for the last few years in particular, given that this is a time of great geopolitical disruption, great powers are rising, great powers are coming close, targeting each other with vehemence. I think often in this miasma of attacks and counterattacks, what you don't see is that there is a large part of the world that is whose aspirations, whose hopes, whose challenges, and whose opportunities are not part of this conversation. So what you see is a wide swathe of world that is missing from this conversation. That yes, Ukraine is a very important thing to have happened, but because of Ukraine war, there is also a food crisis, fuel crisis, economic crisis, debt crisis, in the sense of because of this conflict that is feeding large parts of the world, in Asia, in Latin America, in Africa. Not to have those conversations as part of this Russia-Ukraine conversation, I think is the biggest mistake that the West did. And therefore, you see the disconnect that you see, that a large part of the world is not connected with this war that Europe feels so strongly about. And I think that is where putting yourself in the shoes of some of these countries is important for the West to understand where some of these countries are coming from. Global South is a very contested term. It may not mean much for anybody, but there is a reason why it has gained traction. And it has gained traction in the last few years. Everyone is talking of Global South. Everyone wants to be a friend of the Global South. Indians, Chinese, Russians, Europe, America, everyone is talking. And there is a reason. The reason is because the void that was there in the international system, where no one was talking about those challenges, somehow this idea, inaccurate as it may be, inappropriate as it might be to some, but it has captured that imagination that, look, something is happening in the world where your balance of power is changing, where multilateral institutions are not working, but you have at the heart of it a wide swathe of the world whose aspirations are not being channeled into the way the global order is evolving. And I do think that that's a fundamental issue for us to think about, both as academics, as thinkers, as policymakers, as a broader intellectual community, that why are we missing this very important development? And we are missing this because we are not putting ourselves in those shoes. We are not answering those questions that need to be answered. Yes, there are terrible things happening in the periphery of Europe. There are terrible things happening in Middle East. There is a great power contestation. US-China contestation is a defining contestation of our times, according to some. But below that, there is a lot of issues that perhaps we need to think about. And therefore, the global governance, I think, at the end of the day, when you talk of global governance, you're not talking of global governance. You're talking of Western notion of global governance. And therefore, if a large part of the world is missing from that conversation, you will always have a problem. So I do think that we need to go back to the fundamentals in terms of the global order as it has evolved. And in terms of the non-alignment or non-aligned countries, it was always a very vague conception, but it was a conception that said that, look, we want our agency to be respected. We want that space that protects us from great power competition to be created, and we want to take our developmental priorities forward depending on our own requirements and depending on how we write those rules. And I think that is now becoming more potent because a lot of these so-called global south countries are also now rising. Look at Africa, it's thriving. You look at India, Indonesia, Vietnam, these are economies that are growing. So therefore, they have confidence enough to now tell the West that, look, there is a problem, please stop there, let us do the job. And I think that is why you are seeing this churn.
I think that does deserve a round of applause. I refer to myself as a recovering academic sometimes, having spent 6.5 years doing a PhD on international relations. But the canon you get taught is very Western-oriented, and people don't do field work or area studies as much. I think that might be part of one of the reasons why empathy sometimes is not as common as maybe it should do, I think, with some of our Western political leaders who have had a similar training maybe to me. Coming back to questions about reform of institutions and maybe the use of other institutions, I'm kind of curious, you mentioned reforming maybe the biggest ones, but what about the role of regional institutions like the African Union or ASEAN or others? Do you think they might play a bit more of a prominent role in the future?
I think they already are playing that role because there is clearly a gap. As I said earlier, if we're not able to solve so many of the global challenges that we have, especially, look at what has become of the WTO. Once upon a time, the Western model taught everybody that, and economic analysis shows it, that trade is indeed an important engine of growth and development. Now, how is it that free trade has now become very painful to the same people who wanted the beauty of free trade? And the WTO struggles to get any agreements around substantial issues of trade. And speaking to the matter of hypocrisy and double standards, you know that Europe blocked Africa during COVID in the production of vaccines. I mean, how do you do that? And then want to be talking about partnership with Africa. These are some of the kinds of issues that get in the way of the very significant and important partnership that should happen between Africa and Europe. Think of Europe as Africa's proximate neighbor. Africa and Europe could be a contiguous zone of economic prosperity. But if you're thinking of Africa from the prism of a humanitarian region, you're not going to see that it is a business case. And so your whole policy direction, it's going to treat Africa in the way that has not advanced the kind of strategic relationship that should happen. Africa, for example, one of the big deals on the continent now is that through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that created the largest trade area in the world now, we basically have joined up economies. Now, the work that goes into translating that to the real economic integration, where if Africa cannot trade with the rest of the world, where, by the way, the data shows that we're less than 3% of global trade, it can trade with Africa. Africa can trade with Africa. So we're beginning to think in those terms, and that's where the regional integration makes a difference, and regional bodies like the AU or the ASEAN make the difference. But we do know that our century-long prosperity has happened on the back of integration of a larger pool of talents, of services, of persons, of goods. And so what we must do is accept that there is a change of dynamics, and that we do need to design solutions to our common problems. I think that the energy of the political leaders that we have in the world today to accept that we need to have hard conversations resulting in tough choices of how we will create equitable governance mechanisms to address climate change, to address cybersecurity, to address international artificial intelligence, and such like, has to be found. Because if we don't find it, what are we going to do with the fact that we're not moving forward on too many things that could really create a problem that is deeper than what we see today? The disenchantment of citizens across economies is also speaking to us on why it is important for global productivity and for competitiveness that's driven by an interest across countries to trade and to build opportunities and expand them. It is something that should be an incentive for the world to come together to redefine our shared values. Today, when the Western economies speak of values, everyone looks at them and wonders whose values, you know, and that's problematic because we fundamentally need to agree some shared values as a basis for designing the rules representatively created rules through ensuring diversity of voices and powers. And if we're not doing that, then we're delaying the next spot of real growth that the world is crying out for. Otherwise, is anyone pleased with the state of inequality in our world today? The inequality is too much. And there's no way out of inequality besides expanding economic growth and the opportunities that come with it.
Just to briefly touch on your point about vaccines, I hope we don't see a rerun with monkeypox, which I know is being held up via the WHO and the Gavi Alliance when people desperately need these vaccines.
Yes.
Simeon, I just want to bring you in here. We talked about the need for shared values. From a Western perspective, when China are perhaps less fussy about certain democratic norms and other things, what elements of governance do you think should be non-negotiable when it comes to Western engagement?
Well, actually, thank you very much, Simon. Before I get straight to your question, let me agree with what Orbi said and most of my colleagues. I think, I'm coming from a small country in Greece, which we have our own issues in the East Mediterranean, and sometimes we don't follow very carefully, what is happening in the entire world. But let me perhaps mention the major sins, if you like, and the major missteps, because this is our topic of today. I mean, what went wrong in the past, because if we don't see what it went wrong in the past, we will not improve, the future. So I think the global West, if you like, has to move quickly and beyond the historical patterns and embrace a more equitable, respectful, and inclusive approach towards the global South. The global majority, actually, because you represent a group of 120 companies. Global East is, I don't know how many, 20, 25, and we have the West with 45 companies. So, but this requires vision and requires leadership, qualities that unfortunately are not in abundance these days. Of course, I must admit that listening to President Stubb today from Finland, he gave a very charismatic speech about the relationship between global South and global North. I think, please listen to him. So I think the sins of the past is, the colonialism, if you like, the issue of the imposing solutions very many times from the West, the strong tendency of the West to assume that its values, democracy, individualism, are applicable to all other countries as well. Of course, we have interventions, in many countries in Africa. So I think these days, now that the world is changing, and it is very critical where we are today, because it is very important for the West and for the global North to identify again itself and see how they're going to come to a more constructive, relationship with the global South. This is my view. Of course, we're waiting to see what are going to be the results of the September 4 major China event, which is going to take place, in Africa. They organize a huge event. So we have to see what kind of path we're going to follow. Are we going to follow the path of democracy, of the values of democracy, or whatever, or are we going to follow the path, of the autocratic systems, etc.? So it's a major question. I don't think that at this moment the world knows what to do. And on the other hand, I think major international institutions need to be amended. I mean, United Nations, for example. I mean, you cannot have India outside of the Security Council with 1.3 billion people. Am I right? I mean, or other countries, And we need to find ways of, joint economic projects and cooperation, support Africa a lot. There's a major issue, in my view, from Europe that we need to promote greatly, the business development of Africa to the best. So I think we have a lot of things to do, and I would like to stop here and come back to you perhaps later.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Dina, we share an affiliation with the Milken Institute. You're one of our fellows in Asia, and as you know, at our big conference in Beverly Hills every year, one of the big controversial topics is always ESG. We talk about, maybe imposing norms on a country-to-country basis. How do you think this sort of the financial world and the norms that they might expect through ESG and other things are affecting the global South?
Well, on ESG, we're actually embracing ESG because we know there are trillions of dollars in ESG. I think there are about $30 trillion of ESG capital, and by 2030, they will go up to $40 trillion. So we want a big part of it, and I think the Global South is realistic enough to know they have to provide the right environment and reform in order to attract those capital. But also want to point out that the Global South is quite different today than what they were, say, 30, 40 years ago, right? First, they are a lot bigger economically and politically much more confident, and also militarily stronger. I mean, the budget of defense budget of Saudi Arabia or India is larger than the defense budget of some European nations. And the economies of Brazil, Indonesia, India, Korea, Turkey will be, at the end of this decade, bigger than the economy of most G7 countries, right? So there's something different about their mindset. They don't like to be called the third world anymore, right? Because the assumption is, if it's a train, there's a first class, second class, and third class. We don't want to be called third class, right? And the Global South countries do not accept the notion of some country having exceptionalism, and so on. And there's this debate about countries being on the menu or on the table. The countries of the Global South, they want to be on the menu, they want to be on the table, they want to be the chef, they want to prepare the table, and they want to be able to eat what's on the table as well. So there's really, in my view, a quite significant shift of mindset in the Global South that is really changing the texture of international affairs.
Harsh, coming to you, we talked a bit about climate was mentioned before, and thinking about traditional development aid approaches are obviously not going to be enough potentially to combat climate change and the speed and the scale that we need to go to. Is this, do you think, an area of potential collaboration, thinking about this isn't a them and us, this is a global threat and needs a global solution? Is this something where we can come together and unite about? And what sort of steps should the West take to truly embrace that sort of approach to the challenge of climate change?
Technology and finance. I think that's what a large part of the world needs in terms of transitioning to a phase where this conversation can be done on an equitable basis. I think for a long time there's been a lot of demand that is being made of the developing world, and I think if you look at it rationally, even a country like India that at one point was seen as the problem candidate over a period of time has evolved into a country that is now productively contributing its own share and is now a member of the climate debate in a manner that it was not conceived of possibly a few years back. So I think we have seen a change in the way this issue has emerged, and this issue has been taken up by the developing world, and partly because I think the most impact this is going to have is on the developing world itself. If you look at the small island nation states, I mean, they are going to be impacted the most. So certainly I think there is now a degree of political sensitivity on this question in a large part of the developing world, where the adversarial approach to this, which was the developed versus the developing world, and this contestation around that has given way to a more of an engagement approach on this question. And I think all the countries of the developing world, most countries, I would say, continue to look at it as you mentioned, as a very important part of a global governance issue. But I think again when you look at what is being demanded and what is being given, there is an imbalance. That if you look at whenever the issue of technology comes in, or whenever the issue of finance comes in, climate finance, we have seen the steps not being taken, or under delivery being the norm in that regard. And I think that is where now the contestation actually is, if you can use the word contestation. But I would also add, taking this forward, that look, if you look at G20 presidencies, Indonesia's presidency, India's presidency, and Brazil's presidency, what has been interesting is that if you look at the world where multilateral institutions are crumbling, and we are talking about how multilateral institutions are not working, if you look at what Indonesia did, what India did, what Brazil is likely to do, and they may not do that, but that's, if you look at these presidencies, you look at a very deliberate attempt at bringing the so-called global South and North together. That, the idea was, let's not divide the G20 along the lines that it would have been very easy to divide, right? Ukraine was at the top of the agenda, and Indonesia's presidency saw very effective work behind the scenes to bring the countries together to ensure that a declaration comes out that not only talks about these problems in a way that can respond perhaps to the challenges that the developing countries were facing. Climate, development, economic aid, economic multilateral transformation, all of those issues are mentioned in those declarations. So I think there is also now an attempt to look beyond the binary, that this is not a developed versus developing problem. All of these problems are global governance problems. And unless the voice of the so-called global South is put at the center of it, we will not see that convergence, because geopolitical tensions are very high. And it is very easy to render multilateral institutions dysfunctional. But if you want to make them functional, the easiest way to do that is by bringing the global South and their concerns at the heart of this conversation. And I think the G20 managed to do it to a certain extent. And I think G7 also, if you look at their outreach to the global South in the last few years, I think that has been the norm. So I think the argument that I'm making here is primarily that if you look at the multilateral order, which is now not working, I think you do see some optimism from some of these newer platforms, which may not be perfect, but what they are trying to do is ensure that the adversarial approach between global South and global North gives way to more of a partnership approach. Because of that partnership only, African Union was brought into G20. I think that is the message that by and large we should be sending at a time when there is too much of disruption in the global order.
Simeon, yes, please.
Mind is whether the global South can have a united voice to all those major issues of today. I mean, because maybe I'm wrong, correct me. Still, it is a kind of an amorphous, grouping of different states. Very important. There's no doubt about 54 countries in Africa. You know how many others all over. But the question is still, it has not been developed as a serious, political power in the world that can, have a serious intervention. So this is why I think perhaps we need to start discussing about changing the major institutions like United Nations, like the IMF, like World Bank, like other institutions, that perhaps through these institutions, perhaps we can try to perhaps, improve a little bit the situation.
Thank you. And it's not a conference in the last 2 years or whatever if we can't mention AI, right? It's almost compulsory. I lose my job as a moderator if you don't bring it up. General Kobachi, when you think about AI and how's that changing the terms in terms of thinking around the security relationship between the West and the Global South? Do you feel like in terms of taking on, sort of AI-powered security threats that you're getting the assistance that you need?
I think we talk about technology in general, not necessarily AI. And yes, AI and associated technologies will be very, very important, particularly now that we are having to deal with very sophisticated terror threats, particularly for us in the continent of Africa, in the East, West. We will certainly have to look for partnerships in developing systems that are able to simplify the work that we are doing in fighting terror. And having said that, I also need to underscore the fact that the continent of Africa currently has the youngest cohort in the world. Majority of the youths are below 25, probably 60% of the 1.4 billion population in Africa. Highly technically savvy, and the threat that we see from national, continental threats is the whole question of having to engage them effectively. And that is the issue that must concern also the West, to the extent that these youths, if not properly employed, will end up being radicalized into violent extremism. And that will happen, that means that will be exported to Europe. Madame said about the proximity that we have. So how can the West get involved in this partnership? Not just in technology. The West has the responsibility, and I talked about historical reasons, to invest in the continent, not provide aid, but invest heavily in the continent, to create jobs and to create wealth. You're talking about climate change and the whole question of creating green jobs, for example. Africa has the largest reservoir of renewable energy. When you talk about geothermal, when you talk about solar, hydro, how can the West invest in these areas, okay, that will provide the basis for fighting climate threats and also creating jobs for the youths that we are generating every year. 30,000 youths are leaving universities and colleges, but finding no jobs. So I think there is an area here where, and you ask the question, what can the West do, okay, to bridge the gap? That issue of investing in the youth would be critically important. It's an opportunity and a threat at the same time.
Absolutely. We're going to turn to our Slido questions and questions from the audience in just 1 second, but one last question from me, maybe over to you. Made the point very, very well about partnership working to combat things like climate change. We've seen, both because of geopolitical rivalry and because of COVID, reworkings of supply chains, so-called friend-shoring, near-shoring, etc. Is this an opportunity, do you think, for a lot closer partnership work between Western government, investors, Western companies, and the Global South, who can provide, some of these vital supply chain components whether it's AI, whether it's climate, whether it's semiconductors, whatever it might be, and how should we best go about doing that in a way that both quickens and deepens that?
I think that for a long time, Europe felt that its problem was mostly macroeconomic, stability related. But I think that over time, both Europe and America are saying that they do have structural competitiveness issues, right? So the structural, economic structural reforms that are necessary to actually make these continents competitive are top of the agenda, I would say, for even these two continents. Now, in thinking of it, you surely must see that the aging demography of Europe and America, Europe at average age 44, or even higher than that, America at above 40 also, even China at 39 years, even India, is much older country compared to the average age of 18.8 in Africa. So this is the continent that holds the possibility, the prospects of powering global economic productivity in the outer years. So what that means is we need to think not in terms of we're going to do Africa a favor. We need to think in terms of how do we keep the productivity of the world going, and how do we harness that productivity by ensuring that the kinds of global partnerships that lead to absorption and adoption of new ideas, new solutions, so that you're actually producing the kind of human capital in the region of the world where people are going to be younger. And then how do we align the immigration policies of respective countries to see the benefit that data, I mean, I always say that, in God I trust, but every other person must bring data. And when you bring data on immigration, through history, it shows that it has a net benefit. How do we move the domestic conversation around immigration and economic growth and development to come to a place of intersection? So for the global, when you look at the global supply chains and the fact that this continent, with its free trade area now, will offer opportunities of scale and the economies of scale, and yet China sees it, even though China is a lot into plucking natural resources, but if you really see the data, they are getting into everything. They're getting into everything. And that essentially is saying that the opportunities exist, but Western model is such that the businesses are averse to the idea of a risky Africa, forgetting that the risk that we saw during the financial and economic crisis of the world was in European capitals, and it was in New York, the financial centers, and in London, not in Africa. So this misinterpretation of Africa as that risky region, there are political risks, no doubt, but the opportunities are there. If the governments would align their public policies to support their private sector, to engage with the continent as part of a boost of productivity, which your countries really need, besides the fact that it is important for our continent with such huge layers of young people without opportunities. And my final point on this panel is that I think that there are tough conversations that we hide away from as a world. Look at the matter of climate change. I can understand what you say about India and the fact that it is doing more on that topic. Europe, suddenly, this sees the vulnerability to Russian gas. And then it starts talking about gas and begins to run across Africa to find countries that it would negotiate gas contracts with. The same Europe, you were just lecturing us about fossil. And now your energy security is threatened, and then you see a desire to solve it by asking us to pump more gas, right? But when Africa has been saying that this conversation on climate change without thinking of what it means for energy and development of the continent, people did not pay attention to it. That's a classic case of diverging the world from finding solutions to problems that Africa did not create, but which is already affecting Africa's agricultural productivity, deforestation, and so many other things about costly infrastructure that are climate resilient. So I say all of this as a way of saying that I sit here, but hey, India has a very important set of agenda that will at some level coincide with that of Africa, but not all the time. And so unpacking these differences would be an important part of how we build toward global solutions for the future.
I've left it rather late, but let's go to a couple of the questions on the Slido if I can, and because I've left it rather late, we're going to need rapid-fire answers, if that's all right. The first one is, I guess, a classic, which I should ask, which is, in what ways do Western aid and development programs sometimes miss the mark in addressing the real needs of global South countries? In what ways do Western aid and development programs sometimes miss the mark in addressing the real needs of global South countries? Does anyone want to quickly pick that up?
Too many flags.
Too many flags. Any other thoughts?
Well, I think it often becomes a question of the West looking at these programs through their own political lens, rather than looking at it from the requirements of the global South. So I think that becomes a problem, because then you're not really talking to each other, but talking past each other. And I think that is something that the West needs to get right in terms of understanding what are the real needs of the developing world, and perhaps address them on a case-by-case basis, rather than coming up with a template, and here is a template that works for everyone because it worked for us. I don't think that's the model that it would work anymore.
Being done with rather than being done to, potentially.
Simon, the world has changed entirely. I mean, we cannot resolve the issues with the old mindsets. We need to have a new mindset, and we need to see things from the very beginning and see how we can, on a basis of respect and cooperation, how we can improve all these things.
I want to cap off with maybe an audience question. Yes, can we get the mic over here, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Bussell. I'm CEO of Trimar Strategies. I struggle with the right term.
Sorry, can you stand up so everyone can? Sorry.
With the right
I was trying to be fast, okay. I struggle with the right term because I also loathe the term Global South, and maybe the solution is to just use the geographic terms. 54 countries, it's Africa, right? But I believe the world has made a huge misjudgment and missed the opportunity to build greater preparedness and resilience after living through global lockdowns during the SARS-CoV-2 virus, as we did not address Mpox 2 years ago, or even longer ago. Indeed, it's not a novel virus.
Sorry, just get the...
Yeah, it's not a novel virus. It's been around since 1957. Now we have a new clade of the virus and countries across Africa are hankering for vaccines that are available. The situation is dire. So I'm really eager to hear what the experts can have to say about the situation and how we can build a better future.
Thank you. Anyone like to tackle that question?
I already said it about the pandemic.
Yes.
And it's really this whole WTO situation, right? So these proprietary rights, which everybody recognizes to be an important part of the debates on trade, but how can we possibly be so not aspirational in terms of the way that we solve common problems? I mean, we can see that pandemics are going to be with us, and you don't close your border to them. So how do you defeat yourself by sort of thinking in isolated, insular kinds of ways. I hope that the domestic constituency for countries really thinking analytically. A lot of politics today is no longer based on analysis. Data no longer persuades politicians because they have vested interests that have captured them. But I think that civil society within Europe and the Americas can begin to move their political leaders in the direction of seeing how they lost the rest of the world in the way that they have approached some of the issues that require listening, being humble, and being empathetic, and also serving their interest while doing all of that.
Data and empathy, two good watchwords, I think, from this panel. I'm going to make a quick announcement, but before I do, can we just have a round of applause for a fantastic panel? Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask my panelists to just stay seated for a second, because I'd now like to invite Steve Clemens to the stage to wrap up the second day of GLOBSEC Forum 2024. Steve.
Hey, great. What a fantastic panel. I think that this panel had more soul and conscience about development than almost anything else I heard. And I'm going to tell you that this is a sad moment for me, because this is my favorite room and stage of all of them. You have couches, and they're taking, I mean, we should have shut down the Schwarzenberg stage, right? The seats suck down there, right? Have you been there? These are great, but this is the final session in the Albright Hall, and I just think we ought to give a round of applause for everyone behind the scenes who's made this room such a great room. It was fantastic. We had presidents, prime ministers, business and thought leaders, a couple of wannabe comedians like myself up here. We've talked about EU defense, global development. I also loathe the term Global South and would love to have a drinking session to figure out some better term. But I do really, really appreciate all the views we just heard here. The Western Balkans journey, the future of liberal democracy, so many flashpoints in Asia. This has just been a great, great stage, the Albright Stage. I want to tell you a couple of housekeeping things real quickly. The GLOBSEC cocktail evening, which is in the Jofin Palace. I heard it's even better palace than the palace we were in last night. Better acoustics, too, I hear. Unless you were there, if you were at Saza Zoo, where I recommended people go, Saza Zoo may still be better than the Jofin Palace, but we'll see. But that is going to, there are going to be buses leaving at 7:30, 7:45, and 8 o'clock tonight. It's open to everyone. There's a buffet there. It's not just drinks, so you can actually get some food as well, and you'll enjoy that. For those attending the GLOBSEC thematic dinners, they begin at 6:45. This is off the record. You could go to a dinner, and if it kind of is lousy, you could still jump on the bus to go to the palace, but don't say I said that. And I just want to thank all of you for being here. We're going to have great programs tomorrow on the Havel stage and the Schwarzenberg stage, fostering stability in the Middle East, tackling climate change, and many more issues. Please give our last panel of this stage a great round of applause. Thank you so much. Go have a great evening.